11,200 evacuees and 48 coalition flights, which carried 7,800 people for a total of 90 flights out of Kabul, which, if I get my math right, that's approximately a flight every 39 minutes. I believe the Department of Defense gave that statistic. And just to reiterate, since August 14th, we've evacuated, the United States has evacuated and facilitated the evacuation of approximately
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, August 26, 2021. We are so happy that you have tuned in this morning. We are starting out the show and the day at the White House in Washington, D.C. Again, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. We're going to start the day with your morning brief. That's the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. But first and foremost, I would like to say good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. So thank you so much for tuning in. Let's get started with your morning brief. First and foremost, we are going to head to Afghanistan to see the latest in terms of the evacuation efforts trying to get all Americans and allies out ahead of the end of the month deadline.
Time is winding down for U.S. troops to get Americans and Afghan allies out of Afghanistan. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are getting anxious.
And we have not had the information we need from the administration and realized that we were being lied to up and down, and we needed to see for ourselves.
Republican Congressman Peter Meyer and Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton secretly flew to Kabul on Tuesday. Based on what they saw, they say it's unlikely every American and Afghan ally will be able to get out by the end of the month, especially since evacuations started so late.
Both Seth and myself have been actively engaged on what's called the special immigrant visa issue. There have been a tremendous backlog of these cases.
But many lawmakers are still hoping to push the exit date back. The bipartisan House Problem Solvers Caucus voted on a formal call on the Biden administration to extend the August 31st withdrawal deadline. More than 75% of the caucus endorsed it.
There's a lot of people that help save Americans' lives in Afghanistan, and we should take care of them if we can.
The Pentagon, however, says its priority on the last few days before August 31st will be flying out American troops and equipment.
Commanders on the ground are empowered to make any adjustments as they see fit, when they see fit. That includes changes to the footprint.
The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan, meanwhile, issued an alert on Wednesday warning Americans in the country to not travel to the airport in Kabul because of security threats, underscoring the dangerous conditions on the ground. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Taking a live now look this morning, everyone, at the borderland. This is El Paso, Texas, from the Franklin Mountains. Just south of the border is Juarez, Mexico. The reason I took you out to the U.S.-Mexico border is because the Supreme Court is forcing the Biden administration to revive one of former President Trump's signature border policies. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is in La Jolla with a look at the impact the decision may have on the border crisis.
La Jolla, Texas, early Wednesday morning. As usual, migrants show up and turn themselves into Border Patrol. But if any plan to claim asylum, there's about to be a major change in policy. Tuesday night, the Supreme Court issued a decision that orders the Biden administration to reinstate the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy, which forced migrants to wait in Mexico for their court date in the United States. Trump argued it effectively ended catch and release. Biden ended that policy when he took office, and under his administration, asylum-seeking migrants have been released into the U.S. by the tens of thousands pending their court dates. But the Supreme Court says Biden's move likely violated federal law, and now the policy must be reinstated. DHS responded by saying, in part, it will comply during the appeals process, but the department respectfully disagrees with the district court's decision and regrets that the Supreme Court declined to issue a stay. Police in La Jolla, Texas tell Fox News the border surge started as soon as Biden scrapped the Remain in Mexico policy.
It was a complete spike in people crossing into our jurisdiction. I want to say March, beginning of March, that's when we saw the highest numbers coming over.
And take a look at this. What looks like a legitimate Border Patrol SUV is actually a total fake. Border Patrol agents in Tucson, Arizona arrested a human smuggler who had essentially cloned a Border Patrol vehicle, had a fake uniform, and had 10 migrants in the vehicle with him. And earlier today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott praised the Supreme Court's decision to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. He calls it a victory for the state of Texas, and he went on to say that Joe Biden's decision to get rid of that Trump policy really fueled this ongoing border crisis. Reporting in La Jolla, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Bill, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, August 26, 2021. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm going to be your host all the way until 8 a.m. Eastern Time. That is when Regina Gonzalez is going to take over for an hour, and then Reina Augustine will join you for a couple hours before we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. On the right-hand side of your screen, now you're seeing it in full. That is the San Francisco Bay Area, shown live from Oakland, California. Not too far away, the Calder fire is expanding in El Dorado County, and now it's threatening the Lake Tahoe area. Fox's Lonnie Wong has the latest.
Weather conditions changed from yesterday when the Calder fire only made moderate progress.
The fire is going to be active today. We're focusing our attention to the eastern front, the eastern edge of this fire.
That's because it's headed toward Echo Summit on Highway 50, which drafts down into the South Lake Tahoe Basin. It still has 14 miles to travel, and there are lots of rock outcroppings and ravines where there is very little to burn.
Years ago, I would have never thought that we'd be having Tahoe as a threat over the last couple of years. Now we're starting to realize that anything's possible.
Especially because so-called ember casts, burning debris carried by the wind, can hop a mile ahead of a fire, finding dry fuel along the way. The steep canyon directing the South Fork of the American River is capable of creating its own microclimate. Mild breezes down below are intensified greatly in mountain canyons. Here in the South Fork of the American River, winds are gusting, and that affects fire behavior, making flames rush quicker toward Highway 50. Today, we ran across several spot fires along the steep canyon walls, fueled by dry and dead vegetation. Firefighters could do little but watch. They can either burn themselves out or create a whole new fire.
This is where the head of the fire has been spreading because that southwest wind flow has been sweeping it this way.
The threat to Lake Tahoe meant more federal firefighters deployed along Highway 50. Among their jobs, protecting evacuated homes from burning, as well as key power lines and communication lines. A few miles west of Kybers, the flames have actually reached the banks of the South Fork of the American River. Highway 50 is just 50 yards away. Firefighters had hoped that the highway would act as a fire break. How likely that is now uncertain. In several places, ember casts started small fires north of the highway. Fires like these threaten to grow or produce more wind-blown embers, complicating the firefight. The steep terrain that has so far hampered firefighters may help them as the fire moves toward Echo Summit.
It's a lot of granite, a lot of other natural fire barriers that we're going to be able to count on to help limit fire spread.
On Highway 50, Lonnie Wong, Fox 40 News.
We are live now this morning, everyone in Chicago, Illinois. Good morning to all you Live Nowers, not just here in the U.S., but worldwide. We are so happy that you are tuning in. Pretty much going to be seeing a gorgeous sunrise out there in the Windy City not too long from now. Continuing on with your morning brief, top stories you want and need to know about as you start your day. A COVID-19 vaccine mandate officially goes into effect for members of the military. Meanwhile, Johnson & Johnson announces promising data on its booster shot. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more.
Days after the FDA approved Pfizer's vaccine, Delta Airlines announcing unvaccinated employees under the company's health plan will see a $200 increase on their monthly premiums. The increase is to cover the average hospital stay for COVID-19, which the airline says costs the company about $50,000 per person. In Washington, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has ordered military troops to immediately begin getting the vaccine. Pentagon data show more than 800,000 service members have not gotten their shots.
Mandatory vaccination against the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, is necessary to protect the safety of our service members and our force.
Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports a U.S. intelligence review ordered by President Biden is inconclusive as to the origins of COVID-19. The initial theory involved the virus jumping from bats to humans, and later that it escaped from a Chinese lab. A Chinese foreign ministry official says U.S. labs should be investigated instead.
It is only fair that if the U.S. insists that this is a valid hypothesis, they should do their turn and invite investigation into their labs.
And today, Johnson & Johnson released clinical trial data showing a booster shot of its vaccine produces a strong immune response. People who received the booster saw antibodies increase 9-fold compared to 28 days after the first dose. Health officials are planning boosters as early as mid-September for those Americans receiving either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Well, some frontline workers in Colorado say they will not comply with Denver vaccine mandate, even if it means the risk of losing their jobs. Earlier this month, the city of Denver announced that it will require all city employees and contract workers to be fully vaccinated by September 30th as a condition of employment. Fox's Deborah Takara has more.
Some of the very same people who have been on the front lines protecting us during the pandemic say they are frustrated they're being told they have to get the COVID vaccine.
I've spoken personally with about a dozen officers that are ready to leave.
He says some Denver officers are retiring early or applying at other departments.
They've endured a lot, and now they're being told that they need to do something against their wishes to maintain their employment. And it is the last straw for them.
It's not just police officers, but firefighters as well.
It may work, it may not work. But at this time, having had COVID and natural immunities, I feel that my body has been protected.
Some have medical reasons or religious reasons and are waiting to hear if they're exempt from the vaccine mandate. Some nurses say they just want the freedom to choose.
And this mandate is definitely kind of the last straw for me. I should be able to choose what I put in my body and what I don't. I'm waiting. And I think I deserve that right to just wait.
City leaders say they want to encourage compliance.
Our goal is not to lose employees over this. Our goal is to follow the public health order. And the executive director of public health has basically made it very clear to us that this is the best tool that we have to combat the Delta variant at this point.
But these employees say they won't comply, and if forced, will take with them dozens of years of experience.
This is not right for any of us firefighters that have given our lives to this job to be told that we have to do something like this.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live now look at New York, just outside of the Fox News headquarters, right there across from Radio City Music Hall and right by Rockefeller Center. Continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. A lot of stories from across the country that we are continuing to follow for you right here. Well, a temporary voting center has been set up to help wildfire evacuees cast their ballot for the upcoming recall election. Fox's Olivia DeGennaro has the latest.
Hundreds of Caldor fire evacuees have been calling this parking lot outside Green Valley Community Church home for the past week or so, meaning they're not getting their mail and they're not getting their mail-in ballots. And that's why El Dorado County elections officials are bringing their ballots to them. Setting up a temporary voting center with just days' notice.
Our phones started blowing up, Monday, and with concerned voters and worried about their ballots.
Most of those ballots are being held at local post offices in Diamond Springs and Cameron Park. But instead of making evacuees track down their mail, the elections office is issuing them new ballots altogether.
Voters can come here, they can get a ballot if they need to, they can register to vote if they need to. We have a ballot box that they can put their ballots in, and we'll transport them back to the office for viewing.
Within minutes of setting up their booth in the parking lot, evacuees started lining up.
We weren't even fully set up, and we already had people here with interest in it. This already has been a huge hit, and we've only been open for 20 minutes, so.
Elections officials say they have a system in place to make sure no one is able to vote in the recall election twice.
Once we issue a ballot, that person only gets that ballot. They don't get another one unless they apply for another one, and once they apply for another one, that first ballot is automatically voided.
They say the goal is to make sure everyone has the same opportunity to have their voice heard in this upcoming election.
Because their vote counts, and it's important. And people are very passionate about their vote, whether it be this election or any other election.
In Placerville, Olivia DeGeneiro, Fox 40 News.
Hey again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are so certainly very happy that you are here. I'm at our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. On the right-hand side of your screen, that's a Live Now look at Mobile, Alabama. When you return from a 2-minute commercial break, we will continue with top stories from across the country. We like to call it your morning brief, what you want and need to know as you start your day. We'll be right back.
Choosing not to get vaccinated will soon be a costly decision for a lot of workers. Delta says that starting in November, they will charge unvaccinated employees $200 more a month for their health insurance. The airline says that unvaccinated workers are a financial risk because the average hospital stay for COVID-19 has cost the company $50,000 per person. And another company is pushing back its back-to-work plans because of rising COVID cases. Ford now saying it's delaying its hybrid return-to-work program from October until at least January. And a lot of Americans are reducing their debt. According to a new study by Northwestern Mutual, adults who do carry debt owe on average $23,325, excluding mortgages. That's about $3,300 less than last year. And finally, stocks continue their record run on Wall Street. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq closed at all-time highs again on Wednesday. The Dow finished in positive territory too. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
One of my favorite segments to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of being live now, this is a look at Miami, Florida. The beautiful skyline out there. We are waiting for the sun to rise here on the East Coast. Hopefully we will be able to see it in Central Florida because it has been raining this morning. So I'm keeping an eye out on all of the live cameras for you. All right, let's continue on with the morning brief. Top stories you want and need to know about as you start your day. About 89% of emergency rental assistance funds have not yet been distributed. This comes as the landlord's ability to evict tenants hinges on a Supreme Court ruling, which we expect very soon. Fox News correspondent David Spunt takes a closer look from Washington.
Most landlords don't want to evict.
With millions of Americans struggling to pay rent, the Centers for Disease Control is touting its extended eviction moratorium. The goal, keep people off the street during the pandemic. But in some cases, mom and pop landlords say not being able to evict is emotionally and financially paralyzing.
There's a lot of us out there that just need to reclaim our homes for our own personal reasons.
Rosanna Mori is fighting an aggressive form of blood cancer and tells Fox News she decided not to renew her tenant's lease in June 2020. Mori and her tenant both live in different sections of her Long Island, New York home. She wants her tenant out so family can move in.
This is not a second income home. This is not a property that we have that we're making all this money off of.
Maury's tenant declared hardship due to COVID-19 and has stopped paying rent. Even the president himself admits the moratorium may not be legal.
It's not likely to pass constitutional muster.
But he's pushing full speed ahead, admitting the longer the issue is tied up in courts, he can continue to dole out some $45 billion in rental assistance. According to the Census Bureau, earlier this month, around 3.5 million people said they faced eviction by October. Progressives on Capitol Hill, including squad members Congresswomen Ayanna Pressley and Rashida Tlaib, want to cancel rent altogether, citing the pandemic. Their latest financial filings show both recently made money off rental properties, putting them in the landlord club with Rosanna Mori.
I should be able to reclaim my home when I want to.
The current moratorium is in effect through October 3rd. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland recently met with the Chief Justices of several state Supreme Courts to discuss eviction diversion methods. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're certainly very happy that you have tuned in. Don't forget to join us on social media. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and guess what? Even Instagram. All you have to do is search for Live Now Fox, and you will find us, whatever platform you are on. Well, not even halfway into California's peak wildfire season, the state has already faced just about all it can take. Here's a Live Now look, everybody, of Bakersfield, California. And now the White House is stepping in to help. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt has the latest.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for California to help free up more federal funding to battle what has been one of the state's worst wildfire seasons on record. More than 1.3 million acres have already burned. The biggest fire, the Dixie Fire in the north, accounts for nearly half that total. About 100 miles south, fire crews in El Dorado County are focused on trying to keep the Caldor Fire from jumping Highway 50. Cal Fire says it's knocking on the door of Lake Tahoe.
Years ago, I would have never thought that we'd be having Tahoe as a threat. Now we're starting to realize that anything's possible.
The steep and rough terrain in its way would typically be another hazard for firefighters. But it also means there's not as much to burn, and they're hoping that could help slow the fire down.
A lot of granite, a lot of other natural fire barriers.
Lake Tahoe is a popular tourist destination known for its scenic views. Right now, those views are largely hidden behind a thick curtain of smoke. Officials there are recommending people stay indoors because the air quality has tested at hazardous levels.
I couldn't see, and I had to put on a N95 in the car because the smoke was so thick.
Cal Fire says the Caldor Fire, which broke out less than 2 weeks ago, has quickly become the state's #1 priority. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
It has been a very rough year for California in terms of wildfire, for sure. All right, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Get social with us. We are all on social media. Myself, Raina Augustine, Regina Gonzalez. All you have to do is search for us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You'll find us, and we'd be happy to connect with you guys all there. All right, well, you know me. I like to end the morning brief on lighter, happier news, even when it relates to firefighters as well. A 12-year-old golden retriever gets rescued by firefighters this week after falling into an abandoned well in Oregon. Fox's Amber Wilmarth has the story.
They tell me their dog Calvin chased a squirrel into this shed, then fell through a piece of rotted plywood 25 feet down this well. That's when firefighters with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue were called out to help.
It happened Monday afternoon outside Dixon and Cheryl Patton's home. Dixon says he was out mowing when he realized Calvin was missing. After searching for him for about 2 hours, he and Cheryl were about to give up and see if he ended up at the pound. But Dixon says his other 2 dogs kept going to the shed, so he followed.
When he heard them, he started barking from down in the bottom of the well. And as soon as I heard that, I knew what happened. I started ripping up the rotted plywood and called the firemen.
And this is a look at the rescue in action. TVF&R's technical rescue team used a tripod and rope system to lower a rescuer into the well and bring Calvin out. At that point, he'd been in there for about 4 hours. Dixon says they took Calvin to the vet where he was treated for hyperthermia, then took him to Dove Lewis for another glance over, where he was released to go home. And today, you can see he's doing just fine. TVF&R says animal rescues like this are carefully evaluated and often used as an opportunity for firefighters to hone their skills for a highly technical task. And these are skills that the Pattons tell us they're extremely grateful for.
I've never seen an outfit so professional. I'm really impressed.
They tell me this well has been here for more than 100 years, but this is the first time they've had any issues with it. Reporting in Washington County, Amber Wilmarth, Fox 12 Oregon.
Amber, thank you so much for that update. We're taking a live now look, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Just as quickly as we went out there, we are going to go to Kabul, Afghanistan. Want to give you guys a heads up that in just a few minutes, about 20 to be exact, Fox's Doug Luzader is going to be joining us live to break down the latest situation that is unfolding there at the Kabul International Airport. So again, we're about 20 minutes away from that live report right here on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Coming up, raging flames in the Lytle Creek area, forcing residents and their animals to evacuate. We have live reports from the scene.
Plus, President Biden and Vice President Harris about to campaign for Governor Newsom, who's fighting the recall. Will the Democrats come out and vote to keep the governor on the job? We'll be joined live by TMZ's Harvey Levin to discuss the recall and more. And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Let's begin with that breaking news.
We have been following breaking news. A brush fire burning in the Lytle Creek community. This is near Fontana. 1,000 residents right now under evacuation orders. 500 acres have burned. There is zero containment. A
dozen structures have been damaged or destroyed. 600 more are threatened. Also in the path of the fire, a whole lot of voltage transmission lines. 500 firefighters are battling the blaze both on the ground and in the air. We are told, unfortunately, one of those firefighters was taken to the hospital, but thankfully said to be just with a minor injury.
The evacuation center for residents is at the Jesse Turner Center. This is on Summit Avenue. The number is there on your screen right now.
Large animals such as livestock can be taken to the DeVore Animal Shelter in San Bernardino. Their number is also on your screen. Susan Hirasuna kicks off our team coverage from Lytle Creek with some heartbreaking images and stories, personal stories out there. Susan?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we are on Lytle Creek Road, not far from the 15 freeway and frankly not far from the ignition point of this fire, which started about 1:30 this afternoon. But it didn't take long for the wind to kick up and then come over to this area as the crow flies probably a mile or so. And you see there one of the structures that is gone, decimated by the fire. There's at least one other structure on this property, and we still have San Bernardino County firefighters here that are trying to get out the hot spots, but it doesn't take you very long to look around to see how many spots are smoldering. Then farther down the road, earlier from Skyfox, you saw those llama that were in a field. Well, there was another area where they were corralled, and we talked to a woman whose uncle has property in that area. His main house is okay, but a couple of the other structures were burned down by the fire. And let's listen in actually to Robin Agbashian. We had talked to her initially on the freeway when she told me that she was trying to get to her grandmother, and then ultimately she did make it to her uncle's property, and this is what she had to say.
I'm speechless, to be honest. We've had a lot of experience with fire, but I mean, it's hard when it actually happens.
Mm-hmm. So you were telling me there are several properties, several structures. Mm-hmm. How many structures are gone, and your uncle's house is okay?
Yeah, it looks like the house is okay. It looks like a lot of the external structures burned down, mm-hmm. but I'm not sure. I was just really concerned about my grandma and just making sure she's okay. So, I mean, she's not okay, but right. We are where we are at this moment in time.
Yeah, she is not okay because she did lose her home of very many years. She had in the past decided to stay with the home in order to protect it, in order to fight the fire as best she could. But she reached a point in her life where she decided that she was too old for that, and so she left. She stayed nearby, however, and tried to do what she could, but it was a lost cause in this situation. Now, I do want to turn you around a little bit because I just had a shot of the helicopter, the air support. So there is air support that's still flying at this time, and we had been watching the DC-10s, but more recently it seems as if, there we go. If you look over there, Gino. So you do see the helicopters, the air attack onto this wildfire, and also that smaller plane up ahead, which might be one of the spotter planes that will look out for areas best to drop the Phos-Chek. But as we're getting to sunset, it's going to be more difficult for that kind of air support. Reporting live in Lytle Creek, I'll send it back to you. Marla, Alex.
Susan, have you seen any structures that are actively burning?
Yes. I mean, when you say actively burning, yeah, they're actively burning. I mean, this one looks a little bit more like they've gotten out all the hot spots, but if you look very carefully, you can see into the building that it's still burning. Mm-hmm. So there are just so many hot spots, and it is so eerie because you know, in some respects, it doesn't feel like it could be fire weather. In fact, I bumped into Eric Sherwin, and he says, yeah, that's right. There is no such thing as fire, you know, weather anymore, because it can be this situation where you actually can feel that the wind is coming from the ocean, so it feels cooler, which is probably why they were able to get some handle on the fire area that they have. But then he also went on to say, you know, we also don't have a fire season anymore. It's a sad situation indeed, because it's like almost any time of day, night, month, year, you can have this kind of wildfire. So it's very sad indeed. And he does say, of course, that has a lot to do with the drought, a lot to do with the fact that whatever grows then dries out so quickly and then becomes a lot of material to burn. Oh, and then you could just hear some little popping there.
Yeah. Well, stay safe out there. Thank you for your coverage. And of course, our thoughts and prayers with Robin and her grandmother and the extended family and all families impacted, with that said. All right, let's toss it over to Coco McAvoy. She has a different perspective of this fire. Where are you in relation to the flames, Coco?
Good evening. Yes, we just moved locations here. We are on Lytle Creek Road near Glen Helen Parkway, and we talked to the homeowner here. These homes in this area, they are threatened by the fire, and when we zoom in here, you can see that there's a hot spot right now near these animals. The homeowner says, fortunately, her horses, llamas, sheep, and chicken, all of her animals are okay, but again, you can see that fire burning in the distance. And the homeowner also told us that her neighbor's house was destroyed in this South fire, but her home for now is okay, and she's hoping it stays that way. Let's show you now some aerial video from Skyfox. Again, firefighters are doing their best to tackle the South fire here this afternoon. This all started around 1:30 this afternoon, and fire officials tell me that part of the problem for them is manpower at this point, because there are a number of different fires that are burning, including the Dixie Fire up north, and there are firefighters that are committed to handling those fires. So right now they're a little bit short on manpower. They said another big issue was the fact that this is a fast-moving fire. They say the wind really carried this fire, and right now is burning on both sides of Lytle Creek Road. But they said now wind isn't as much of an issue as topography. Topography is now becoming the #1 issue for them as they battle this fire. But again, I mentioned to you at the top of this report that we spoke to the homeowner here, who tells me that she's been living here for over 30 years. And yes, they have experienced fires before, but she says she has never experienced a fire this fast burning. Take a listen.
The fire came through just so quickly that there wasn't any time to react. People had to leave immediately, and there were people, like I said, our neighbor had Phos-Chek fall on her as they were leaving. The animals, fortunately, are in a corralled area, so they were safe.
And again, she says the animals are okay. However, you heard her mention that her neighbor was covered in fire retardant. This is actually Christina's vehicle. We want to show you this in the distance. Her vehicle as well was covered in fire retardant when firefighters started to really tackle the flames out here. And one of the fire officials described this as chaotic when this fire first started, because again, it was so fast moving, and they were trying to get the Phos-Chek, the fire retardant, over all of these areas here, because it was a fast moving brush fire, and therefore a number of vehicles now have fire retardant on them. And again, that neighbor was covered in fire retardant, but we're told she's okay. She's evacuated along with about 1,000 other people at this point. We'll of course keep track of this fire. Back to you.
All right, Coco, we are glad she's okay, and we thank you for your reporting as we take you above. And live pictures from Skyfox, and meteorologist Rick Dickert, you were just commenting that They've made some significant progress.
They have. You can see it there. We're still seeing a lot of smoke, a bit whiter smoke there from above up in Skyfox there. And we're talking about those three elements. It's not just the weather, which I'll break those conditions down for you, but it is a terrain-driven fire. Fire charges up hillsides. The steeper they are, it's a fuel-driven fire. Fuel that has a moisture level of just 3%. Yes, the chaparral, the brush that's indigenous to Southern California in the San Bernardino National Forest, but also it is a weather-driven fire. And here are the current conditions for the Lytle Creek area. It's still 91 degrees at this hour. The humidity is at 14%. The wind is in the onshore direction. This is not an offshore Santa Ana wind-driven fire. The wind is out of the south to southwest, gusting to 14 miles an hour, meaning it's coming from the south to southwest, blowing towards the north-northeast up the hillside there. That's the Cajon Pass. This fire through Lytle Creek is burning on the west side of Interstate 15, which is open at this time, but avoid travel if you can. Traffic is very busy on both sides of the 15, and we do have some ramps that are blocked there as well. But it looks like the fire's starting to lay down, and that's typically the case during the evening hours. When the temperatures start to drop, we're looking at a low temperature in Lytle Creek tonight of 63 degrees with the wind backing off, but it's going to be another hot and dry day there through the Cajon Pass. The fire danger will be elevated for the next couple of days. Major heat coming our way. No official red flag warnings. That doesn't mean we can see rapid fire growth potential like we have seen with the South Fire. I'll have more on the fire weather and the 7-day outlook coming up at 10. Back to you, too.
Glad to see that progress. In the meantime, we're going to talk about some other news. Still to come, President Biden and Vice President Harris, both about to campaign for Governor Newsom, of course, is fighting the recall.
Will they fire up the Democrats to come out and vote? Up next, TMZ's Harvey Levin joins us live to talk about the close race. And if we have time, we'll get into some celebrity news as well.
Well, we know the voting has already begun. California voters deciding now if Governor Newsom gets to keep his job. The outcome could really have a national impact as well.
So many scenarios if Newsom gets removed, and it's very possible. So President Biden is planning to campaign to vote no on the recall.
We know that Vice President Harris is coming to the Bay Area on Friday for a big car rally with Governor Newsom. Let's talk about all of this with TMZ's Harvey Levin, one of the smartest guys I know who has always an interesting take on politics. So what do you think? What kind of position is the governor in right now?
Well, I think he's in a precarious position. And some of it, I think you can attribute to some of the things that he's done, but some of it is so beyond his control, and he becomes a scapegoat. And I think all of that kind of mixes together in one pot. You know, I've got a gut that people who would have otherwise supported Gavin Newsom want to make a statement about the homeless crisis. And I really think, especially, you know, well, I think in Southern and Northern California, I really think that people are so upset that it hasn't been properly addressed. And it can't all be viewed on his watch because this has been going on forever, but it has gotten worse. And I think people want to make a statement. And I think the problem Newsom has, especially on that issue, and I realize all the other things going on, especially COVID, but on the homeless issue, I almost feel like people want to state their anger. That's not a good thing in a recall when you're on that ballot.
Well, I want to get your take on Newsom's strategy to tell voters, ignore question number 2, leave it entirely blank. So if you got your ballot, which everyone, all 22 million voters in the state have by now, question number 1, yes or no to recall Governor Newsom. Question number 2, if you want to recall him, who do you want to replace him? And he's saying, leave it blank. Do you think that's a good strategy?
I think it's a bad strategy, and I'll tell you why. That the people, look, the LA Times did a really aggressive editorial saying, vote absolutely no on the first question, should Gavin Newsom be recalled? And then in the second question, they said, okay, we're going to tell you that there are some catastrophic choices, and we're going to give you the least objectionable, so hold your nose. And they ended up giving one. Gavin Newsom, by telling people this, he's really telling his supporters that. So then you've got people on the other side, maybe the extreme, who are going to own question 2, because the other people who might moderate it a little bit are going to be out of it if they listen to Newsom. Do you see what I mean?
Right. And so the Times suggestion was to vote for Kevin Faulconer, the former mayor of San Diego, who is more of a moderate than Larry Elder is. I brought up that point with Governor Newsom and pushed him on the fact that there's a difference between the two of them. And he made the argument that there isn't that much of a difference between the two of them on things like Trump and COVID restrictions and other issues that he says are the most important. But meanwhile, Larry Elder, who is somebody who was on our show last night, who we all have known for a very long time, it seems to be in the pole position as the most likely next governor of California. As somebody who's known Larry Elder for a long time, is that kind of mind-blowing?
Well, it's mind-blowing to me because, you know, I mean, you know somebody in a certain area in media, and then suddenly they become the leader of a state or, you know, even bigger. And it's hard to kind of project that. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to win, of course. But it looks like he is in the lead right now. And if you go back, I think it was 2003 with the recall with Gray Davis. I mean, look, Arnold Schwarzenegger was the most famous of all, and Arnold Schwarzenegger won. And, you know, in California, we tend to vote for people that we are familiar with, that we know. And that's the advantage people have when they're in the media and they blast themselves out to millions of people every week. And Larry Elder, I think, is the beneficiary of that right now.
Yeah, and he's been doing that for, what, 3 decades and counting. All right, we mentioned that Vice President Kamala Harris coming to the Bay Area on Friday and campaigning for Governor Gavin Newsom.
All right, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to a special report from Fox 11 Los Angeles, but we're going to be switching gears right now. Here is a Live Now look of Kabul, Afghanistan, and that is because we do have a live report right now. There are some dire new warnings this morning of what could be an imminent terrorist attack at the Kabul airport that may seriously complicate the rush effort to evacuate thousands of people from Afghanistan, including American citizens. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader is joining us live with the latest developments from Washington this morning. Doug, good morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning. Well, I guess we'll start with the terror threat there. This is something that has been a concern for U.S. intelligence folks, and now it's been backed by assertions from British intelligence as well that there is a perhaps dire threat of a terror attack outside the Kabul airport. I mean, we know there are bottlenecks of people there, so it may be kind of an inviting and rich target for terrorists should they try to make some kind of statement through this process. So right now, Americans are being urged to stay away from the airport. And this kind of raises the question of, okay, if you're an American in Afghanistan right now and you're trying to get out, what are you supposed to do? Where are you supposed to go? Because the options are very limited right now, and the evacuation operations at the Kabul airport may not continue for much longer because U.S. forces have to get themselves out as well. So presumably in the next day or two, they may end the evacuation operations, the evacuation flights, and begin the process of just extracting U.S. forces out of Kabul, and that's going to be a difficult task as well. So the situation right now is very much in flux, with the president still standing behind this deadline next week to get everyone out as far as U.S. forces are concerned. The overarching question, though, is who's going to get left behind in this process.
Absolutely, Doug, and we have been getting briefings every day from the Pentagon and the State Department and the like, so hopefully we'll get some answers soon. Thank you very much for that update this morning here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. I'm going to head on over to Fox 5 D.C. to see what the current weather conditions are like out there this morning. Happy Thursday, everyone. It is August 26, 2021. We are certainly very happy that you are here watching Live Now from Fox. A lot of updates that we are keeping tabs on this morning. Currently 72 degrees in D.C. It's expected to reach a summertime high of 93 degrees today. That's pretty warm. Real feel, of course, likely going to be higher due to humidity in the area. Let's take a look. Tomorrow, Friday, 92 degrees and some showers. Saturday, 89 and some showers. Sunday, wrapping up the weekend at 90 degrees. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a summer scorcher out there with highs in the 90s and possible afternoon storms out there in our nation's capital. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. When you return, we will wrap up that Fox 11 LA special report. All right, everybody. I knew that I said I was going to take you back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles, this special report, but I had to come back from a commercial break with this video. It is going viral on social media. A yoga practitioner's routine on a beach in Exuma in the Bahamas was upstaged when she was bitten by an iguana who had been sharing the beach with her. Micah Smith was on a trip on the Exuma Island and it decided to make a video on the beach. This was just 6 days ago, August 20th. She set up her camera and did a few yoga poses. As she stretched her hand out as part of one of the poses, there you see it, a nearby iguana spotted its chance, jumping and biting her fingers. She obviously screamed, a few profanities in there as well, throwing sand at the offending iguana. Smith told Storyful that she washed the blood away in the ocean after the bite and that her doctor said she was okay. Looks like a beautiful day, beautiful beach, but that is a pretty big iguana there that bit her finger. All right, we're going to return back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles right here on Live Now from Fox.
A new poll from NBC News says that her approval rating is down. It is the lowest in VP history. Is this a benefit to Governor Newsom with that in mind?
I don't think that matters so much because people know Kamala Harris in California. But the thing is, they also know Gavin Newsom in California. So if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris were coming here to push somebody that most people don't know or a lot of people don't know, that's one thing. And then you could weigh their popularity and say they're going to help or hurt. But in this case, I mean, Gavin Newsom is a known commodity. He was lieutenant governor. He was mayor of San Francisco. He is governor of California. It's not like they're vouching for anything because people know Gavin Newsom. So I just don't see that being, it's sort of like, we did a story on TMZ the other day that Billy Crystal called the police because people had a no on the recall post. What do they put in the lawn?
Yeah, campaign sign.
Yeah. They put in his lawn and it was stolen. And then I found out he lives in Pacific Palisades, and it's like, well, everybody in Pacific Palisades is going to vote that way anyway. So what do you need to sign for? And it's the same thing. I mean, if the people that like Kamala Harris and like Joe Biden are going to vote no on the recall.
Well, so, the question is, are they going to? The question is, are they going to vote?
Are they going to vote?
Right. The biggest issue, if the Democrats vote in this state, there are twice as many Democrats. The Democrats win big, and then this whole thing looks like a giant waste of money and a waste of time. The problem right now is Democrats aren't excited to vote, and maybe having Kamala Harris here will remind them, oh yeah, Gavin Newsom is the Democrat, and these other folks aren't, and we got to support the party. That's their thought. We'll see if that works or not.
I would go a slightly different way, and I don't think they can do this because I think it's sensitive. But the reality is this, that if Gavin Newsom is recalled and if a Republican then gets in, Dianne Feinstein is, I believe she's 88. She's not in great health. And God forbid if she ends up having to, I don't know, step down, retire, whatever, and the governor then appoints the senator and appoints a Republican, the Republicans take control of the U.S. Senate and everything in Washington changes. I think that's the message that will get Democrats here out to the polls, I think.
Just a side note, though, in Sacramento right now, the Democrats are working on legislation to take that power away from the governor and give it to the legislature. If that scenario were to happen, Governor Newsom has not decided to sign that bill until, I don't know, September 15th, September 16th, if he happens to be recalled. Right now, he's keeping that power, but that could be a scenario where that is not an option for a Governor Larry Elder.
All right, final quick yes or no. 20 days away, your prediction, Harvey, will he be recalled?
Oh, I am so not going to. I thought O.J. Simpson was getting convicted. After that, I'm out. I don't predict.
No predictions.
I don't predict.
He's been out of the prediction game for a long time then.
Sorry.
Harvey, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Harvey.
And of course, you can check out Harvey.
Big thanks to Fox 11 Los Angeles for that special report. Here is a Live Now look, everybody. You can see Navy Pier and the sunrise there in the distance. This is Chicago, Illinois, this Thursday morning. Thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. We've been covering the situation in Afghanistan extensively right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up next here, we're going to hear the latest State Department briefing on how the evacuations are going.
I'd like to give you all an update on the situation in Afghanistan and our ongoing efforts there, particularly as they relate to U.S. citizens. And then I'm very happy to take your questions. Let me begin with my profound appreciation for our diplomats and service members who are working around the clock at the airport in Kabul and at a growing number of transit sites to facilitate the evacuation of Americans, their families, citizens of allied and partner nations, Afghans who have partnered with us over the last 20 years, and other Afghans at risk. They're undertaking this mission under extremely difficult circumstances, with incredible courage, skill, and humanity. Since August 14th, more than 82,300 people have been safely flown out of Kabul. In the 24-hour period from Tuesday to Wednesday, approximately 19,000 people were evacuated on 90 U.S. military and coalition flights. Only the United States could organize and execute a mission of this scale and this complexity. As the President's made clear, our first priority is the evacuation of American citizens. Since August 14th, we've evacuated at least 4,500 U.S. citizens and likely more. More than 500 of those Americans were evacuated in just the last day alone. Now, many of you have asked how many U.S. citizens remain in Afghanistan who want to leave the country. Based on our analysis, starting on August 14, when our evacuation operations began, there was then a population of as many as 6,000 American citizens in Afghanistan who wanted to leave. Over the last 10 days, roughly 4,500 of these Americans have been safely evacuated, along with immediate family members. Over the past 24 hours, we've been in direct contact with approximately 500 additional Americans and provided specific instructions on how to get to the airport safely. We'll update you regularly on our progress in getting these 500 American citizens out of Afghanistan. For the remaining roughly 1,000 contacts that we had who may be Americans seeking to leave Afghanistan, we're aggressively reaching out to them multiple times a day through multiple channels of communication, phone, email, text messaging, to determine whether they still want to leave and to get the most up-to-date information and instructions to them for how to do so. Some may no longer be in the country. Some may have claimed to be Americans, but turn out not to be. Some may choose to stay. We'll continue to try to identify the status and plans of these people in the coming days. Thus, from this list of approximately 1,000, we believe the number of Americans actively seeking assistance to leave Afghanistan is lower, likely significantly lower. Having said that, these are dynamic calculations that we are working hour by hour to refine for accuracy. And let me, if I can, just take a moment to explain why the numbers are difficult to pin down with absolute precision at any given moment. And let me start with Americans who are in Afghanistan and we believe want to leave. First, as I think all of you know, the U.S. government does not track Americans' movements when they travel around the world. When Americans visit a foreign country, or if they reside there, we encourage them to enroll with the U.S. Embassy. Whether they do or not is up to them. It's voluntary. And then when Americans leave a foreign country, it's also up to them to de-enroll. Again, that's a choice, not a requirement. Particularly given the security situation in Afghanistan, for many years, we have urged Americans not to travel there. We've repeatedly asked Americans who are in Afghanistan to enroll. And since March of this year, we've sent 19 separate messages to Americans enrolled with the embassy in Kabul, encouraging and then urging them to leave the country. We've amplified those direct messages on the State Department website and on social media. We even made clear that we would help pay for their repatriation. And we provided multiple communication channels for Americans to contact us if they're in Afghanistan and want help in leaving. The specific estimated number of Americans in Afghanistan who want to leave can go up as people respond to our outreach for the first time. And it can go down when we reach Americans we thought were in Afghanistan who tell us they've already left. There could be other Americans in Afghanistan who never enrolled with the embassy, who ignored public evacuation notices and have not yet identified themselves to us. We've also found that many people who contact us and identify themselves as American citizens, including by filling out and submitting repatriation assistance forms, are not, in fact, U.S. citizens, something that can take some time to verify. Some Americans may choose to stay in Afghanistan, some who are enrolled and some who are not. Many of them are dual nationals who may consider Afghanistan their home, who lived there for decades, or who want to stay close to extended family. And there are Americans who are still evaluating their decision to leave based on the situation on the ground that evolves daily, in fact, that evolves hourly. Some are understandably very scared. Each has a set of personal priorities and considerations that they alone can weigh. They may even change their mind from one day to the next, as has happened, and will likely continue to happen. Finally, over the past 10 days, we've been moving hundreds of American citizens out of Afghanistan every day, in most cases guided to the airport by us, in some cases getting there on their own, in other cases with the help of third countries or private initiatives. We cross-check our list against flight manifests, against arrival records, against other databases. There's usually a lag of about 24 hours for us to verify their status. So when you take into account all of these inputs that we use to arrive at our assessment of the number of Americans still in Afghanistan and who want to leave, you start to understand why this is a hard number to pin down at any given moment and why we're constantly refining it. And that's also why we continue to be relentless in our outreach. Since August 14th, we've reached out directly to every American enrolled with us in Afghanistan, often multiple times. Hundreds of consular officers, locally employed staff, here in Washington, at dozens of embassies and consulates around the world, are part of what has been an unprecedented operation. They're phone banking, text banking, writing and responding to emails, working around the clock to communicate individually with Americans on the ground. Since August 14th, we've sent more than 20,000 emails to enrolled individuals, initiated more than 45,000 phone calls, and used other means of communication, cycling through and updating our list repeatedly. We're also integrating information in real time that's provided to us by members of Congress, by non-governmental organizations, and U.S. citizens about Americans who may be in Afghanistan and want to get out. These contacts are how we determine the whereabouts of Americans who may be in Afghanistan, whether they want to leave, whether they need help, and then to give them specific, tailored instructions on how to leave with real-time emergency contact numbers to use should they need it. Now, let me turn to the number of Americans who've been evacuated. As I said, we believe we've evacuated more than 4,500 U.S. passport holders, as well as their families. That number is also a dynamic one. That's because in this critical stretch, we're focused on getting Americans and their families onto planes out of Afghanistan as quickly as possible, and then processing the total numbers when they're safely out of the country. We also verify our numbers to make sure that we aren't inadvertently undercounting or double counting. So I wanted to lay all that out because I know it is a fundamental question that so many of you have had, and it really merits going through the information, the explanation, so you see how we arrive at it. While evacuating Americans is our top priority, we're also committed to getting out as many Afghans at risk as we can before the 31st. That starts with our locally employed staff, the folks who've been working side by side in our embassy with our diplomatic team. And it includes special immigrant visa program participants and also other Afghans at risk. It's hard to overstate the complexity and the danger of this effort. We're operating in a hostile environment in a city and country now controlled by the Taliban, with the very real possibility of an ISIS-K attack. We're taking every precaution but this is very high risk. As the President said yesterday, we're on track to complete our mission by August 31st, provided the Taliban continue to cooperate and there are no disruptions to this effort. The President has also asked for contingency plans in case he determines that we must remain in the country past that date. But let me be crystal clear about this. There is no deadline on our work to help any remaining American citizens who decide they want to leave to do so, along with the many Afghans who have stood by us over these many years and want to leave and have been unable to do so. That effort will continue every day past August 31st. The Taliban have made public and private commitments to provide and permit safe passage for Americans, for third country nationals, and Afghans at risk going forward past August 31st. The United States, our allies and partners, and more than half of the world's countries, 114 in all, issued a statement making it clear to the Taliban that they have a responsibility to hold to that commitment and provide safe passage for anyone who wishes to leave the country, not just for the duration of our evacuation and relocation mission, but for every day thereafter. And we're developing detailed plans for how we can continue to provide consular support and facilitate departures for those who wish to leave after August 31st. Our expectation, the expectation of the international community, is that people who want to leave Afghanistan after the U.S. military departs should be able to do so. Together, we will do everything we can to see that that expectation is met. Let me just close with a note on the diplomatic front. In all, more than 24 countries on 4 continents are contributing to the effort to transit, temporarily house, or resettle those who we are evacuating. That didn't just happen. It's the product of an intense diplomatic effort to secure, detail, and implement transit agreements and resettlement commitments. We are deeply grateful to those countries for their generous assistance. This is one of the largest airlifts in history, a massive military, diplomatic, security, and humanitarian undertaking. It's a testament both to U.S. leadership and to the strength of our alliances and partnerships. We'll be relying and building upon that strength moving forward as we work with our allies and partners to forge a unified diplomatic approach to Afghanistan. That was a point the President underscored in yesterday's G7 leaders meeting on Afghanistan. And it's one that I and other senior members of the State Department have made in our constant communication with allies and partners in recent days to ensure that we're aligned and united as we move forward. Not only when it comes to the immediate mission, but also on what happens after August 31st, on counterterrorism, on humanitarian assistance, on our expectations of a future Afghan government. That intense diplomatic work is ongoing as we speak, and it will continue in the days and weeks ahead. So, I talked a lot about numbers this afternoon, but even as we're laser focused on the mission, we know that this is about real people, many scared, many desperate. I've seen the images, I've read the stories, I've heard the voices, so much of that reported by you and your colleagues so courageously. Like many of you, I read the report of the Afghan translator whose 2-year-old daughter was trampled to death on Saturday while waiting outside the airport. I've got 2 small kids of my own. Reading that story and others was like getting punched in the gut. All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government feel that way. We know that lives and futures, starting with our fellow citizens, including the lives of children, hang in the balance during these critical days. And that's why everyone on our team is putting everything they have into this effort. Thanks very much, and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary, for coming down and doing this. On your 2 things really briefly, I'll try.
All right, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It's coming up on 7:10 this morning here on the East Coast. You've been listening to Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about the evacuation still ongoing from the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. We are hearing there are U.S. citizens that are still out there trying to be evacuated. The clock is now ticking towards the end of the month here when that evacuation is expected to be complete. And U.S. troops also need to evacuate as well. So we will continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
You know, since this whole thing began, there's been a lot of criticism of the administration over how it handled it. And there's been a lot of pushback from people within the administration about the hand that you were basically dealt, or what you say you were dealt by the previous administration in terms of the deal with the Taliban, in terms of the SIV program, in terms of the broader refugee program. But you guys have been in office for almost 8 months. It's been 5 months since the president's decision was made. Is there anything about the shortcomings that have been so readily identified by all sorts of people that you guys are actually willing to take responsibility for yourselves?
Thanks, Matt. Let me say two things. First, with regard to the numbers in these different categories, as you've seen by how I've laid out how we get to the numbers of Americans, this is both incredibly complicated and incredibly fluid. Any number I give you right now is likely to be out of date by the time we leave this briefing room. So what we're doing is very carefully tabulating everything we have, cross-checking it, referencing it, using different databases. We will have numbers for all those different categories in the days ahead and after this initial phase of efforts to bring people out of Afghanistan ends. And with regard to the second part of your question about taking responsibility, I take responsibility. I know the President has said he takes responsibility. And I know all of my colleagues across government feel the same way. And I can tell you that there will be plenty of time to look back at the last 6 or 7 months, to look back at the last 20 years, and to look to see what we might have done differently, what we might have done sooner, what we might have done more effectively. But I have to tell you that right now, my entire focus is on the mission at hand. And there's going to be, as I said, plenty of time to do an accounting of this when we get through that mission.
Laura?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Could you speak today about the future of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, whether it will remain or American diplomats will remain in Kabul after the military withdrawal on the 31st? And also more broadly, you know, we're already seeing women being repressed in Afghanistan by the Taliban, people being attacked, intimidated, being kept from getting to the airport. You know, I'm wondering if you can give us any concrete examples of steps that the United States is going to take to assure SIV applicants and other high-value, or I'm sorry, high-target, high-risk Afghans, that they're not going to be forgotten when the United States military leaves.
With regard to our diplomatic engagement, we're looking at a series of options, and I'm sure we'll have more on that in the coming days and weeks. But we're looking at a variety of options. And as I said earlier, particularly because the effort to bring out of Afghanistan those who want to leave does not end with the military evacuation plan on the 31st. We are very focused on what we need to do to facilitate the further departure of people who wish to leave Afghanistan. And that is primarily going to be a diplomatic effort, a consular effort, an international effort, because other countries feel exactly the same way. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question.
If there are any concrete steps
yes, I'm sorry.
that you can give to people who are very worried right now, understandably, about whether they're just going to be forgotten, left behind, disappeared once the United States withdraws its military and can no longer protect their safe passage to the airport or, you know, their other livelihoods.
Yeah. The short answer is no, they will not be forgotten. And as I said, we will use every diplomatic, economic assistance tool at our disposal, working hand in hand with the international community. First and foremost, to ensure that those who want to leave Afghanistan after the 31st are able to do so, as well as to deal with other issues that we need to be focused on, including counterterrorism and humanitarian assistance, and expectations of a future Afghan government. I mentioned a few moments ago that we got 114 countries around the world to make clear to the Taliban the international expectation that people will continue to be able to leave the country after the military evacuation effort ends. And we certainly have points of incentive and points of leverage with a future Afghan government to help make sure that that happens. But I can tell you, again, from my perspective, from the President's perspective, this effort does not end on August 31st. It will continue for as long as it takes to help get people out of Afghanistan who wish to leave.
What's your level of confidence today that the Taliban will actually abide by some of these requirements and expectations that the international community has put on it?
I'm not going to put a percentage on it. I can just tell you again that the Taliban has made their own commitments. They've made them publicly. They've made them privately. And again, I think they have a very strong self-interest in acting with a modicum of responsibility going forward. But they will make their own determinations.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. But the Taliban right now, focusing on the mission right now, are not living up to their commitments. People are being stopped trying to get into the airport. I'm talking about, women, SIVs, others, Afghans, people with papers, and they're being stopped outside the airport now. There are total bottlenecks, which seem to rise to the level of what the President said were the contingencies if the Taliban is not complying, if the flow can't continue. We're loading planes, but some planes are leaving without, and some people are people who have private planes waiting for them with landing rights, but can't get into the airport, as well as beyond the SIVs, there are lawyers, there are judges, women, lawyers, judges, educators. We've told them for 20 years, you can live up to your potential. And now they feel abandoned. And I'd finally like to ask you about the local hires. We evacuated our embassy, and there have been cables back that I know you must be familiar with, or your teams are.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be listening in to Vice President Kamala Harris making some remarks from Vietnam this morning.
They were not put on those choppers with our American staff. And they were forced, many of them, to find their own way through the Taliban checkpoints and then get turned away at the airport. And some even got turned away once they were inside. So, what is the message to people working for the U.S. government? Veterans groups are angry about the SIVs, and then there are all the millions of Afghan women who have told their daughters and been raised under this promise of a future which the Taliban are already, according to Ambassador Verveer today, are denying. There are horrifying examples from provinces and from inside Kabul of people being targeted door to door, people in safe houses being sought out. And all this promise of you will be safe, the Taliban spokesman said, stay in your homes because we haven't told all of our people how to treat women, how to respect women. They also say you can go to school, you can work as long as you comply with Sharia law, which under their interpretation is the most extreme example of the Islamic code that is seen anywhere in the world.
Andrew, a few things. First, of the 82,000 plus people who have so far been evacuated, about 46% have been women and children. And we've been intensely focused, particularly on making sure that we can get women at risk out of harm's way. Second, with regard to women and other Afghans at risk going forward, I will use every diplomatic, economic, political, and assistance tool at my disposal, working closely with allies and partners who feel very much the same way, to do everything possible to uphold their basic rights. And that's going to be a relentless focus of our actions going forward. Locally employed staff.
Good afternoon. I'll give a few remarks and then I'll take questions. First, I want to thank our Vietnamese hosts for so warmly welcoming us to Vietnam. As many of you know, I am the first Vice President to visit Vietnam since diplomatic relations were established in 1995. And I believe that this trip signals the beginning of the next chapter in the relationship between the United States and Vietnam. We have had an enduring commitment to this relationship because it matters to the people, to the security, and to the prosperity of the American people, and we believe the people of Vietnam. In fact, our cooperation on a whole host of issues today shows that the trajectory of our relationship since the normalization has been nothing short of remarkable when we think about where we have been, where we are, and where we are headed. Now we are strengthening our partnership. Together, we will take on the traditional issues and challenges, and we will take on those of the future, seeing within those challenges also the opportunities that we have to forge new aspects of our relationship. First, I know that the COVID-19 surge is the #1 issue for the Vietnamese people right now, as evidenced by the trip we took recently, just this afternoon, to the National Institutes of Hygiene to deliver 1 million vaccines from the United States to the people of Vietnam on top of the 5 million that we've already shared. Just as you stood with us, and I say this to the people of Vietnam, during the earliest days of the pandemic, as early as spring of 2020, we now are here for you in this moment of need. More United States-sourced vaccinations arrived through COVAX in Hanoi this morning. We are also supplying freezers to distribute the vaccines and providing millions in public health assistance, millions of dollars in public health assistance. And we opened a new CDC Southeast Asia regional office. We do intend and hope that the people of Vietnam know that we will be with you as you battle this surge. Even in the midst of the pandemic, we will continue to partner together to strengthen our economic ties. For example, during our meetings with the officials and leaders here in Vietnam, I advocated for a reduction of tariffs on American agricultural goods, and there was a positive reaction. And we're looking forward to following up on that conversation. We also launched initiatives that will help Vietnam transition to a more digital economy and that will help grow women and ethnic minority-owned businesses. As part of our economic partnership, we have also reached agreements about the importance of addressing the climate crisis and collaborating toward a clean energy future. In addition to the extensive conversations that I've had with the leaders of the Vietnamese government, I've also had conversations with young leaders who are working in the community on this very issue. We launched, as part of our initiative on working together in partnership on the climate crisis, the Mekong Coastal Habitat Conservation Program to help with issues that are impacting the Mekong Delta region. And I welcomed Vietnam in joining the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, because we know we need to accelerate the adoption of climate-smart agriculture. And in fact, I had extensive conversations also with the Prime Minister yesterday about the connection between that technology and the work that we are doing in the United States in terms of space program. And the Prime Minister expressed a real interest in working together with us, understanding that part of that program would include what we can do around satellite technology, helping farmers in terms of predicting weather cycles. We all agree, and certainly the UN published the report in the last couple of weeks, that the climate issue has reached crisis proportions when, as we all know, the United Nations issued a report with broad global consensus that by the year 2030, we could see temperatures rise as much as 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. And the crisis then is urgent, and we are proud to stand with Vietnam and other partners and allies around the globe in meeting this moment. Throughout my visit here, I also reaffirmed the commitment that the United States has to our common vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. The United States will continue our high-level security cooperation in support of a strong, prosperous, and independent Vietnam. And we will continue to work with Vietnam to push back against threats to freedom of navigation and the rule-based international order. I also raised the issue of human rights in my meetings and made clear the importance that the United States places on human rights. We will always be true to our values and will not shy away from speaking out, even when those conversations may be difficult to have and perhaps difficult to hear. When we talk about opening up the next chapter, we also are very proud that during this trip, we were able to sign a lease for 99 years to establish the United States Embassy here in Hanoi. And we take as a point of pride that it is a 99-year lease as evidence of our enduring commitment to the partnership we have with Vietnam. In the same vein, our commitment, as I've said at the beginning of this trip, is in full appreciation and pride of the role of the United States as a member of the Indo-Pacific region. Understanding that Southeast Asia is at the seat of this region and that the country of Vietnam holds a particular importance and significance to the United States, as does the first stop on this trip, which is when we were in the country of Singapore. Whether in Singapore or Vietnam, Southeast Asia or the Indo-Pacific region, the United States intends to strengthen our participation and partnership with our partners and allies, and further and strengthen our interests in a way that is collaborative, meeting the challenges of the moment and the challenges of tomorrow together. Throughout this trip and in many meetings with government officials, business leaders, or civil society, I was reminded about just how much potential there is in this region, and dare I say the potential that we all have when we have the ability to see what is possible and then have the ambition to achieve what is possible around common interests and common goals. We know it matters deeply to the well-being of the American people that we maintain and strengthen these partnerships, and that's why in the years ahead, we will be coming back time and time again as we follow through and chart this next chapter in the partnership and the relationship we have with the spirit of understanding that it is mutually beneficial and that there is much that we can do together. With that, I'll take questions.
Our first question will come from Win Kane from Toi Che.
Bên tôi có hai câu hỏi. Câu hỏi thứ nhất là Mỹ sẽ có những cam kết cụ thể gì?
You have raised the question about the partnership between the U.S. and Vietnam to the strategic level. Could you please collaborate with us, share with us what you mean by that? Any details you could share with that?
So the relationship that we have with Vietnam is a relationship that really is built on the foundation of understanding what is in our mutual desire to strengthen both our nation's security and economic standing and our ability to meet the challenges of tomorrow. As I said, there were extensive conversations and a joining of perspective during the meetings that we held here, and particularly yesterday with Vietnamese officials, where we talked, for example, about the issue of COVID as just the current example of a global public health crisis and what we can do together to join forces to not only deal with the current moment, as I've said and previously mentioned, the issue of vaccines and what we can do. Vietnam helped the United States out around PPE. We are helping Vietnam with vaccines, but also what we can do together to be prepared. We call it preparedness for the inevitable next pandemic. That is part of what it means to strengthen this relationship.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm interrupting Vice President Kamala Harris, her remarks made earlier this morning in Hanoi, Vietnam, as she wraps up a two-stop Southeast Asia trip. She's been talking about Afghanistan a lot for sure and answering media questions. But right now we are going to entirely switch gears because it is one of my favorite times of the week. We are going to be speaking with Fox 2 Detroit's Ryan Ermani to get all caught up with the top stories happening in the Motor City. Good morning, Ryan. How are you?
Pilar, I will tell you, listen, I love this hit with you every Thursday, and now this is a really hard act to follow. For the vice president to be interrupted to come to Detroit and check in with me, I mean, it has to be a first. I mean, my wife doesn't even like me that much. So this is great.
The good thing about Live Now, Ryan, is we can go from event to event and thing to thing, and it's beautiful. All right.
I love it. I love it. Let me give you a quick weather update as I do every week. We are, it is, I don't even know how you do it there in Florida, Pilar, because it is 90, 90, 90, 90. Every day it's like 90 degrees and humid. All I want to do is stay inside. You know, I don't have a pool and I don't own a boat. So other than that, the weather's great. Oh, my goodness.
Out here, Ryan, the last 2 nights it's been storming so badly that I couldn't even sleep.
Oh, that's the worst when that happens.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get all caught up with some top stories happening in the Motor City. One of them is an update to a story that you and I have talked about before. A man who allegedly took part in a plot to kidnap and kill Governor Gretchen Whitmer. He has now been convicted, is being punished. What he's saying to the governor now and what she is saying in response. What's going on with this story?
Yeah, so the guy's name is Ty Garbin. He was a part of a group that really plotted to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. He has been sentenced to a little more than 6 years in prison for his role in that plot, in that attempt. They never attempted to do it. It was a plot. But he was the one that has been cooperating with the authorities all throughout this. So the federal prosecutors actually recommended a sentence less than the 9 years that he could have gotten. So he got a little bit more than 6 years, less than that 9-year sentence. And he said he was mad at Governor Whitmer for all of the restrictions that he had because he lost hours and hours of work due to the COVID shutdowns. He apologized to the governor. So this is a situation where this is the first of many in a line, but his cooperation, the ramifications of his cooperation really haven't been felt yet because we don't know about any of the other suspects that are in that case. So still a lot to be determined in the Wolverine Watchman group who plotted to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But for Ty Garbin, he has been sentenced to a little more than 6 years. That's, again, less than that 9 years that he could have got.
Ryan, we're hearing that the FBI has raided some Detroit City Council members. I'm assuming their offices or their homes. What happened here?
Both, Pilar.
Wow.
And Adolph Mongo is a longtime Detroit political consultant, and he basically just said about this is another black eye for the city. This has been decades and decades of allegations of corruption within the Detroit City Council, within the Detroit really hierarchy of government. So two members of the City Council, Scott Benson and Janae Ayers, their offices were raided, their homes were raided. Now, no charges have been filed, and I want to be very clear about that. This was in a raid to gather information. We don't even really know what the raid was in regards to, so I certainly don't want to speculate on that. But anytime you have a raid of the Detroit City Council members, their offices, their homes, That is not a good look for a city that already has been faced with decades of allegations of corruption. This on the heels of a Detroit City Council member in Gabe Leland who recently had to leave City Council because of taking cash. Andre Spivey, another member of Detroit City Council, accused of bribery, taking $35,000. So this is seems to be a pattern right now. However, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Scott Benson and Janae Ayers, neither have been charged for any crimes. And we don't even know what the raid was in regards to. But the fact that it happened again, standing alone, is another black eye for the city of Detroit and their leadership. That's how Adolph Mongo put it, Detroit political consultant.
Absolutely. Ryan, this is not just happening out there in the Detroit area. It's happening, I feel like, across the country. Protests over mask mandates out there. We're hearing as the Oakland County Health Department issued an emergency order calling for mask mandates in all schools and daycares. That decision led to a protest outside the health department building. Is that right?
That's right. This seems to be the number one issue. If you have a school-aged child right now, this is the number one issue. Yesterday, there was a protest for people who do not want their kids in masks. Today, there's a protest in Macomb County for a group of parents that want Macomb County to do something similar and enforce and have a mask mandate at their schools. It is as divisive a topic as you will find in our country right now. So the governor has left it up to individual school districts on how they want to go about making a mandate for masks in school. I want to say too about that, the majority of school districts in the state of Michigan are not mandating masks. However, the Oakland County Health Department then comes in and says, we are mandating that all schools in our district have a mask mandate. I talked to a parent yesterday who took his kid out of public school where there was a mask mandate, put his kid in a private school where there was no mask mandate, but now, because of the Oakland County Health Department, that supersedes everything. So he was really upset yesterday that his kid will now have to wear a mask in school when that's exactly why he pulled his kid out of public school and put her in a private school. It is just the number one issue going on right now for school-age parents.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. Okay, so this next top story, you and I were both baseball fans. We know it, but we can't play any sports footage right now. But I'm hearing that Miguel Cabrera, the Detroit Tiger, hit his 500th home run. Is that right?
That's right. It happened a couple of days ago on Sunday. Miguel Cabrera, home run number 500, becoming the 28th player in baseball history to ever do that. And you talk about baseball history, there's been over 20,000 players in Major League Baseball history. He becomes just the 28th player to do that. He is now 42 hits away from 3,000 hits as well. Only 6 players in baseball history have ever had 500 hits, 500 home runs and 3,000 hits. He is aiming to do that as well. 42 hits in 34 games. Probably won't get there this year, but he will certainly get there next year. And he did say he will play another 2 years. He will finish out his contract with the Detroit Tigers, and then he's done. But Pilar, he hit 500 on Sunday, and it didn't take him long to hit number 501, hit his 501st home run the very next game he played.
Is the phrase Miggy 500, or what do you guys say out there for him?
Yeah, Miggy 500. Miggy 500. That's the trending hashtag, Miggy 500.
That's awesome. Congrats, you guys. I love baseball. I haven't been able to make it to a game this summer, and it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to, but hopefully next summer for sure.
Pilar, next summer, you should come to Detroit, catch maybe the Tampa Bay Rays in Detroit. I'll take you around the city. You and that beautiful fiance of yours, and we'll eat some Cody dogs and check in on some baseball.
Now, do the Diamondbacks ever play the Detroit Tigers? Because that's my hometown team.
Actually, they do. In
There we
fact,
go.
they play the Tigers next year. I'm
There we
just
go.
not sure if it's in Arizona or in Detroit. But yes, the Detroit Tigers play the National League West teams next year, so they do play the Diamondbacks.
I'll look it up. Ryan, thanks for the chat. We'll see you next week. See you later. Taking a live now look, everybody at the White House in Washington, D.C. Hope you guys are all having a great week so far. Those of us who work Monday through Friday, we are almost to the weekend. Hey, I'm being told, everybody, I want to make sure that this is Mobile, Alabama. I don't want to think that the live shot changed. But again, take a look at the sunrise out there this morning. Wow, that's so beautiful for sure. Hey, we are so glad that you are tuning in. We are now 7:40 out here on the East Coast. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we're going to listen in to Representative Kevin McCarthy talking about President Joe Biden's Afghanistan strategy.
But less than 24 hours just ago, President Biden made the decision not to shift the August 31st deadline to withdraw our troops from Afghanistan, even though some of our strongest allies from France and Britain and Germany requested it. Think for one moment, why is the UK and France and Germany there? Because 20 years ago, America was attacked. They were there to help defend us, and they requested a stay to go longer so their own citizens could get removed. The president now made the announcement that he will not, allowing the Taliban to direct our foreign policy. And now, with the very real prospect of thousands of Americans still stranded in Afghanistan on September 1st, the Biden administration is willing to accept the fact that they'll be leaving Americans behind in a Taliban stronghold. The president's misguided decisions run the risk of creating the largest international hostage situation we have ever faced as a nation. Yesterday, President Biden had an opportunity to address the public and answer questions about the ongoing crisis in Afghanistan. Instead, he made us wait a number of hours and then touted $5 trillion liberal wish list that will increase greater inflation and transform our country in the worst way possible. Then he delivered a few minutes worth of remarks on the evacuation efforts, but did not say how many Americans are still stranded. The most embarrassing part, though, is that he refused to take questions. And he turned his back and walked away, an image that has come to define him and his presidency. He turned his back on our own citizens stranded in Afghanistan. He turned our back on our allies and partners. He has turned his back on his duties as a commander-in-chief. We have a Democrat majority that is following the same path. Speaker Pelosi called an emergency session just this week. We weren't the only country to do so. In the UK, they called the Parliament back. But the difference in the UK, their focus was on their citizens in Afghanistan and getting them out. Pelosi worked late into the night while we were here, but nothing to do with Afghanistan. Speaker Pelosi asked the help of the president to make phone calls, not to pass any bills, to put resources to get more Americans out of Afghanistan. It was to pass close to $5 trillion. Not to debate it, but to deem it. Every single Democrat voted for that, and every single Democrat voted against Congressman Gallagher's PQ that would ask that we could get the number on a daily basis of how many Americans are in Afghanistan and to stay until the mission is done that all Americans are out. That $5 trillion, not 1 cent will be used in the situation of Afghanistan. It's a complete failure of leadership. If you listen to Speaker Pelosi's speech yesterday, great day of pride for America and Democrats. A great day of pride for American Democrats. That's what Speaker Pelosi said on the floor. Not mentioning any Gold Star families, not mentioning the veterans, even those who serve in her own conference, who had she stayed the whole hearing, could have heard the comments that they made inside the briefing, the frustration that they felt as well. I can't imagine the amount of pain being caused to our veterans. We're less than just 3 weeks away from the 20th anniversary. I want to take a moment and I want to speak directly to them, to the Gold Star families and to the veterans. You did everything your country asked of you. You should be proud that you helped take the fight to the enemy and you prevented a major terrorist attack from happening on our own soil. For those veterans who understandably need some extra support during this time, know that you are not alone. Please do not hesitate to reach out for help. Contact for the Veterans Crisis Line, call 1-800-273-8255. That's 1-800-273-8255. Or text 838-255. And the website is veteranscrisisline.net. We are grateful for your service, and we'll never forget the sacrifices each and every one who've made. You deserve a government who will not stop until all Americans are out of Afghanistan. We will continue to hold them accountable, and that is what our mission is. I know there's been a great deal amount of mistakes in one of the greatest tragedies this country has seen on a foreign policy level. Right now, our whole focus should be just getting Americans out, but there has to be accountability in the future, that this mistake can never happen again. There's many places we'll have to look, not just from the State Department, to the intel, to decisions that are being made, but even in Congress itself. This Democrat majority and Adam Schiff shifted the entire Intel Committee to be one of impeachment and political. What did we miss? Devin Nunes has warned us time and before. The number of hearings they wanted to look on an international basis of what's the threats out there. We now have a border that is open. When I traveled to it earlier this year, it was then that we found we had been arresting people on the terrorist watch list from Yemen. When I brought forth that on a press conference, I was criticized by Democrats. Congressman Gallegos. He said I was not telling the truth, I was lying. He has not apologized for that. We now have 5,000 prisoners that were released in Afghanistan. We have more than 100 different countries of individuals coming across our southern border. We have a president that opened it up. Now is the time to close it. This country is less safe today than we were 20 years ago based upon the actions that have just taken place. Allowing Taliban to control our foreign policy, weaponizing them reports now that they have more Black Hawks than Australia. From the aircraft, to the drones, to the weaponry. They have more support than they had before, just from their own military buildup of the weapons that they've taken from America. Now a border that is open, and a fear of what the future holds. This has all got to change. And the presidency has to change its foreign policy as well. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Leader McCarthy. So 2 members have gone to Afghanistan yesterday. Can I get your reaction to their trip? What are you advising members who are interested in going to Afghanistan and neighboring countries at this time?
Not to go. We need the military's all their effort used on bringing people back home. These are 2 individuals who I didn't know transpired that they went until after they were there. They're both veterans. They're both frustrated. They have an administration that won't tell them the answers to how many Americans are left, or those Afghans that actually probably worked with them and helped them. They feel frustrated. They come back in a special session and no time is spent. Yesterday we were allowed 90 minutes to have a briefing. While people were still lined up, a number of members, the Democrats shut it down and said, no, we have to have a hard break to go back and debate the $5 trillion bill. I objected. I thought this was more important. But they would not allow them to even be able to talk to the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and others, lined up, Republicans and Democrats alike. But that's what they chose the time to do. So yes, it's not the best idea to go there, but I understand their frustration by the lack of any answers from this administration, from a speaker who spends late into the night, you all covered it, into her office. Not one moment of that time was spent on getting Americans home from Afghanistan. What do you think those Americans were doing late at night trying to find a path to get to that airport? That the president told them it was safe to go, but now we're finding they were beaten. Not one moment was spent on it. Not $1 was passed this time in Congress. $5 trillion, just deemed, not debated. None of that money going to help an American get back. And then they pass a political campaign bill to change election law. They are the most self-serving individuals it showed this week than at any given time. Of all weeks of what we should have focused upon, not any moments of time to do it. So yes, I don't think it's right that they went, but I understand their frustration of why they would want to go, by the lack of answers they were getting, the time they served their nation, the individuals they knew over there, the calls. All members are getting calls of people stuck there. They're frustrated trying to work with the State Department, can't get answers. They realize it's life and death. So yes, they made a decision to try to do something on their own.
Are you hearing from members that might be going, and are you hearing from
any member that I've heard that might go, I explained to them that I don't think they should. I think it creates a greater risk. You've got enough Americans over there that could be held hostage. They'd make a point out of a member of Congress. I think you'd take military away from doing their job of getting as many Americans out we can. How many know that they're going to be left? The president now has made the date the 31st. The 31st is when everybody needs to be gone. So they're going to start pulling military out now. We watched what the president told us, that the Taliban would let you go to the airport. The Taliban's now shutting it down. We watched that people aren't being beaten, but that's the report that we're getting. I mean, I watched the president have a press conference and walk away afterwards, and 30 minutes later have a conference call with the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Joint Chiefs, and they contradict what the president just told us. Why wouldn't we spend our time on that while we're in Congress? Why are we departing now? The Speaker has control over that. The same way that she changed the Intel Committee with Adam Schiff to be a political committee instead of looking. We're 3 co-equal branches. We should have been having hearings on what's going on over there. We should have been able to gather that they would collapse this fast. But Adam Schiff was too focused on impeachment than doing the job he was supposed to do. Yes, sir.
Speaker, just to clarify something you said to her real quick before I ask you one other thing. What could the House have passed this week that would have made a material or immediate difference in Afghanistan with the Senate gone until September? You said that the Speaker didn't do anything to set aside money.
Shouldn't do anything to set aside time even.
Right.
What did we?
What could you have done this week?
You know, the Speaker many times says, you know, your values says a lot about you. Time is of your value, right? How much time did we spend on this while the world was watching? How much time did we spend on it where Afghans were clinging to our planes and falling off? How much time did we spend on finding more Americans that were actually there? What we could have done is actually take up Gallagher's bill. Tell us how many Americans are there right now. Make a statement of Congress where we're co-equal branches, that we will not leave until every American comes home. At the very least, that's what we should have done. We should have held hearings of what more do we need there. Do we need more troops there to make sure it's safer, to get people home faster? Then do it. Send the message to the president. We're our own body. We can speak for ourselves, and we should. But under this majority, the Speaker decided we would not. The only thing we would speak about is $5 trillion for a socialist wish list. They care more about their socialist spending than they do saving Americans' lives, because that's what they spent their time on, that's what they spent their emotion on, that's what they even brought the president in to call their own members. They threatened their own members' spouses' jobs. They threatened political money for a campaign just to vote. They made no threat to save American lives. They cut us off when members were standing in line to have a discussion with the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs. They said, no, we had a hard and fast time period. It has to be over. We have to get back to the floor to debate everything but Afghanistan. Why members from both parties were standing in line requesting the opportunity. So yes, there's a lot that we could have done.
The January 6th committee is issuing a document preservation request to telecom companies for contacts of that day. And there's been suggestions that lawmakers would also be part of that documentation request. Are you aware of it? And in terms of your own records, would you just turn them over to the committee if they asked?
Well, the only thing I learned more about this committee is more political than it is. You have reports now that the FBI is finished with their report. And I think it goes against everything the politics of the Democrats want to believe. You now watch the Democrats in a time of Afghanistan that they want to use their majority power to get people's phone records. They come from members of Congress, they're coming for everybody's thing. It's kind of amusing to me of how political they will go with this. I told the American public who I talked to that day. I literally went and talked to the American public on 3 different networks that day. I don't know. The real question has to be, the other report that came out this week is that the FBI told the Capitol Police beforehand there was a threat. They knew on December 14th there was problems. They had Inspector General reports of the failures of the top leadership in Capitol Police with not allowing them to have the training. They had the Kavanaugh hearings where the lines were broke. You had a chairman of House administration, that is in essence the mayor of this city, that had not been back to the Capitol since early May, that didn't take up any of it. You had a Republican on House administration that offered legislation and changes, correcting which the Inspector General found, which never the majority allowing it to come forward. What's interesting to me is this so political of a committee that the Speaker picks and chooses who can be on. The chairman of committee says nothing's off limits but the Speaker. The reports at time and again was the Speaker offered the National Guard and told ahead of time of the warning, but apparently they don't want that information. Yes?
Do you think that the Democrats are trying to continue this until the 2022 elections?
Listen, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop playing politics and I'd start focusing on what the American people. You've got Americans stranded in Afghanistan. Focus on that. You have the biggest foreign policy failure in pretty much my lifetime. Why wouldn't you have hearings on that? Why wouldn't you put a committee together of that? You got an intel committee chaired by Adam Schiff, that spent the time to make it political and now spends his time on the other committee as well. And you watch the failures under his own watch. I think there's a lot of correcting going on that I would focus on that the American people would expect. Yes.
You got a bipartisan infrastructure bill that now it sounds like you know when you're going to have a vote on it. September 27th, I guess, is the day. Have you made a decision one way or the other on if you'll whip members against that or tell your members to vote their conscience on it?
Look, I don't support that bill. That bill started out promised to all an American that it'd be paid for. It's not paid for.
Are you going to tell your members to vote against it?
Look, our members and I will have a discussion about it, but after this week, it doesn't seem like it's an infrastructure bill. The progressives now told us it's going to be a $5 trillion bill. You can't have one without the other. It's viewed much different to me than what it was viewed a week ago. And I was opposed to it. Well, we'll see where it goes, but I don't expect Republicans thinking they're going to vote for a $5 trillion bill.
It sounds like you are for, leaving some sort of troop presence in Afghanistan if you were in charge.
Yes.
And what would that look like, and what would their mission be, and how long would you anticipate?
Well, the first thing you'd want to have not done is give Bagram Air Base up. That's where the prisoners were as well. You had 2 runways, not one. You had an outsert that you would have another ability to move people out. For the last year, we had a small number of troops, less than that we have today there, and you didn't for 18 months have 1 casualty.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for watching Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, August 26th. If you are just tuning into our show, thank you so much for being with us here. Currently listening in to an In Case You Missed It segment that we wanted to bring to you this morning. Representative Kevin McCarthy blasting the Biden administration's handling of Afghanistan strategy. We are at this point less than a week away of that August 31st deadline where troops will leave the Middle East. Biden not budging on moving or extending that date. Again, thank you so much for being with us here. It's one of the top stories that we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You'll be with me for the next hour before Reem Augustine hops on for a couple of hours, and then at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you have Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, and Andrew Kraft bringing you all of your afternoon and evening news. Now, again, we're following several top stories this morning and several national holidays today. It is Women's Equality Day as well as National Dog Day. So we won't only be featuring pictures of our pups, but we want you to give us some pictures and videos of your own furry friends. Be sure to tweet us, #LiveNowFox. Tell us your dog's name, what they like to eat, their favorite treats, what they like to do for fun, and we'll be sure to feature it here on Live Now from Fox here all day long, even when our Orlando team no longer has control of the show. Our team in Phoenix definitely likes dogs out there as well. So again, we are happy to be with you here on this Thursday morning, continuing to follow the situation in Afghanistan. I actually do want to bring you a Live Now look that we have right now from the Kabul skyline, specifically looking over the Kabul International Airport, where evacuations are still underway. Reports saying that less than 1,000 Americans are left out there to get out. So again, more than 1,000 Americans still needing to be evacuated from Afghanistan, with less than a week to go before U.S. troops are scheduled to leave the country. There are also some dire new warnings this morning of what could be an imminent terrorist attack at the Kabul airport. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the story from Washington.
Time is winding down for U.S. troops to get Americans and Afghan allies out of Afghanistan. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are getting anxious.
And we have not had the information we need from the administration and realized that we were being lied to up and down, and we needed to see for ourselves.
Republican Congressman Peter Meyer and Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton secretly flew to Kabul on Tuesday. Based on what they saw, they say it's unlikely every American and Afghan ally will be able to get out by the end of the month, especially since evacuations started so late.
Both Seth and myself have been actively engaged on what's called the special immigrant visa issue. There have been a tremendous backlog of these cases.
But many lawmakers are still hoping to push the exit date back. The bipartisan House Problem Solvers Caucus voted on a formal call on the Biden administration to extend the August 31st withdrawal deadline. More than 75% of the caucus endorsed it.
There's a lot of people that help save Americans' lives in Afghanistan, and we should take care of them if we can.
The Pentagon, however, says its priority on the last few days before August 31st will be flying out American troops and equipment.
Commanders on the ground are empowered to make any adjustments as they see fit, when they see fit. That includes changes to the footprint.
The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan, meanwhile, issued an alert on Wednesday warning Americans in the country to not travel to the airport in Kabul because of security threats, underscoring the dangerous conditions on the ground. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
I have been in the Afghan National Army for almost 8 years, and I've been working from different various backgrounds, and also especially in the National Security Council of Afghanistan, where I have been based before the Taliban take over Afghanistan and our office. We had a lot of challenges. The first challenge was how to get outside our house, because all of the city is controlled by the Taliban, and finally the gates were very crowded, and they were also controlling the gates, and they were not letting people in. But thankfully, with the support of British forces, we have made it through here today, and I'm really glad for that. I feel very relieved, and my concern is now over, and we're trying to get inside the airport to get outside of here, and I'm really happy that we are able to make it today. I am going to continue my studies in England, and I will hopefully be able to help the British Army in any capacity I'm able to. It feels great, and I'm relieved to be here inside the airport, and I think my family are safe now. Getting through Abigail was very difficult because a lot of people were stuck there, and they were waiting there for days to get into the airport. Unfortunately, Taliban was controlling the first and second days, and it was very hard for them to pass them through the gate.
All right, everybody. Wanted to bring you those remarks there from a woman describing the checkpoints that the Taliban is enforcing at the Kabul International Airport. She is described as an Afghan National Army captain, and she has spoken about the challenges she faced while passing Taliban checkpoints while traveling to evacuate from Kabul to the United Kingdom. The UK Ministry of Defense said Captain Mural and her family were safely evacuated once they made their way to Hamid Karzai International Airport. Mural had served for 8 years with the Afghan National Army, during which time she worked on the county's National Security Council. Before boarding her flight to the UK, she said that she felt relieved and grateful to be safe, and that she hopes to continue her studies in England and help the UK Army in any capacity she can. I also do want to bring you this video here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Over 100 Afghan journalists and family members arrived in Mexico City yesterday, where they were welcomed by Mexico's foreign minister. The New York Times reported on Wednesday that the flight had transported Afghans who worked with the paper along with relatives. According to the Times, a deal that ultimately allowed 24 families safe passage via Qatar was brokered after the paper reached out directly to Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard. Ebrard, who shared this footage on his Twitter account, welcomed the families at Mexico City's International Airport. In a statement, the country's Secretary of Foreign Relations said that the Afghans had been granted immigration status for 180 days. Ebrard said 124 people in total, including minors, arrived on the flight. So it's something that we are closely following here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Meanwhile, as we continue to talk about military members, we've been getting that update from the Pentagon every single day on the evacuation numbers from Kabul International Airport. I also want to bring you a COVID-19 related story because a vaccine mandate officially goes into effect for members of the military. Meanwhile, Johnson & Johnson announces promising data on its booster shot. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has this story.
Days after the FDA approved Pfizer's vaccine, Delta Airlines announcing unvaccinated employees under the company's health plan will see a $200 increase on their monthly premiums. The increase is to cover the average hospital stay for COVID-19, which the airline says costs the company about $50,000 per person. In Washington, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has ordered military troops to immediately begin getting the vaccine. Pentagon data show more than 800,000 service members have not gotten their shots.
Mandatory vaccination against the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, is necessary to protect the safety of our service members and our force.
Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports a U.S. intelligence review ordered by President Biden is inconclusive as to the origins of COVID-19. The initial theory involved the virus jumping from bats to humans, and later that it escaped from a Chinese lab. A Chinese foreign ministry official says U.S. labs should be investigated instead.
It is only fair that if the U.S. insists that this is a valid hypothesis, they should do their turn and invite investigation into their labs.
And today, Johnson & Johnson released clinical trial data showing a booster shot of its vaccine produces a strong immune response. People who received the booster saw antibodies increase 9-fold compared to 28 days after the first dose. Health officials are planning boosters as early as mid-September for those Americans receiving either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jonathan Seri for that report. Heading out to the capital of New York State, Albany, this morning, where the sun has already risen. We want to bring you the latest from our Fox 5 New York team on Governor Hochul's first few days in office. Now, we're learning today that she will name State Senator Brian Benjamin as her new lieutenant governor this afternoon. She also delivered another blow to former Governor Andrew Cuomo's legacy. New York's new governor acknowledging on her first day in office that the state has had nearly 12,000 more deaths from COVID-19 than Cuomo originally told the public. So let's get the latest from Robert Moses.
Governor Kathy Hochul will appear with State Senator Brian Benjamin this afternoon in Harlem. Hochul has selected him as her lieutenant governor. As promised, Hochul, who hails from Western New York, picked someone with New York City ties. Benjamin was born in Harlem. After graduating from high school in the city, he went on to get degrees from Brown University and Harvard Business School. Benjamin diversifies Hochul's ticket ahead of her promised run next year for a full term as governor. Earlier this year, Benjamin ran for city comptroller and finished 4th in the Democratic primary. Besides naming Benjamin as her number 2, Hochul took another big step. She acknowledged about 12,000 more COVID deaths than the state publicized under Governor Andrew Cuomo. Hochul says that more than 55,400 people have died from COVID in New York State. That includes those who died in hospitals, nursing homes, adult care facilities, at home, and in hospice.
There's just a lot of things that weren't happening, and I'm going to make them happen. Transparency will be the hallmark in my administration, and it's not hard to do. You just get the information out there.
The new death toll isn't really new. Federal health officials and other experts have been using the number for months, but it corrects the wide discrepancy between the number the state publicized and what it reported to the CDC. In a statement, a spokesman for the former governor said the state reported daily and clearly labeled confirmed COVID deaths. At the same time, the CDC requested presumed COVID deaths, which are not lab confirmed. New York always reported these numbers, and they were always publicly available.
All right, everybody, we are going from the East Coast all the way out to the West Coast right now, currently taking a live now look at the absolutely devastating conditions out in the Fontana area of California. In just minutes, we are going to be speaking with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Graciette about the conditions out there, as we have learned that this was basically 0% contained as of last night. It's called the South Fire, and it is burning in this area that you are seeing right now. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you a story from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt before we speak to Gigi. That's because we are not even halfway into California's peak wildfire season, but the state has already faced just about all it can take. And now the White House is stepping in to help. So let's take a listen to what Jonathan Hunt has to say about these efforts being made.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for California to help free up more federal funding to battle what has been one of the state's worst wildfire seasons on record. More than 1.3 million acres have already burned. The biggest fire, the Dixie Fire in the north, accounts for nearly half that total. About 100 miles south, fire crews in El Dorado County are focused on trying to keep the Caldor Fire from jumping Highway 50. Cal Fire says it's knocking on the door of Lake Tahoe.
Years ago, I would have never thought that we'd be having Tahoe as a threat. Now we're starting to realize that anything's possible.
The steep and rough terrain in its way would typically be another hazard for firefighters. But it also means there's not as much to burn, and they're hoping that could help slow the fire down.
A lot of granite, a lot of other natural fire barriers.
Lake Tahoe is a popular tourist destination known for its scenic views. Right now, those views are largely hidden behind a thick curtain of smoke. Officials there are recommending people stay indoors because the air quality has tested at hazardous levels.
I couldn't see, and I had to put on a N95 in the car because the smoke was so thick.
Cal Fire says the Caldor Fire, which broke out less than 2 weeks ago, has quickly become the state's #1 priority. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And again, joining us right now from the Lytle Creek area, specifically around Fontana, California, is Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Graciette with an update here for us on the South Fire. Good morning, Gigi. How are you? And what can you tell us about the conditions out there?
Good morning, Regina. Good morning, everyone. As you mentioned, we're in Lytle Creek. This is about 55 miles east of downtown Los Angeles in neighboring San Bernardino County. And take a look. We're on Lytle Creek Road, and you can see what's left of somebody's storage container continuing to smolder. This about 16 hours after this fire started yesterday, and as of last count, Regina, the fire was still burning out of control and at about 500 acres. Fueled by dry vegetation, you know, we have drought-like conditions here in California, and fanned by these Fontana winds. Fontana, this area, is famous for its winds. The South Fire raged through this Lytle Creek neighborhood, burning uphill at times in steep and rugged terrain, which challenged firefighters even more. It has destroyed several homes, several outhouses. It's damaged dozens more, and is currently threatening about 600 structures, according to the fire department. Now, we spoke to one man yesterday who told us that he barely had time to evacuate with his family to get out the important things. Again, 500 acres. It forced freeways to be closed and a lot of folks to have to evacuate their homes. Regina?
Yeah, Gigi, we're actually playing some of the video right now of, you know, these homes, absolutely devastating to see. What can you tell us about the fact that we've also, you know, heard that this is threatening a lot of animals in the area too?
Yes, we saw just heartbreaking conditions, an alpaca farm, folks trying to gather up their animals and get them out. Not everybody has access to trucks, you know, within 5 minutes to get their animals out. They have designated certain shelters so that folks can take their large animals to safety, and they are advising people that they get their animals out, you know, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Gigi. Now, I want to ask you about resources for a second, because we just played a story about the multiple major fires burning in Northern California, Southern California. So how is the state doing on resources right now?
Well, that is a huge issue for us here in California. As you mentioned, we've got the Calder fire burning up north, and a lot of our local fire departments, we're talking about Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Riverside County, up down to San Diego, have sent resources up there to help those firefighters. So we were told yesterday that now we're asking for some of those resources to come back and for help, possibly even from out of state. They want to get a handle on this fire before the winds pick up again. The conditions are optimal for out of control fires right now. So resources is a huge issue. They had enough on the ground and in the air because the fire is burning in such rugged terrain. The aerial assault was extremely important, but we're told that extra resources are being called in now in what's commonly referred to as a mutual aid situation, when fire departments from all over, even out of state, come together to help each other. Regina.
All right, well, Gigi, we thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox this morning with that update. You stay safe out there and have a great rest of your day. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, it's a story that we're continuing to follow this morning. We actually, in just about 10 minutes, will be heading out to the state of Minnesota to talk about the wildfires burning out there as well. Lots of parts of our country under air quality alert because of the smoke being seen and felt from these major flames. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to learn more about how the fire is impacting an election that is very important out there in the Golden State, as well as other stories surrounding how people are evacuating and unfortunately losing so much due to these blazes. So again, stay with us. Those stories coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a Live Now look over our Fox News headquarters in Manhattan, up there in the Northeast. Looking like a pretty fair day. Conditions looking a little cloudy, but some peaks of sunshine in the Big Apple right now. This is actually very close to where I'm from, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and if you've listened to me over the last almost year that I've been with Live Now from Fox, I am from the state of New York, specifically Long Island, but we were just a direct train ride into New York City, and you can see Radio City out there. If you get a chance to go to New York for the holidays, the Radio City Christmas show is a tradition in my family and just a really great place to be. Love New York City, miss home a lot. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. If you just tuned into our coverage, we headed out to the West Coast for a second to speak with Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Gracietta. She was telling us that a South fire, that is what it's called, in the Fontana area of California is basically 0% contained. It is threatening to burn down even more homes. It is threatening animals and wildlife out there and forcing thousands of people to evacuate. Meanwhile, we are also still following the Caldor fire. It's expanding up in El Dorado County in California, and now it's also threatening the Lake Tahoe area. So I do want to bring you the latest story on the Caldor fire from our Fox News correspondent Lonnie Wong, who was out there with all the information that you need to know. Let's take a listen.
Weather conditions changed from yesterday when the Caldor fire only made moderate progress.
The fire is going to be active today. We're focusing our attention to the eastern front, the eastern edge of this fire.
That's because it's headed toward Echo Summit on Highway 50, which drafts down into the South Lake Tahoe Basin. It still has 14 miles to travel, and there are lots of rock outcroppings and ravines where there is very little to burn.
Years ago, I would have never thought that we'd be having Tahoe as a threat over the last couple of years. Now we're starting to realize that anything's possible.
Especially because so-called ember casts, burning debris carried by the wind, can hop a mile ahead of a fire, finding dry fuel along the way. The steep canyon directing the South Fork of the American River is capable of creating its own microclimate. Mild breezes down below are intensified greatly in mountain canyons. Here in the South Fork of the American River, winds are gusting, and that affects fire behavior, making flames rush quicker toward Highway 50. Today, we ran across several spot fires along the steep canyon walls, fueled by dry and dead vegetation. Firefighters could do little but watch. They can either burn themselves out or create a whole new fire.
This is where the head of the fire has been spreading because that southwest wind flow has been sweeping it this way.
The threat to Lake Tahoe meant more federal firefighters deployed along Highway 50. Among their jobs, protecting evacuated homes from burning, as well as key power lines and communication lines. A few miles west of Kybers, the flames have actually reached the banks of the South Fork of the American River. Highway 50 is just 50 yards away. Firefighters had hoped that the highway would act as a fire break. How likely that is now uncertain. In several places, ember casts started small fires north of the highway. Fires like these threaten to grow or produce more wind-blown embers, complicating the firefight. The steep terrain that has so far hampered firefighters may help them as the fire moves toward Echo Summit.
It's a lot of granite, a lot of other natural fire barriers that we're going to be able to count on to help limit fire spread.
On Highway 50, Lonnie Wong, Fox 40 News.
All right, thank you to Lonnie Wong for that report. Meanwhile, a temporary voting center has been set up to help wildfire evacuees cast their ballot for the upcoming recall election. Fox's Olivia DiGiorno has the latest.
Hundreds of Caldor fire evacuees have been calling this parking lot outside Green Valley Community Church home for the past week or so, meaning they're not getting their mail and they're not getting their mail-in ballots. And that's why El Dorado County elections officials are bringing their ballots to them. Setting up a temporary voting center with just days' notice.
Our phones started blowing up, Monday, and with concerned voters and worried about their ballots.
Most of those ballots are being held at local post offices in Diamond Springs and Cameron Park. But instead of making evacuees track down their mail, The elections office is issuing them new ballots altogether.
Voters can come here, they can get a ballot if they need to, they can register to vote if they need to. We have a ballot box that they can put their ballots in, and we'll transport them back to the office for viewing.
Within minutes of setting up their booth in the parking lot, evacuees started lining up.
We weren't even fully set up, and we already had people here with interest in it. This already has been a huge hit, and we've only been open for 20 minutes, so.
Elections officials say they have a system in place to make sure no one is able to vote in the recall election twice.
Once we issue a ballot, that person only gets that ballot. They don't get another one unless they apply for another one, and once they apply for another one, that first ballot is automatically voided.
They say the goal is to make sure everyone has the same opportunity to have their voice heard in this upcoming election.
Because their vote counts, and it's important, and people are very passionate about their vote, whether it be this election or any other election.
In Placerville, Olivia DeGeneiro, Fox 40 News.
All right, everybody, from California out to St. Paul, Minnesota. Stay with us, everybody. After this 2-minute commercial break, we are going to head out to Minneapolis, actually, to be joined by Fox 9's Kelly O'Connell to talk about the top stories out there in Minnesota today. They are actually also dealing with their own wildfires burning in the northern part of the state. We're going to be talking about that, as well as the state fair kicking off and some COVID-19 protocols in place, as well as a lot of Minneapolis schools seeing a bus driver shortage. So stay with us, everybody. That story coming up after this 2-minute commercial break with the help of Fox 9's Kelly O'Connell. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 8:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, but we are taking a Live Now look at St. Paul, the capital of Minnesota, and that is because it is Thursday, everybody, and almost every Thursday we like to have on Fox 9 Minneapolis's Kelly O'Connell to bring us all of the top stories that they are following out of their state this morning. Kelly, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Not bad at all. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Well, we've got some good news and we've got some pretty nail-biting news that we're following out there as well with you this morning. We were actually just recently speaking with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team about the wildfires burning out there in California, but I understand that you guys are dealing with some wildfires yourself in the northern part of your state. What can you tell us?
We are indeed, and yes, it's definitely not a good situation. We're talking about the Greenwood fire. That's the largest fire that we're dealing with here, and as you mentioned, it is in the northern part of the states. It's in the Superior National Forest, so if you're somewhat familiar with the area, it's kind of near the boundary waters. In fact, the boundary waters are closed off right now for campers because of the fire danger. So at this point, we know about a dozen homes or cabins have been destroyed because of the fire. 21,000 acres have burned at this point. And really what the issue is that, the evacuations are in place. As you were talking about the California wildfires, same situation here. Things can change very quickly, and that's why crews are really urging people to be ready to go at a moment's notice if need be. We understand this fire started by lightning, and crews are feeling like they're getting a little bit of gaining some ground. We've had some kind of calm weather over the last couple of days. We've also had rain. We are in a pretty extreme drought here in Minnesota. Finally got some rain earlier this week, and we expect to get some today and tomorrow, so fire crews think maybe finally they can get a handle on this thing. Now, again, you talked about the California wildfires. Different situation here. Obviously, it's in northern Minnesota. It's in the Superior National Forest, so it's not as heavily populated. But again, it can quickly turn, and there are a lot of cabins up there. And so what's interesting kind of to note, too, is there are a lot of people who maybe have a cabin up there, and they don't go to the cabin every weekend or every week, so they're not quite sure what's there and what's not there. So that will be an interesting situation in the weeks, months to come of going back up and figuring out what's left and what was destroyed.
Yeah, Kelly, we're actually showing our radar right now, and you can see an air quality alert issued for parts of Minnesota. So how are the flames, and the air quality alert impacting residents going about their daily lives out there?
Well, I'll say here in the metro, kind of in St. Paul, Minneapolis, we're not experiencing it, but definitely that air alert has been issued for the northern part of the state. And, at times, depending on the wind shift and depending on the temperature and the humidity, it's, unsuitable or dangerous for specific people with, underlying health conditions. But at times, just yesterday, it was not healthy for anyone up there. So again, we got a little bit of a break in the weather yesterday. Fire crews say that's significant, and they are hoping for more rain this weekend as well. But we also have the potential of some storms this weekend as well, including lightning. So that would not be ideal either.
All right, yeah, Kelly, and we're going to continue to follow this along with your entire Fox 9 team. But I do want to move on to some lighter news here on Live Now from Fox, showing some footage of the Minnesota State Fair. I know you and I were just talking. I guess we're about a little bit of an hour and a half in. So what are the COVID-19 protocols looking like for people who want to go have some fun, ride some rides?
And just for your viewers to understand, maybe you're familiar with the Minnesota State Fair, but this is a really big deal for us. We have a huge fair. We're very proud of our fair, other than Texas, and there's some discrepancy as to who has the largest and biggest fair. We claim that we have it. Texas claims that they have it. That's neither here nor there. But this is a big deal. We obviously didn't have it last year. It was closed and canceled. It is back on this year. As you mentioned, it's been open for about an hour and a half or so. The gates opened up at 6 o'clock Central Time. Now, the big question is, what will this look like? It's going to be a little bit different, obviously, because of what's happening in the world with COVID-19. Now, they are not doing a mask mandate at the fair, and they are not requiring vaccinations. What they are encouraging people to do is, of course, be vaccinated and also wear a mask in crowded situations, in buildings where people might go into on the fairgrounds, but it's not required. So some vendors have pulled out of the fair given COVID concerns. Others have decided not to go this year because of staffing shortages, which I'm sure you guys have talked about kind of nationwide. It's hard to find workers, and also supply shortages. So it'll be interesting to see. About 150 vendors are not coming back this year compared to, previous years. We also understand that metal detectors will be there at the front gates this year. That was going to be implemented last year, but because we didn't have a fair last year, that is now new for this year. So no guns allowed, even if someone does have a permit to carry. Again, as far as COVID is concerned, we don't know the numbers at this point. It'll be very interesting. A lot of people are wondering, what will this look like? Some vendors are expecting lower turnout. Other vendors think it's going to be big numbers, and we just don't know. We do know that the state is offering vaccinations at the state fair. In fact, to the first 3,600 or so who get the shot at the fair, they get a $100 Visa gift card on the spot. So that is using, they're using the fair as an incentive, hopefully, for those who are not vaccinated at this point, that maybe they would go to the fair, decide to get vaccinated, and get that money to potentially use at the fair.
Yeah, Kelly, interesting take, because no mask mandate, but they are encouraging that vaccine. So very interesting. And like you said, interesting to see how it will play out as far as COVID-19 numbers and cases potentially coming from an event like this. That's really been the main concern when it comes to fairs, concerts, and all that. Now, as we're talking about the fair, I actually remember speaking to you when we had our own Florida State Out Fair. What is some of the food that these Minnesotans are proud to offer at the fair? I can vouch for my own pickle pizza out here in Florida.
I do remember us talking about this. There are a lot of different vendors. I don't think we have a pickle pizza. I could be wrong, but I don't think we do. But yes, basically everything you could ever think of on a stick. We're also big on our cheese curds here, even though we are in Minnesota, not Wisconsin. We have Sweet Martha cookies, which is a big thing, chocolate chip cookies. We also have a corn roast where they just douse the corn in a big vat of butter. That's a fan favorite for sure. So we've got a lot of different options. Definitely something new. And I think there are, I know there's at least 50 new beverages this year, and I think about 40 new food items as well. So there's always something new to try, even if you've been to the fair in the past.
Yeah, I love a good cheese curd. That sounds amazing. Really have to look into that. Now, we do have, you actually literally just talked about a lot of people struggling to find workers at the fair across the nation. So I want to talk to you about the city of Minneapolis specifically. Apparently, schools are dealing with some bus driver shortages. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is pretty interesting, and I talked about it obviously at the state fair. I know it's nationwide, whether it be the restaurant industry, the tech industry, retail industry. Finding workers has been difficult, and the school district here, Minneapolis's public school district, same situation. They are having a really hard time finding school bus drivers. School starts after Labor Day here, so we're not in school yet for Minneapolis, for the public school there, but they're trying to figure out a solution here. They know that they need bus drivers. They don't have enough at this point. So what do? They're actually asking parents and families who can to drive their kids to school instead of relying on the bus. Now, obviously that works for some families. That won't work for all families. But as an incentive, they're offering to reimburse families for the mileage if they are able to drive their kids to school. So there's, something there. Now, the flip side, obviously, is that pickup lines, if you're a parent and you have a kid at school, that those drop-off and pickup lines are already very long, even with school buses included. So that is definitely an issue for some schools and some parents. But at this point, they're short 47 drivers, so that's about 2/3. They need to fill this, obviously, and they're working on it. They've offered, incentives as in signing bonuses, pay training, all of that, and they're just really having a hard time finding enough drivers. And so at this point, this is what they're coming to, and they say this is the solution we can come up with right now as we continue to try to find drivers. About 20,000 kids use the school bus in a typical year for the Minneapolis public schools. So there's a need out there, and they just can't fill it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't have children myself, but even out here in Florida, our anchors at Fox 35 Orlando posting the pickup lines miles outside of the schools. So it really doesn't seem to just be an issue out there in Minneapolis. But again, you said so many children use the bus, so hopefully they can find some better solution and more workers. So, well,
yeah,
Fox
exactly.
9's
And that's, go ahead.
Oh, no, please go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, and that's what the school district is also implying. They're saying, look, we can't totally get rid of school buses because there are families who rely on this. So what we're hoping for is that families who can do this would then maybe free up some of the routes and some of the buses for kids who really need the school bus.
Yeah, definitely. I know I took the school bus every year up until high school. So a lot of working parents out there. But
for sure.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Will you be able to get to the state fair yourself with your family?
We're waiting to see. We're kind of going to see. We've got a couple days where there's going to be a good amount of rain, which I've got 2 little ones and probably won't be doing that in the rain. But we'll see if weather cooperates.
Yeah, definitely. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Always a pleasure to speak with you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Same, you too.
Once again, everybody, heading out to the capital of Minnesota, St. Paul. Now, Kelly was actually explaining to me earlier a little bit that the fair is not technically in St. Paul, basically a block away in another neighborhood. But if you are headed out to the Minnesota State Fair, then be sure to make sure you've got the COVID-19 protocols in check. As you heard her say, no mask mandate, but they are offering vaccines to people that will be heading out there, as well as the first 3,600 people to get the shot. They can receive a chance to get a $100 Visa gift card. So again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're approaching the 8:45 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue on with some more top stories when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Almost 8:50 a.m. here on the East Coast. Currently taking a Live Now look at Tampa, Florida. If we're just on a Regina autobiography segment today throughout my entire hour, I actually went to college here at the University of Tampa. Love the city. Looking like a pretty dreary day out there. Well, wanted to take you out there to bring you some stories that our Fox 13 Tampa team is covering this morning. It's actually a story that's actually making headlines in Orlando as well. That's where we are here at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub. Tampa Bay Water is changing the way it treats water at one of its plants due to a lack of liquid oxygen, and residents in parts of Hillsborough County may notice a change in the taste and smell of their water. Let's get the latest from Fox 13's Kelly Cowan this morning, who's following this story.
Last week, officials in Orlando announced a similar change, and now parts of Hillsborough County, the seat of Tampa, are being affected by this nationwide shortage in liquid oxygen. It's a twofold problem that's going on right now, but it's caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Tampa Bay water officials say they are receiving only about half their usual shipments of liquid oxygen, and that's because of a nationwide shortage in drivers. But at the same time, liquid oxygen, which is also used by water treatment facilities to clean the water before it hits the taps, well, it's also used to treat COVID-19 patients in hospital settings. And right now, that's where it's needed most, and that's what's causing much of this shortage. Now, water officials here tell us that they'll be switching to bleach as a backup form of treating the water, and it won't affect the quality nor the safety of the water, but customers could notice a change in smell and taste.
And residents may see, a slight difference in taste and odor, but the quality remains. And while there's a slight difference in chemistry, the result is the same, and that's high quality water that meets or is better than all local, state, and federal drinking water standards.
Officials are hoping that this switch is only temporary, but they are asking residents here in Hillsborough County to cut back on unnecessary uses of water, cut back on watering their lawns, washing their cars, or using pressure washers in order to alleviate the strain on the supply of liquid oxygen here in the county. And it's not just water treatment facilities that are being affected by this nationwide shortage. SpaceX announced this week that they too are having issues with their supply chain of liquid oxygen, and that could affect their launch schedule coming up. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan, Fox 13 News.
All right, thank you to Kelly Cowan for that report. I actually also do want to bring you another segment that Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan put together for us because, again, requiring COVID-19 vaccine proof is quickly becoming a trend when it comes to attending concerts out there. And a lot of concerts are held where the Tampa Bay Lightning play at Amalie Arena out there in Tampa Bay. So let's get the latest on what they're saying this morning as far as vaccine mandates.
When musician Harry Styles brings his Love on Tour concert here to Tampa's Amalie Arena in October, fans will have to show some documentation before they're allowed inside. They'll have to have either a proof of vaccination or a negative COVID-19 test. Now, this is one of the first major concert events in Tampa Bay with this kind of safety precaution in place. Earlier this month, concert promoter Live Nation decided that starting October 4th, anybody attending its events will have to show full vaccine proof or a negative test. It's a sort of loophole in Governor DeSantis' executive order signed back in April, banning Florida businesses from requiring what he calls vaccine passports. Now, I say this is a loophole because there's an option here for concert goers, a negative COVID test if you refuse to get the shot. Live Nation could therefore refuse someone entry on that basis, not just on the basis of their vaccination status. Despite soaring infection rates in Florida, Republican State Representative Anthony Sabatini says the governor's ban on vaccine passports doesn't go far enough.
Well, I think the law must be stronger for situations just like this. The problem, I think, is that businesses really should not be even inquiring into somebody's vaccination status. They're invading their medical privacy. So in this case, although this auditorium is complying with the law because it's not requiring vaccination, it's still invading their medical privacy.
The move from Live Nation follows the model developed for Lollapalooza over the summer. All artists, fans, and employees required to show they're vaccinated or show they test negative. You can expect to see more of this as we head into the fall. Ticket holders for the Dead & Company show, scheduled for October 7th at Mid-Florida Credit Union Amphitheater, also will have to show proof of vaccination or a negative COVID-19 test. Reporting for Live Now from Fox, I'm Matthew McClellan in Tampa.
All right, everybody, before we head to our last 2-minute commercial break before the top of the 9 o'clock hour, our entire Live Now team wanted to wish you and your fur babies a happy National Dog Day. It is today, everybody. The day celebrated annually on August 26th shows appreciation to the hundreds of dog breeds across the globe. Dogs are an important part of society, everybody, playing a number of roles, including protecting families, our law enforcement members, as well as assisting blind folks. National Dog Day was founded back in 2004 and aims to encourage people to adopt dogs from shelters. Now, what better way to celebrate National Dog Day than to show you some of our own Live Now pups here on Live Now from Fox. I'm selfishly going to start with my own dogs here. Now, if you know me personally, you may joke that our Gonzalez family just runs a Gonzalez American Kennel Club. So these are actually my 3 at home. To the left, you've got Maui, a Bernese Mountain Dog. In the middle there, you've got Molokai, our German Shepherd, named after Hawaiian Islands. We are big Hawaii fans. And then in the back, you have our Old English Sheepdog, Mango, all smiling and ready for dinner. Now, you may see this pasta on the counter to the left. So I come from a very Italian household, everybody. My mother, big Italian cook. Her food is amazing, and every Friday is something called Pastina Friday. It's kind of a risotto style pasta, and our dogs absolutely love it. So this is them on Pastina Friday, courtesy of my mom, the amazing pup chef out there. But I also have my own 2 out here in Florida. This is Kona and Callie. They're big fans of Frisbee. I must say, I'm just being a bragging dog mom. Kona can catch a Frisbee in midair. She learned it from Callie. So again, these are all of my babies, 6 in total. So I'm not a fan of dogs or anything. Meanwhile, showcasing some of our other Live Now dogs, our very own Pilar Arias posting her pup Chai, the best family dog, as she said here on Twitter. This was apparently her first day at the beach. If you live here in the Florida area, you know, lots of dog-friendly beaches. I know there's a lot out there in California as well. Now, we've also got a very famous dog coming to us here on Live Now from Fox. Our Vice President of Digital Content here at Live Now from Fox. This is her amazing mini golden doodle, Maggie May. If you can get the pun and the amazing reference in her Instagram handle, it's going to be Maggie May. Little Justin Timberlake action there for you. But again, she's 1.5 years old, loves the park, Tritos, and naps, and hashtag ball is life, everybody. She's also a very stylish pup. Here's a little picture of her rocking the shades. This post specifically saying, dude, it's the weekend. How are you celebrating? This was from a weekend recently. Mom says, our furniture finally comes this weekend. That's great news because I'm really missing my 5 other beds. Her mom recently moving from the West Coast to the East Coast. So I am proud to say that my girls have actually met Maggie. We've done some puppy play dates. So again, wanted to showcase some of the Live Now from Fox pups that are just making our days every day behind the scenes. And be sure to tweet us, guys, at Live Now Fox, hashtag Live Now Fox, and send us a picture, post a video. We would love to showcase all of your pups here on National Dog Day. So again, wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see one last 2-minute commercial break before the top of the hour. Rain Augustine will be hopping on with you shortly, and I do believe we've got Mitch McConnell speaking live somewhere, so we'll head out there when we return. I am going to see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great National Dog Day from our Live Now Fox team. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, signing off.
Interested in what our Secretary of State had to say.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez joining you back here on Live Now from Fox. We did have some remarks from Mitch McConnell very recently, but it does appear that we lost that feed. So while we try to get it back and see what's going on, I'm going to bring you the latest White House press briefing from Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Again, Rain Augustine hopping on with you here in just a few minutes. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Which carried 7,800 people for a total of 90 flights out of Kabul, which, if I get my math right, that's approximately a flight every 39 minutes. I believe the Department of Defense gave that statistic. And just to reiterate, since August 14th, we have evacuated, the United States has evacuated and facilitated the evacuation of approximately 82,300 people on U.S. military and coalition flights as part of one of the largest airlifts in world history. Since the end of July, we have relocated approximately 88,000 people on U.S. military and coalition flights. Two other items unrelated to that topic. Today, we've announced new actions to help protect vulnerable tenants and landlords. For months, the administration has worked to speed up the delivery of emergency rental assistance, as we've talked about quite a bit, and help keep American families safe and in their homes. And as the President has made clear, no state or locality should delay in distributing resources that have been provided by Congress to meet families' critical needs, and we want to continue to take steps to make that easier. So today, the Treasury Department is strengthening existing guidance and implementing new policies to ensure that state and local grantees can further accelerate the distribution of ERA funds to struggling landlords and renters most at risk of eviction. Specifically, they're providing explicit permission for grantees to use self-attestation without further documentation of their economic circumstances, to give you a specific example, in order to speed the delivery of assistance to households in need during the public health emergency. There are also a number of steps that are being taken by USDA, HUD, the VA, and HHS, including USDA is working with owners of 400,000 rental units in USDA-backed properties to mitigate all evictions. HUD will ensure tenants in public housing first have the opportunity to access emergency rental assistance money before facing eviction, and HUD will extend the eviction notice period from 14 to 30 days during the COVID national emergency period. And the VA will expand rental support to at-risk veterans and their families from just 7 states to now all 50 states and the U.S. territories. So this is just some of the examples of steps we're taking. Amr, go ahead.
On Afghanistan, there seems to be a disconnect. Veterans organizations, refugee advocates are saying that Afghans with visas are risking death and facing beatings at the airport. And I hope I'm framing this right, but there's been the sense I've heard, I think, from you and others in the administration that the Taliban is by and large met its commitment to allow people with the right papers onto the airport. Can you try to help Americans that are seeing and what seems to be a disconnect between these two different statements of what is happening?
Well, first let me say I wouldn't see it as a disconnect, and let me explain to you why. I noted earlier that, or we put out earlier today, that 19,000 people were evacuated. The vast majority in a 24-hour period. The vast majority of those were, of course, Afghans, as you know by the numbers that the Secretary of State just put out. That does mean that a great number of people are making their way into the airport and onto flights to evacuate from the country. There are certainly cases and incidents, and we have heard, you have reported, where individuals are not getting through that should get through. And we are approaching those and addressing those on a case-by-case basis as those are raised. But I would note that, again, 19,000 people in a period of time, the vast majority of them are Afghans, SIV applicants, individuals who have the appropriate paperwork to evacuate, and that was just in a 24-hour period.
Can you give us an update on where things stand with the president and the coronavirus origins review?
Sure.
I understand he's gotten a copy of the 90-day report. Was there any conclusions that the IC was able to come up with?
Sure. Well, let me confirm for you, as you noted, he did not just receive a copy, he received a briefing yesterday on the 90-day origins report. It was a classified briefing, so of course that's not information we would provide publicly. Because of the prioritization we've given to this and the importance of this information for the public, the intelligence community has been simultaneously working on an unclassified version of a summary version to provide publicly. I don't have a timeline for you on when that will be provided, but they've been working expeditiously to prepare that. And we have also been doing classified briefings. But until that unclassified version is available, I won't be able to provide any more details of the assessment.
Without getting into details of the broad upshot of the report, is there a better understanding of what was the ultimate origin?
Again, I can't obviously speak to a classified briefing. I know you are eager to receive an unclassified summary. That is something the intelligence community has been working to produce, and as soon as that is available, it will be put out publicly from the intelligence community, from ODNI, and we will also ensure you all have access to it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary Blinken just said, and Jake Sullivan said the other day, that even after August 31st, that the U.S. government is committed to helping Americans and Afghans who are still in the country eligible to get out safely. How do you do that if the military is gone? How do you safeguard these people and get them where they need to go without the U.S. military in the country?
Well, I know, Nancy, as you mentioned, that the Secretary was asked that. He didn't go into detail for a reason, because we are currently having those discussions through diplomatic channels. But what he assured, I think, the public of, and I can reiterate from here, is that we are looking at a range of options for how we can continue to provide consular support, facilitate departures for those who wish to leave after August 31st. And our expectation, and the expectation of the international community, is that people who want to leave Afghanistan after the U.S. military depart should be able to do so. We're working on that. As soon as we have more to provide to all of you, more information, we will do exactly that.
And then based on the numbers that you've provided of Americans who have been evacuated, it sounds like there are at least 70,000 Afghans who have been evacuated. How do you possibly vet all of those people in a timely fashion when clearly the Customs and Border Patrol and the relevant officials must be completely overloaded?
They are. And I will say this is a reflection of the fact that we have hundreds of employees of our intelligence community working 24 hours a day to do the vetting necessary and reviews necessary to move people into the United States. Now, I would remind you that there are a number of people, tens of thousands of people who are departing Afghanistan who are going to third countries, lily pads as we've been calling them, and where additional vetting can take place, either because they've only proceeded through certain steps of the immigrant visa process, or because their vetting process has not yet been completed. I can give you a little bit more detail too on the vetting process if that is helpful. So the screening and security vetting is conducted by a combination of the intelligence, law enforcement, and counterterrorism professionals from across government. So the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, the FBI, the State Department, the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center, and additional intelligence community partners. What they are doing are they're conducting screening and security vetting for all SIV applicants and other vulnerable Afghans before they are allowed into the United States. This includes reviews of both biographic and biometric data. And if an individual is not through that vetting process, they're not coming into the United States.
And are there any estimates for how long it'll take to work through that backlog? Could these people be going through the system for months or years?
You mean people who are in third countries? Well, what I will tell you is that it typically takes months to go through this process, and what this is a signal of is the fact that this is a top priority for the president and the intelligence community and the individuals who oversee this vetting process, who have massively expedited the process in order to move through the necessary steps, thorough steps, in order to process individuals and get them moving through the system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. At the tail end of the president's remarks today about cybersecurity, he was asked about Afghanistan, and he made a joke.
I think Peter asked him that question.
The other Peter did, and he made a joke. So what's so funny?
Well, I think the question he was asked, if I remember correctly, was about when he will provide information about a decision on August 31st. I don't want to paraphrase the question if that was an inaccurate description of the question.
To a lot of people watching.
Of course, it's a very important question. And I think what he conveyed is that he has not, well, what I can convey from here, I should say, is that as he stated yesterday, and as the Secretary of State just stated, we're on track to complete our mission by August 31st. Obviously, there are discussions, and the president received a briefing just this morning. As I noted, he asked yesterday for contingency plans, and he received a briefing on them this morning. These are incredibly serious issues, and there are discussions that are happening internally. And I'd note that in addition to the contingency plans that he requested, he also, I will reiterate, as we stated yesterday, that this is all contingent on us achieving our objectives and the continued coordination with the Taliban. And the president has spoken, I would say, to this issue. Peter, as you know, you've attended a number of these multiple times over the last several days. And he has also highlighted the fact that we are closely watching, closely following the threats from ISIS-K, which he also received a briefing on this morning.
And his remarks last night, he gave a lot of time to the domestic agenda. Does he think that the Build Back Better plan is as urgent and as time sensitive as this evacuation of Americans and Afghan friendlies from Kabul?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to the American people who care deeply about whether they're going to have jobs, whether they're going to have child care, whether we are going to be able to compete with China and countries around the world, to understand that we have to do multiple things at the same time. That's exactly what any president of the United States has to do.
The next one, just as these negotiations about safe passage for Americans and SIV holders continue, why haven't we heard the president say the United States does not negotiate with terrorists? Is that still the U.S. policy?
Well, of course it is, Peter, but I would also say that there's a reality that the Taliban is currently controlling large swaths of Afghanistan. That is a reality on the ground. And right now our focus and our priority is getting American citizens evacuated and our Afghan partners evacuated. And I would say, given the numbers that we've outlined and briefed for you, that we've made a great deal of progress in doing exactly that. Okay, go ahead, Justin.
Thanks. I had a couple, but actually to kind of follow up on the question that Peter just asked.
Sure.
You've talked about the coordination with the Taliban and that the president's obviously made this threat of a severe response if they disrupt the effort to get Americans out. But I'm wondering, has the U.S. offered the Taliban anything in terms of cash or supplies to help facilitate this coordination?
No, this is not a quid pro quo. We have laid out clearly what our expectations are about moving American citizens and our Afghan partners, allies out of the country, and that's what we're working to deliver on.
The Fed has their big meeting in Jackson Hole this week, or a virtual one pegged to that. I'm wondering if the president has spoken to Chairman Powell ahead of that meeting or met with him.
No, I don't have any updates or previews or readouts of meetings or engagements with Chairman Powell. Go ahead.
A question about lawmakers who traveled to Afghanistan.
Sure.
Was the White House aware of those members of Congress that traveled to Kabul?
We were not aware when they were en route, no.
What's the White House's reaction to that trip? Was it beneficial, or what's the White House's reaction?
Well, our guidance continues to be to all American citizens, including elected officials, this is not the time to travel to Afghanistan. And our focus, our objectives, our resources need to be laser focused on evacuating Afghan partners, evacuating American citizens, and that's best done in the hands of the Department of Defense and State Department professionals who are on the ground.
One more. The 31st, of course, is the deadline for the drawdown, but when do the gears shift from evacuation mission to withdrawing troops?
Well, I noted a little bit earlier that the president was briefed this morning on contingency plans and continues to have optionality should he decide to change plans, even as we are on track to complete our mission by August 31st. I would also note that my DoD colleagues have put out some information about steps that are being taken. So as we've made consistently clear, commanders on the ground are empowered to make any adjustments as they see fit, when they see fit. That includes changes to the footprint. To that end, they confirmed last night, I believe it was, that of the departure from Afghanistan of several hundred U.S. troops. These troops represent a mix of headquarters staff, maintenance, and other enabling functions that were scheduled to leave and whose mission at the airport was complete. It does not have an impact on our mission at hand.
Go ahead.
No, just following up on Afghanistan.
Sure.
People traveling there, the LA Times has a story saying that a group of students and their parents are in Afghanistan. Do you have any information on that, or is that a...
I do not. Who have recently traveled into Afghanistan?
Who are apparently stranded in Afghanistan after having traveled there. I don't know for certain that this is a
I
legit
certainly
story.
don't have additional information on that. I know, as our Secretary of State just noted, when he went through a thorough summary of American citizens and our contacts and our focus over the last several days, he gave an update. I'm happy to take their information if there's something more detailed you have.
Terrific. And then just on another issue, on the Fed, we're all waiting for some news about Fed appointments. Can you give us any kind of timeline for a decision on that? Can you give us any guidance on?
I don't have any guidance for you on the timeline.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Just
yeah,
real quick. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, on Afghanistan, and we just heard from Anthony Blinken that 45 to 46% of those evacuated have been women.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of consternation about the plight of Afghan women going forward. I know this is an issue of concern to you as well, but can you say what provisions you're making to ensure that women are actually sort of an equal part of that population that is being evacuated, and it's not quite representative for the population?
Sure. Well, I know that our Secretary of State spoke to this just a few minutes ago. But what I can reiterate or add to, I suppose, is one, we are going to continue to work with the United Nations and our allies and partners around the world to continue to provide humanitarian assistance and a range of assistance to Afghanistan, even when we don't have a presence on the ground. There are also messages we've made clear to the Taliban, and I think that Secretary Blinken also reiterated this, about what our expectations are and what the global community expects once we depart Afghanistan. I don't have additional details beyond that, but I will tell you that our commitment to the incredibly brave women and leaders and population in Afghanistan that has fought alongside us, that has bravely stood up, does not change, does not diminish, even after our military is departing from the ground. Yeah.
Anthony Blinken today gave us numbers for the numbers of Americans that are believed to still be in
Yeah.
Afghanistan. But yesterday, during a briefing, we asked questions about how many Afghans and Americans have arrived in the United States.
And I provided details on Americans yesterday.
But not on the number of Afghans that have arrived at these military bases. Do you have a specific breakdown on the numbers of people
Well,
that
first
are
I
coming in?
I confirmed yesterday that it was 4,000 Americans who'd been evacuated. Obviously, that number increased, and the Secretary of State gave an updated number this morning. I would remind you that the U.S. military is overseeing the evacuation of individuals out of Afghanistan, and the State Department oversees the visa processing. Hence, the update was provided by the Secretary of State. During his briefing that he just gave, he also noted that he would work to provide additional numbers of Afghans. But I would note, since we provided a detailed number of Americans, and we have also provided on a day-to-day basis, twice a day, the numbers of people coming out, the vast majority of those are Afghans by numbers. Go ahead.
The Secretary gave us some specificity in terms of what the President may consider completing the mission or achieving objectives as it pertains to Americans. Do you guys have a specific threshold or number when it comes to Afghans about what would define completing the mission or your objectives by August 31st in terms of evacuations?
We have never put a cap on the number of special immigrant visa applicants, the number of individuals who can apply for our variety of programs that are overseen by the State Department. And I'm not going to put a cap on that today. I'd also note that, as the Secretary of State said, we will continue, and we are continuing to look at a range of options to provide support and to provide a means for departing Afghanistan even after our U.S. military departs.
So there's nothing where you guys are looking at maybe the existing SIV backlog pre-August 14th and say we want all 18,000?
We are not putting a cap on the number. We are continuing to work every day to get as many people evacuated as we can.
And just one more quick one. You guys have been very clear in stating these numbers are Americans that want to leave. There are clearly Americans, many of them dual citizens, who are also choosing not to leave. What is the level of concern inside the administration about dual citizens or American citizens who choose to stay in the country at this point?
Well, I know this is very hard to understand for many people sitting here, and I think this is why you're asking this question. Or not sitting here, even, I should say, people who watch your shows or read your newspaper. But many of the people, we suspect, many of the people of these 1,000 contacts are dual citizens. Some, as Secretary Blinken noted, are people who may not be ready to leave. For a variety of reasons. Maybe they have an extended family there. Maybe they've spent their entire lives in Afghanistan and they have not yet made the decision to depart. Maybe they're working on a range of projects they're not ready to leave. I know that is hard for us to understand as we're looking at the images, but for many of these Afghans, this is their home. And yes, they are dual citizens. Yes, it is absolutely our responsibility to make sure we are reaching out to them multiple times. We are providing opportunity. We are finding ways to get them to the airport and evacuate them. But it is also their personal decision on whether they want to depart. Go ahead.
Could I just follow up a little bit on some of Nancy's questions about refugees? So first, you talked about the vetting that's going on outside of the United States, after they leave Iraq. I'm sorry.
Oh, not out. I didn't mean to imply outside of. Well, some of it is happening in Qatar, but some of it is happening here.
Okay, but I mean, it's before the people come to the United States, right? It's happening before they arrive.
Yes.
So a lot of that vetting, some of the pace of that vetting is within your control. You can add more people, you can add more interviewers.
And we have done that.
But a lot of it is not in your control, right? Like somebody comes to you with no documents. It takes time to figure out where's the actual birth certificate. It takes time to find documents that prove 10 years of residency. It takes time to get the kind of proof that the FBI and some of these agencies like to use. So, does that all add up to refugee camps in these transit centers across the globe with tens of thousands of Afghans sitting for months, years, whatever? I mean, it doesn't sort of add up to those of us who sort of have seen that process. Back in 2015, when you were in a previous administration, one of the things that you guys argued was that the refugee community in particular was the most vetted community of people entering the United States, and you pointed to the fact that it takes a year or two for the typical refugee to sort of meet that burden. So I guess the question is, how can you possibly not have this, and where are you going to put these people?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. In case you missed its segment right here, we are currently listening in as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki held a briefing to discuss the ongoing situation in Afghanistan, including troop withdrawal, the evacuation of Americans who are still in Afghanistan, and vetting the Afghanistan evacuees. Also, possible contingency plans for after the August 31st deadline. This is a story that we are following closely here on Live Now from Fox, so make sure that you are all tuning in today at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do expect to have a live briefing from the Pentagon and update on the ongoing situation in Afghanistan. Now, if you are just tuning in, good morning, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine, and this is Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the latest top stories and breaking news. And of course, live events. That's what we're all about here. We bring you all live events from across the country in its raw and unfiltered nature. And we do have a live event coming to our desk. Blue Origin is launching its new Shepard rocket carrying research for NASA. Let's go ahead and listen into their live announcement from West Texas.
Really feels like moon dust, what we call lunar regolith. So it's a great testing field. We really look forward to having that LiDAR testing down there and all the learnings that come out of this hazard field in the future.
I have to tell you, we need to see if we can get some moon buggies and be allowed to go out and drive around the lunar hazard field. We'll ask the engineers if that's an option. It's very cool to be bringing the moon down to Earth in West Texas. And turning back to today's flight is one of my favorite payloads ever to fly on New Shepard, and it's actually the one flying on top of the crew capsule, right on the main parachute covers. It's a work of art commissioned by Uplift Aerospace for its Uplift Art program. The program's purpose is to inspire new ideas and generate dialogue by making space feel more accessible and connected directly to the human experience.
Okay, I love this story. The series of 3 portraits is painted by a world-renowned artist from Ghana, Amawako Bawafo. They depict the artist, his friend's mother, and the artist's own mother. So big shout out. I know we have a lot of students in Ghana watching right now. Hello to Ghana and all the students. We look forward to what the future holds for you here in space. But Amawako told us a really special story that a mother's love comes from a place that is out of this world. So, I mean, how appropriate is it that his art is literally flying to space today?
It's so special, and you just saw Amawako's art perched on the main parachute panels on New Shepard. There you see it in this B-roll. And I have to say, space is, of course, about pushing the limits of science and technology, but it's also about the human experience. And you do feel that when you see something like Amawako's art for the first time and hear his story. I know my mom is probably wondering what I've done for her lately when Amawako's mom is going to space, which is very cool. And today's flight is truly the epitome of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Well, it does look like we are in a brief hold here, so let's take a look at New Shepard on the pad. All right, well, it looks like we're delayed here for just a few minutes. We'll update you on this hold as soon as we can. But let's take a few seconds to talk about our recent first human flight. It was truly a day for the ages. Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
I have one more thing we need to do before we depart. This is called a challenge coin. On the front, it says presented by crew member 7 for space flight on New Shepard. on the back that says you are one of the first of millions of people living and working in space. So with that, the New Shepard 16 crew is go for launch.
That's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command and stop. 2, 1. Ignition.
That's incredible. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, wow. This is incredible.
History in the making. I can't believe it.
I still get goosebumps watching the replay from that day. There was an awesome big group watching in DC, and we had so much fun tuning in. Oh my gosh, especially Wally. What an absolute icon. I love her. Kaya, you were lucky enough to get to do some of the astronaut training work early on. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So I got to go through our astronaut training program. We did 2 days full of training, followed by the third day, which was a simulated launch. And it was so much fun. It really gave you a taste of what it would be like to fly aboard New Shepard without actually flying aboard New Shepard. Crew member 7 did a phenomenal job. We had Kevin Sprague, a former naval aviator, and those of you av geeks out there and pilots, I'm a fellow pilot as well. Our training was all about that. It was followed by rigorous safety training, and the flow was just spot on, perfect. So we really felt prepared for anything that may come along. We practiced a lot about getting in and out of our seat, ingress and egress in the seat, as well as practicing microgravity egress out of your seat, using your fingers and instead of pushing with your hands. It was an amazing experience, and hoping and looking forward to more folks experiencing what I got to experience and taking the launch.
How was that feeling being in the capsule, like strapped in, like you're going to space? What did that, oh my God, I'm so jealous. What did that feel like?
It's amazing. So what they do inside the capsule for training is they pipe in the sound from an actual launch, and it's at the same decibels as you would experience during launch. And so there's no boom, bang surprises whatsoever. You hear the chutes when they deploy. You hear the separation from the spring system between the booster and the capsule. So really what I did was I closed my eyes, and I just went through the whole mission with my eyes closed, thinking, my gosh, I cannot wait to fly. It is just a spectacular experience just in training alone.
Well, someday when we fly together, I'll have an expert with me, so very excited for that. It looks like we are still in a brief hold, so let's take a look at New Shepard on the pad.
That's okay.
At this point, we're looking at about another 5 minutes of hold time here to check stability of voltage pressure and stability of our solution here. Flight would currently meet our pollen conditioning requirements with 2 out of 3 sensors showing bus range of 14.3 psi on the LH2 side. And we're just verifying stability with this extra 5 minutes of hold. Flight code is incomplete.
Well, we're going to be in a hold here just a little while longer, so it's the perfect time to talk about aviation icon Wally Funk. As you know, Wally flew on our recent first human flight. She's the oldest person ever to fly to space, and her resume is quite impressive. I know, Kaya, as an aviator, you must be so inspired by Wally's story.
Absolutely. I think we all grew up looking up at Wally, and what an amazing inspiration she has always been and continues to be.
Yep. And it was such a big deal that Wally finally got the chance to go to space after being an early Mercury woman in the NASA program. Her hometown of Grapevine, Texas, threw her a parade and declared August 7th Wally Funk Day, which is, of course, now the best day of the year. So let's take a look.
It is so good to see everyone here today on Wally Funk Day.
On behalf of Jeff, on behalf of Blue, thank you for being part of our family and our first astronaut.
This was the most fabulous thing of my life, was going up with Blue Origin.
Wally Funk, truly a national treasure, and I can't get over how many young people, especially young women, must have been inspired by Wally's flight.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love Wally? She's the greatest. All the little girls watching and the young kids, what an inspiration that this woman's journey has been throughout her life, really. She started young. She always wanted to fly to space. She had to wait till she was 82 years old to fly. But I think the biggest takeaway from this is you're never too old to live out your dreams. And so dream big and make it happen. It's never too late.
Couldn't agree more. And we are still in a brief hold here, so let's check in again on New Shepard at the pad.
Police Ground 1, verify team camera feed. Booster 350, be advised they are fogged over.
Well, we are out of the hold, and I do love seeing New Shepard and hearing New Shepard as she prepares for launch today. Kaya, can you tell us a little bit about our nonprofit Club for the Future and the work they're doing to inspire the next generation?
Absolutely. So sharing the crew capsule with the science payloads today are thousands of postcards from students around the world flying on behalf of Club for the Future. We dedicate space on every flight to fly postcards, and it's a core initiative of our foundation. It's one of the most tangible ways that we can make space feel accessible to students of all ages.
That's right. And some of the postcards flying today actually came from students in our very own backyard in Van Horn, Texas. Club for the Future recently partnered with Van Horn to build the first ever postcard mailbox to space.
The Postbox to Space is the world's very first mailbox that will take letters from the Earth, send them to space, and then return them to the senders.
What a great drawing.
This has been really an unprecedented collaboration between Club for the Future, Van Horn High School, and Blue Origin. It is an immense project that's been taken on by 7 juniors and seniors of Van Horn High School who've decided that they have an interest in welding. They have worked very hard from design all the way up through manufacturing.
Well, we first started off with the cardboard template. After a few weeks of planning and designing, we eventually got into the shop, started welding together the base.
We took the rocket kind of design, put some legs on it, and we're gonna make them look like fins.
We've had a huge number of Blue employees who've cycled through here to help us out in really substantial ways. It would not have been possible without the support of a large number of Blue Origin folks.
It is really great what Club for the Future is doing, that they're even giving us this opportunity to do things like this, coming every week and providing supplies, paint, metal.
I learned how to use a torch, I learned how to weld better.
I learned a little bit more about the process in designing and mocking up a prototype.
I truly hope that the students fully recognize how substantial their postbox is going to be as a landmark in Van Horn. I'd like to invite the students to be the very first to use our postbox. Woohoo! And hopefully will be an inspiration to all of the students who come through the school.
Jackie, I don't know about you, but I am a girl who loves to tinker with tools, and I've got to say that that postbox is so cool. Amazing job, everyone. And here's another cool one from our club that may actually be coming to a backyard near you soon.
That's right. In fact, earlier this week, Club for the Future announced the Estes New Shepard model rocket is now available. Here are some of our engineers down at Launch Site 1 testing it out and clearly having a great time doing that. Not sure we'd be able to do that on the National Mall, but we'll find out. The model has been designed and manufactured by Estes Rockets, and just like the real New Shepard, it's fully reusable and follows a similar flight profile to what you'll see here today. The capsule even separates from the booster near apogee and floats back to Earth under parachute for a gentle touchdown in your backyard.
I love it. I mean, to be a kid in this day and age, and even an educator, is amazing. My dad is a retired public school teacher, and STEAM resources were just so limited when he was in the classroom. I think he's a little jealous of what's available these days. I know I am. Kids are getting to launch their own missions.
It really is an exciting time, and what's also cool is with each model rocket comes a Club for the Future postcard you can send to space and back on the real New Shepard. And of course, they're shipping in time for the holiday season, so go check it out at the Blue Origin shop. I can't wait to get mine. And I know...
All right, everyone, good morning. Thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox and bringing you all coast to coast for the latest non-stop news. We are currently on standby awaiting Blue Origin to launch its New Shepard rocket carrying research for NASA into space. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and I do want to switch gears momentarily and bring you all some breaking news coming out of Los Angeles. Now, 2 people were rushed to the hospital after police say a gunman opened fire at innocent people near Renato Pier. So bringing us more information about this is Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. Good morning, Mario. What are the details?
Rain, good morning. We're at the Redondo Beach Pier this morning, and it's one of several along the Southern California coast known for its views and seafood restaurants. Now, we can tell you this has been an active investigation for almost 10 hours now. The pier behind me completely shut down while the LA County Sheriff's Homicide Department as well as Redondo Beach Police are out here. Around 8:40 last night, police say the shooter using a semi-automatic handgun opened fire at several people, and he struck an adult male and a teen, both struck in the lower torso, rushed to a hospital in stable condition. That suspect was eventually shot by officers. Listen to one witness who says he barely escaped the gunman's fire here last night.
I got out of the garage and hit that opening and come back this way, and he was close enough on the second shot that my ears was ringing.
Yeah, that's the cop. That's the cop. No, that's the police. They are AR-15s.
Mario, what a dramatic recount of the shooting.
Yeah, it really was. This was around 8:40 last night, so there were people enjoying dinner here along the pier. We did just find out those 2 victims, the adult male and the teen, they are related. Police say that they are expected to survive. No other civilians or officers were injured in this shooting here last night, but scary, tense moments, as you can imagine, here along one of Southern California's piers.
Oh my God. Los Angeles is Mario Ramirez. Thank you so much for joining us, bringing us the latest information.
Thank you,
guys,
Rain. Have a great day.
The time is now 9:58 a.m. here on the East Coast. Still on standby for the Blue Origin rocket launch, which should be taking place in less than 10 minutes or so. We're bringing you all live events, top stories, and breaking news. So don't go anywhere. However, in the meantime, I do have to send most of our audience off to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
But there you can also see that BE-3 engine nozzle gimbling at the bottom of your screen. That BE-3 is moving to help maneuver the rocket and ensure a free range of motion. At this point, we're also pressurizing our tanks. So we're keeping an eye on pressure and temperature in those propellant tanks. Both will, of course, need to stay in the green zone for today's mission. If you're just joining us, we are in a brief hold here, but we are at T-minus 1 minute and 15 seconds until New Shepard's 17th mission to space. I love looking through those windows and seeing all the science and research inside. We are still in a brief hold here at T-minus 1 minute and 15 seconds until New Shepard's 17th mission to space. We'll keep you updated here shortly.
Time approaching 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are currently on standby for the Blue Origin rocket launch. However, I do want to bring you all some breaking news that we are getting to the Live Now from Fox desk. We are currently taking a look at a tweet from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. He says, "We can confirm an explosion outside of the Kabul airport. Casualties are unclear at this time, and we will provide additional details when we can." Now, right now, information is limited. However, we have been reporting
Time
this
is winding
for
down for
quite
U.S.
a few
troops.
weeks here at Live Now from Fox, as tension has been growing in Afghanistan for some time. Now, on your screen, we are showing VO from Afghanistan. This is all happening as the Taliban's grip on the country tightens. You can see here people are lining the street to enter Pakistan through the southeast and northwest borders. Now, although numbers are increasing daily as routes to get to these borders continue, we are starting to see that these routes are being blocked by Taliban militants. So this is an unfolding situation that we will continue to cover here on Live Now from Fox as information becomes more available. Again, you're streaming Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Some of our viewers will see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. You're streaming Live Now from Fox. We are reporting on a breaking news situation coming out of Afghanistan. The latest information here, Fox News Channel's Jennifer Griffin reporting a suicide bombing and firefight outside of the Abbey Gate in the Kabul airport. Now, information is limited, but I do want to bring you all the latest tweets from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. He's saying that we can confirm an explosion outside of Kabul airport. Casualties are unclear at this time, and we will provide additional details when available. I do also want to bring you all this live shot. We will expect another update from Pentagon officials at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, information is very fluid, very limited during this time. Also, we have a few images that we would like to show you on your screen. We are showing images from the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. Of course, this is all happening as the Taliban's grip on the country continues to tighten, even as the United States Embassy in Afghanistan issued a warning on Wednesday about a possible terror attack in Kabul in the airport, urging United States citizens to avoid the airport. And this tweet coming from Fox's Jennifer Griffin, again reporting a suicide bombing and firefight outside of the airport in Kabul. We're continuing to follow this closely, and once again, we are on standby for a live update from the Pentagon. This is slated for 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're just now joining us, thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. That's what we are all about here. Top stories, breaking news situations like this, and major headlines from across the country. We will continue to revisit this story as we get more information. Right now, details are very fluid. However, I do want to switch gears and bring you all the latest information when it comes to the situation at the United States-Mexico border.
Patrol. But if any plan to claim asylum, there's about to be a major change in policy. Tuesday night, the Supreme Court issued a decision that orders the Biden administration to reinstate the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy, which forced migrants to wait in Mexico for their court date in the United States. Trump argued it effectively ended catch and release. Biden ended that policy when he took office, and under his administration, asylum-seeking migrants have been released into the U.S. by the tens of thousands pending their court dates. But the Supreme Court says Biden's move likely violated federal law, and now the policy must be reinstated. DHS responded by saying, in part, it will comply during the appeals process, but the department respectfully disagrees with the district court's decision and regrets that the Supreme Court declined to issue a stay. Police in La Jolla, Texas tell Fox News the border surge started as soon as Biden scrapped the Remain in Mexico policy.
It was a complete spike in people crossing into our jurisdiction. I want to say beginning of March, that's when we saw the highest numbers coming over.
And take a look at this. What looks like a legitimate Border Patrol SUV is actually a total fake. Border Patrol agents in Tucson, Arizona arrested a human smuggler who had essentially cloned a Border Patrol vehicle, had a fake uniform, and had 10 migrants in the vehicle with him. And earlier today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott praised the Supreme Court's decision to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. He calls it
Time is winding down for U.S. troops to get Americans and Afghan allies out of Afghanistan. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are getting anxious.
And we have not had the information we need from the administration and realized that we were being lied to up and down, and we needed to see for ourselves.
Republican Congressman Peter Meyer and Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton secretly flew to Kabul on Tuesday. Based on what they saw, they say it's unlikely every American and Afghan ally will be able to get out by the end of the month, especially since evacuations started so late.
Both Seth and myself have been actively engaged on what's called the special immigrant visa issue. There have been a tremendous backlog of these cases.
But many lawmakers are still hoping to push the exit date back. The bipartisan House Problem Solvers Caucus voted on a formal call on the Biden administration to extend the August 31st withdrawal deadline. More than 75% of the caucus endorsed it.
There's a lot of people that help save Americans' lives in Afghanistan, and we should take care of them if we can.
The Pentagon, however, says its priority on the last few days before August 31st will be flying out American troops and equipment.
Commanders on the ground are empowered to make any adjustments as they see fit, when they see fit. That includes changes to the footprint.
The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan, meanwhile, issued an alert on Wednesday warning Americans in the country to not travel to the airport in Kabul because of security threats, underscoring the dangerous conditions on the ground. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Again, the Biden administration not extending its August 31st deadline to have majority of American civilians as well as other allies evacuated from Kabul in Afghanistan. This is all happening as the situation continues to intensify. We're taking a look at a tweet right now from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, saying that we can confirm an explosion outside of the Kabul airport. Casualties are unclear at this time. However, we will provide additional details when we can. Those details coming up in about 20 minutes or so. We do expect to have a live update from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby on the ongoing situation. We also have heard from Fox News Channel reporters. They can confirm that we expect this situation, this explosion, to be a suicide bombing. This happening as the United States Embassy in Afghanistan just issued a warning on Wednesday about a possible terror attack at the Kabul airport, urging United States citizens to now avoid the airport. It looks as though the situation is continuing to intensify. This is a breaking news situation that we are getting here, trying our best to bring you all the latest information as the situation unfolds. Again, we are on standby for a live update from Pentagon officials at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So I just have two questions if you can help us with us. You said Americans may have been wounded or affected as well, but the Americans were inside the airport, were they not? So if that's the case, how would they have been hit by this bomb?
Yeah, I've got you.
So it happened by a canal, and the Americans were pushing it up, and those people, they had visas.
Okay.
They were taking them inside the airport. So that's why they were outside.
And Carl, how many people are in your vehicle heading for the hospital?
Yeah.
Right now I got
At least 3 U.S. troops wounded?
Yes.
Okay, where's that coming from?
Just got it, Lucas Tomlinson.
Okay. Wow.
I'm kind of confused if the suicide bomber and the explosion are the same thing.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Hello? Yeah, I've got you. Okay, so yeah, 30 seconds. Okay. So, Casey, what makes you what's making you think it may be more than one?
I'm just seeing different. I'm not seeing a lot of people noting it's a suicide bomb in like reports, but I'm seeing the Griffin email.
Okay. Why am I not seeing her email? I see Lucas's email here. Okay. Wow, we're actually 90 seconds away from the Detroit window.
Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox, currently on standby for a live update from Pentagon officials getting word of a large explosion outside the Kabul airport. Here to bring us more details is Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader. Doug, what do we know? We know this is an unfolding situation.
Good morning. Well, this is, I suppose, worst fears realized to some degree. There had been a number of warnings about a potential attack at the airport because of the bottleneck of people there at these various gates around the airport in Kabul, and there has apparently been an attack, a fairly large explosion there. We're now hearing from U.S. officials, confirmed through the Pentagon, that in fact 3 U.S. troops have been hurt in this explosion. So we're still waiting to get an idea of the extent of the injuries, the nature of this explosion, but this is something that U.S. intelligence was concerned about. It was something that British intelligence was keenly concerned about. In fact, there was a dire warning put forward by the Minister of Armed Forces in the UK, saying this morning that in fact there was the likelihood of a terror attack there. So we don't know whether this is going to stop, rescue and evacuation operations there at the airport, but it is certainly a very disturbing development there on the ground in Kabul.
Very disturbing indeed, and we've also heard from other United States allies speaking out and warning about this, as you mentioned. Also mentioning at the forefront of this conversation the August 31st deadline. Have we heard of any possible contingency plans when it comes to this deadline, especially following all of this breaking news?
Well, there are contingency plans that were drawn up by the Pentagon at the request of the President, and the President was apparently briefed on those yesterday. There's no indication, though, that the President is going to follow through on those plans. He really wants to stick to that end-of-month deadline, which is just a few days away. Now, will he be able to do that? We'll see. I mean, this may create pressure, I guess, in both directions for the President to either get out of there as quickly as possible, or maybe he'll be forced ultimately to extend that deadline to continue these evacuation flights. And, we know the kind of difficulties people have been having getting to the airport to get out of the country in time. Thanks, Rain.
Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox, currently taking a live look from Washington, D.C. We are on standby for an update from Pentagon officials regarding an explosion at the Kabul airport, and we can confirm this tweet coming from Fox News Channel reporter Lucas Tomlinson. At least 3 United States troops have been wounded in a suicide bombing outside of the Kabul airport. This is according to United States officials. Now, this is happening amid growing tensions in Afghanistan as United States military forces continue to work to evacuate United States citizens as well as other allies. And there's been a lot of questions surrounding U.S. troop withdrawal, the evacuations of Americans who are still in Afghanistan, also the vetting of Afghan evacuees. We just had a live report from Fox News Channel's Doug Lazader. He says that the president does have possible contingency plans for after the August 31st deadline, and we can expect to get more information again from Pentagon officials in about 9 minutes or so. This live update is slated for 10:30, and we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. You are streaming live now from Fox, taking a live look from Washington, D.C. A very fluid breaking news situation here at Live Now from Fox. Now, all morning we have been reporting that Pentagon officials would give us an update on the unfolding situation in Afghanistan at 10:30 a.m. However, we are getting news that this update has been delayed. Now, this is all happening amidst a breaking news situation. We are getting reports of a second explosion reported near the Kabul airport. It's already been confirmed that 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. We've been getting information from our Fox affiliates and Fox News reporters of a suicide bombing and firefights outside of the Kabul airport. Again, information is limited. However, we have been reporting here on Live Now from Fox for weeks that tension has been growing ever since evacuations began to take place in Afghanistan. A lot of information here coming into our desk. So we're doing our best to bring you all this as it unfolds, raw and unfiltered. All right, everyone, you are streaming live now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, thank you all so much for streaming us live, raw, and unfiltered. We're getting breaking news to our desk here of 3 United States troops who have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. Now, this is something that we have been following very closely here at Live Now from Fox for weeks, ever since the Biden administration announced that evacuations would take place, evacuating American citizens and other allies from Kabul. I do want to bring you all this live image coming from the Kabul airport. Here's what we know so far. An explosion went off Thursday outside of Kabul's airport, where thousands of people have flocked as they try to flee the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Now, Western nations have warned of a possible attack there in the waning days of a massive airlift. The Pentagon confirmed the blast with no immediate word on casualties, and we can expect an update from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby within the next 30 minutes or so. We were expected to have this live update at 10:30. However, amid this breaking news, this press conference has been pushed back. Now, the Pentagon confirmed the blast, again, with no immediate word on casualties. However, we now know that 3 United States troops have been wounded in the attack. Now, suspicion for any attack targeting the crowds would likely fall on the Islamic State group and not the Taliban, who have been deployed at the airport's gates trying to control the mass of people. This as evacuations continue to slow, getting word that the Taliban is blocking entrances to the airport. Now, several countries have urged people to avoid the airport earlier in the day, with one saying there was a threat of a suicide bombing. We now have confirmed that 3 United States troops have been wounded in the suicide bombing now, but just days or even hours for some nations before evacuation efforts ends, few appear to heed this call. Over the last week, we've seen that the airport has been the scene of some of the most searing images of the chaotic end of America's longest war and the Taliban's takeover. I do want to show for you all a few of those images that we're getting here at Live Now from Fox. Now, already some countries have ended their evacuations and begun to withdraw their soldiers and diplomats, signaling the beginning of the end. The Taliban has pledged not to attack Western forces during evacuations, but insists that foreign troops must be out by America's self-imposed deadline of August 31st. Overnight, we saw warnings emerging from Western capitals about a threat from Afghanistan's Islamic group affiliates, which likely has seen its ranks boosted by the Taliban's freeing of prisoners during their blitz across the country. British Armed Forces, their Minister James, told BBC earlier on Thursday that there was a very, very credible reporting of an imminent attack at the airport, possibly within hours. We are witnessing this from Western leaders across the globe. Now, the acting United States ambassador to Kabul, Ross Wilson, said the security threat at Kabul's airport overnight was clearly regarded as credible, as imminent, as compelling. But, however, in an interview with ABC News, he would not give details and did not say whether a threat remained. Hours later, the blast was reported. United States President Joe Biden has been briefed on the explosion, and this is all according to the White House. Wilson also went on to say that there remains safe ways for Americans to reach the airport amidst all of this breaking news. However, there's undoubtedly will be Afghans who had worked with or for the United States in Afghanistan who will not be able to get out once the evacuations ends. And as we have been reporting this for the past few days, that has been a key topic of conversation. How will the Biden administration continue evacuations as tensions continue to grow? Also, late Wednesday, we witnessed the United States Embassy warn citizens at 3 airport gates to leave immediately due to an unspecified security threat. Australia, Britain, and New Zealand, they all have advised their citizens Thursday not to go to the airport, with Australia's foreign minister saying there was a very high threat of a terrorist attack. Taliban spokespersons have denied that any attack was imminent in the wake of those warnings. However, we do know now that 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. Information is steadily coming to the LiveNOW from Fox desk. Just receiving this tweet from Chad Pergam saying Capitol Hill sources say multiple explosions in Kabul, no safe gates at the airport. The incident comes at the airport as lawmakers and their aides have been scrambling to get Americans and certain Afghans out. Fox is told there may be persons with multiple suicide vests. Another state coming from Chad Pergam, the State Department saying that United States citizens should avoid traveling to the airport and to avoid airport gates at this time. United States citizens who are at the Abbey Gate, East Gate, or North Gate should now leave immediately. Again, we're getting word that 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. Now, also, a group of lawmakers are urging the president to ignore his deadline to evacuate Americans from Afghanistan by August 31st. The bipartisan House members say they're worried the deadline is too close, while adding that it is important to continue the mission for as long as it takes. This message echoes Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's message, who said on Wednesday there is no timetable on evacuating Americans. Again, this tweet coming from Chad Pergam. Capitol Hill sources say multiple explosions in Kabul, no safe gates at the airport. And this incident is coming as lawmakers and their aides were already scrambling to get Americans and certain Afghans out. Afghans who have helped the United States throughout this time. And Fox is also told there may be multiple persons with multiple suicide vests. Again, we know that 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. Also on standby for a live update from Pentagon officials. This update was slated for 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. However, considering the breaking news situation, this update has been pushed back. However, we will stream it live for you all right here on LiveNOW from Fox, raw and unfiltered. Also getting word that the United States Embassy is saying that Americans at the Kabul airport gates should leave now. Again, there has been an explosion at the Kabul airport. 3 United States troops have been wounded in an apparent suicide bombing. All right, guys, and if you are joining us, thank you all so much for tuning in to LiveNOW from Fox during this breaking news situation. Information is very fluid and unfolding during this time. However, we do expect to have a live update from Pentagon officials hopefully within the hour. If you're just now joining us, what we know is 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. Some of our viewers will now see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back. You are streaming live now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, we do have a breaking news situation that we are covering here. We are getting reports that 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. We are currently on standby for a live update from the Pentagon. Also getting word that now there's an unknown number of injuries in the attack. We are constantly receiving information to the Live Now from Fox desk. This tweet coming from the State Department, Afghanistan. There has been a large explosion at the airport and there are reports of gunfire. United States citizens should avoid traveling to the airport and avoid airport gates. those are at the Abbey Gate, East Gate, or North Gate should leave immediately. I do want to show you all a few images that we are receiving now. Again, if you're just now joining us, an explosion has occurred outside of the Kabul airport. Officials have confirmed that several governments have warned of a possible security threat amid growing tensions following the United States troop withdrawal. We can confirm an explosion outside the Kabul airport. This is coming from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. He said this via Twitter. Casualties are unclear at this time. We will provide additional details when we can. The images that you are currently witnessing are captured by ally Hassan via Storyful. As you can see here, a man with blood-stained clothes walking through the Afghanistan streets. Again, this is a developing story. This live picture coming from outside of the Kabul airport. I do want to bring you all a recap of the latest information that we are receiving here at LiveNOW from Fox. In case you are just now joining us, an explosion has been reported on Thursday, just a few hours ago, outside of the Kabul airport, where thousands have flocked as they try to flee Taliban-controlled Afghanistan in the waning days of a massive airlift. Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby confirmed the explosion and said there was no immediate word on casualties in the blast. However, right now we do know that 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack, and there are also reports of gunfire in the area. We also know that thousands of Afghans have been gathering at the airport for days, as we have been reporting here on LiveNOW from Fox, as they are trying to flee the country since the Taliban's takeover earlier this month. Western nations have also warned of a possible attack. Now, this security threat has prompted the State Department to urge Americans to move away from the perimeter of the Kabul airport. Speaking to ABC News from Kabul, Ross Wilson said he could not discuss the specifics of the threat or its current status. Again, information is limited. However, we can report that a large explosion has taken place outside of the Kabul airport, and 3 United States troops have been wounded in the attack. Now, thousands of Afghanistans are at risk and struggling to get to the airport. This all taking place within the past few days, even as many other thousands of Afghanistan have already been flown to safety in nearly 2 weeks. And this is taking place as evacuations are occurring around the clock. Now, the airlift continued earlier today despite warnings of a vehicle-borne bomb threat near the area. The White House said that over 13,000 people have been evacuated in the last 24 hours. That ended early Thursday morning, Washington time. Those evacuations included 5,100 people aboard a United States military plane and 8,300 people in coalition on a partner aircraft. Several Americans working phones and trying to pull strings to get out former Afghan colleagues, women advocates, journalists, and other vulnerable Afghans as they are still waiting for United States action. This as the president's deadline for evacuation is coming to a near August 31st. We also have heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken in recent days. He has emphasized that the State Department should evacuate Americans. That is our top priority. He also added that, quote, "We are committed to getting out as many Afghans at risk as we can before the 31st. Also taking place, we know that the United States Embassy has warned citizens at 3 airport gates to leave immediately due to an unspecified security threat. This took place on late Wednesday. Other countries, Australia, Britain, New Zealand, they have also advised their citizens Thursday not to go to the airport, with Australia's foreign minister saying that there was a very high threat of a terrorist attack. Again, if you're just now joining us, we are reporting 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport attack. A suicide bombing has been confirmed at the Abbey Gate. Taking a live look now over the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. So this has just happened as more nations began to shut down their own evacuation flights and pulling out before the United States withdrawal date of August 31st. The United States Embassy in Kabul, the capital, issued a security warning. This happened on Thursday, warning American citizens to stay away from 3 specific airport gates. United States senior officials also warning that the ongoing and specific threats involving the Islamic State could come with potential vehicle bombs. We now can confirm that a suicide attack has been confirmed at the Abbey Gate. According to the Pentagon, there are a number of casualties, but we can confirm right here at Fox that 3 United States troops have been wounded in the airport attack. Bringing you all this live image from Washington, D.C. Again, this is a very fluid breaking news situation. We are on standby to hear from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby as he will bring us the latest update. This update was slated for 10:30 as we have been receiving daily update as tension has been growing in Afghanistan. However, amid this breaking news situation of the attack of the Kabul airport, this announcement has been pushed back. We will stream this for you all as soon as it is available right here on LiveNOW from Fox. I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You all are streaming live now from Fox. Thank you all for streaming us, especially during this breaking news situation. We are getting reports of suicide bombing and firefights outside of the Kabul airport. Now, this is coming to us courtesy of AP, currently taking a live look outside the airport in Afghanistan. Now, officials have offered No official casualty count, but a witness and several other people appeared to have been killed or wounded. Adam, an Afghan waiting outside of the airport, said that the explosion went off in a people waiting to enter the airport. Khan, who said he was standing about 80 meters away, said that he saw several people appear to have been killed or wounded. I do want to bring you all some images that we are receiving to the Live Fox desk. Again, 3 United States troops have been wounded in a Kabul airport, getting reports of an apparent suicide bombing. Also, according to AP, Russian Foreign Ministry says the suicide attack at Kabul airport has killed at least 2 people and wounded 15. Again, we are on standby for an update from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. I do want to bring you all a recap of the unfolding situation of Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
La Jolla, Texas, early Wednesday morning. As usual, migrants show up and turn themselves into Border Patrol. But if any plan to claim asylum, there's about to be a major change in policy. Tuesday night, the Supreme Court issued a decision that orders the Biden administration to reinstate the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy, which forced migrants to wait in Mexico for their court date in the United States. Trump argued it effectively ended catch and release. Biden ended that policy when he took office, and under his administration, asylum-seeking migrants have been released into the U.S. by the tens of thousands pending their court dates. But the Supreme Court says Biden's move likely violated federal law, and now the policy must be reinstated. DHS responded by saying, in part, it will comply during the appeals process, but the department respectfully disagrees with the district court's decision and regrets that the Supreme Court declined to issue a stay. Police in La Jolla, Texas tell Fox News the border search started as soon as Biden scrapped the Remain in Mexico policy.
It was a complete spike in people crossing into our jurisdiction. I want to say beginning of March, that's when we saw the highest numbers coming over.
And take a look at this. What looks like a legitimate Border Patrol SUV is actually a total fake. Border Patrol agents in Tucson, Arizona arrested a human smuggler who had essentially cloned a Border Patrol vehicle, had a fake uniform, and had 10 migrants in the vehicle with him. And earlier today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott praised the Supreme Court's decision to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. He calls it a victory for the state of Texas, and he went on.
And live now from Fox does continue. Thank you to everyone joining us here worldwide. Major breaking news story here. Obviously, we are going to continue to provide you live coverage all day today right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up on 11 o'clock Eastern, almost 8 o'clock out on the West Coast, we continue to follow the breaking news of this Afghanistan explosion near the airport in Kabul. And we continue to wait here from more updates as we are learning from Fox News Channel and our partners. At least 3 U.S. soldiers have been injured. And right now the Pentagon is also saying that an unknown number of casualties have been reported there as well. We don't have a firm number. It's a very fluid situation at this hour here. Obviously, as news continues to come in, we will be updating you on the very latest. So stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away from taking commercial breaks right here and be in a rolling breaking news coverage here for you for the foreseeable time, as this has been unfortunately building as we've been talking about the Afghanistan situation for now a week and a half, really, talking about this withdrawal process as U.S. Citizens and Afghan allies continue to try to make its way to the U.S. and other countries that are willing to relocate these Afghan refugees after the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan. So this is the situation that we are at right now. We continue to wait for a Pentagon briefing here. It could be happening at any moment. Obviously, it was slated for 30 minutes ago, but because of the breaking news situation, the press secretary obviously wants to get the very latest info, is still talking with advisors and still getting some reports from the ground there in Afghanistan. So we will continue to wait right now for this update. It's a very fluid situation, and we just want to let everyone know that everything is happening in real time here. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox, bring you the live coverage as it is happening in real time. So what I'm going to do is just read out some of the very latest from Fox News Channel, as multiple now explosions are being reported outside of the Kabul, Afghanistan airport. 3 U.S. Marines have been injured here. Now, smoke could be seen rising from an explosion outside of the airport earlier today here. A suicide bombing outside the Abbey Gate at the airport in Afghanistan injured at least 3 U.S. Marines, U.S. officials confirmed. A U.S. official indicated that the attack set off a firefight at Abbey Gate, where last night there were 5,000 Afghans and potentially some Americans seeking access to the airport. The bombing comes hours after the State Department warned Americans outside the gates of the Kabul airport to leave immediately due to the increasing terrorist threat here. So that is what we have been hearing about for the last couple of days. There was almost this whiplash effect that the American citizens in Afghanistan and the Afghan refugees had to face. They were told to go to the airport. You know, you remember last week, President Biden said that they had a deal with the Taliban, that the Taliban would allow safe passage for American citizens to the airport. That is not the case, obviously, right now, because there are explosions going around that area. So things have definitely shifted for the worse. And this was always the situation that was a little bit dicey, not a little bit, but very dicey when you are considering that the U.S. Doing negotiations with the Taliban. How much can you trust them after what they did? They harbored Osama bin Laden 20 years ago after the terrible, terrible 9/11 bombings and terror attacks. So you have that right now. Now you have a situation of a suicide bomber being reported. Now there's multiple explosions being reported in Afghanistan here. So who are these suicide bombers? Was it a part of ISIS? Was it a part of a Taliban fighter that went rogue? Reminder, we are only about 5 days away from that withdrawal deadline. Now, the Taliban was not moving from that August 31st deadline here, and the Biden administration just yesterday put out that there were 1,500 Americans, roughly, that was their number, that said that we're still in Afghanistan now. We don't know what that number is going to be. Obviously, there is not going to be any departures going on right now during this very, very difficult moment here with the explosions that are happening in Afghanistan. And we continue to monitor the situation live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We are going to continue to be with you. We are going to update you. We are going now on the top of the hour here, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Live Now from Fox does continue as we provide you breaking news updates of 3 U.S. troops here. We are being told that they are Marines wounded in this airport attack. The Pentagon saying unknown number of casualties in the attack right now. U.S. officials describe the suicide bombing a complex attack at the airport. Afghan witness to the airport explosion says baby girl died in his arms. I'm just reading off the very latest from FoxNews.com, giving us updates as they are coming in real time. So stay right here with us, everybody. We are going to give you much more information. We continue to wait for the Pentagon, the State Department briefings. We need to hear from President Biden. When will we get something from President Biden? We were going to get a little something from him a little bit later in the afternoon. He was going to be talking to governors, but we need to see President Biden right now give an address, give us an update as it's happening in real time here. Live look right now at the Pentagon, everybody. We continue to wait for that. It is now the top of the hour. Let's give you a fresh update of everything that is happening in this really complex situation. A breaking news update here as multiple explosions now being reported outside of the Kabul airport there. 3 U.S. Marines have been injured here. Pentagon saying unknown number of injuries and casualties. And we were expecting an update at the bottom of last hour here, but obviously with everything that is happening, it is going to be delayed for quite some time here. We will continue to wait for that and the State Department briefing. This is the latest update from FoxNews.com. A suicide bombing outside the Abbey Gate at Kabul's airport in Afghanistan injured at least 3 U.S. Marines. A U.S. official indicated that the attack set off a firefight at Abbey Gate, where last night there were 5,000 Afghans and potentially some Americans seeking access to the airport. The bombing comes after the State Department warned Americans outside the gates of the Kabul airport to leave immediately due to the increasing terror threat there. The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan issues a new security warning that U.S. citizens should avoid traveling to the airport and avoid airport gates at this time. That is what we heard very early this morning here. So they had to know that there was some sort of legitimate threat going on in and around the airport. And unfortunately, that threat became realized here. Multiple explosions now being reported here, and we are going to continue to wait for updates right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Pentagon continues to say it's unclear on the number of casualties in this suicide bombing. So the latest updates here of the suicide bombing is that there was, I suppose, a gunfire right after that situation happened here. 3 U.S. Marines have been injured, and we continue to wait for more live updates. A very, very fluid situation. We thank all our viewers for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do here when a situation arises to this magnitude. We go wall-to-wall coverage, providing you the very latest. At the bottom of the hour here, if we don't have a Pentagon update, we'll get you a little live interview, just giving us the context of the tensions in the Middle East, how we got to this situation, and what could be the future now coming after an attack on U.S. Marines and Afghan refugees. What happens next as far as a withdrawal, or does the U.S. start mobilizing more troops to Afghanistan? Those are the questions here that remain unclear at this moment, but we will continue to follow all of the breaking news and updates. I want to go back out to the shot because I want to read off just some of the more news that continues to pour in right here. Okay, we are getting a new fresh update from the Pentagon. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby just tweeting this out. We can confirm that the explosion at the Abbey Gate was the result of a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties. We can also confirm at least one other explosion at or near a hotel a short distance from Abbey Gate. We will continue to update. So that is the very latest. Now we got that confirmation from the Pentagon that there are multiple explosions that happened in Afghanistan here. Unclear right now on the number of civilian casualties and unfortunately U.S. service members at this moment here. But that is a really big breaking news coming off just at this top of the hour. We continue to wait for more live updates here, and this is a look here at the Pentagon. Obviously, we are going to be getting that pretty soon, but we are in a holding pattern because of everything that has been happening. Fox News first reported that second explosion about 40 minutes ago, and now the Pentagon confirming the Fox News reporting there that second explosion happening near the airport here. Capitol Hill sources tells Fox News chat program that the explosion happened outside the airport after someone detonated a suicide vest. Then a gunfight erupted. All airport gates processing evacuees are now closed, and sources describe the incident as a complex attack there. President Biden has been briefed about this situation and continues to be briefed. The question that remains unclear is when will we hear from the president here? Obviously, he is going to have to come out and talk now that our service members have been attacked here. Unclear who the suicide bomber or bombers were, but we will continue to follow all the latest updates right here on Live Now from Fox. News in Live Now from Fox does continue here as we continue to bring you the latest coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, with this update. Let's continue to read the latest updates here coming from Fox News right now at this hour, and they're doing a great job. They have a live blog update that continues to give us the fast facts right here. So this is what we know at this hour, everyone. A suicide bombing outside the Abbey Gate at Kabul's airport in Afghanistan injures at least 3 U.S. Marines. U.S. officials have confirmed. Pentagon has also put that statement out. Now, a second explosion has happened outside of a hotel near this airport as well. So these are the facts that we continue to monitor right now. It's a moving and very fluid situation there in Afghanistan, and we continue to wait for updates from the State Department, Pentagon, the White House. There was all going to be updates today, but those times can now be really pushed back here because of everything that is happening there in Afghanistan. Now, we were talking about really what led up to this and thinking about 5 days away from this withdrawal deadline. Now, it was always a dicey situation, some would say, to be doing negotiations with the Taliban. How much could you trust them? What kind of passage would they be giving Americans and Afghan refugees? It was getting tense in the last 24 hours, so tense that the State Department had to put out a warning. Also, the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan put out that warning saying, do not come to the airport. They told Americans and Afghan refugees to get off of the wall by the airport because there were terror threats available here. So that was a very, very serious message that they put out, and obviously now what we know, that threat became real here. We can confirm also that President Biden has been briefed on this situation. He was slated later today to talk to governors across the country that we're going to be taking in Afghan refugees. We don't know if that will still happen, but we'll show it to you if it does. Obviously, things have changed. This is the major news here of the day, and it will continue to be throughout the whole day right here on Live Now from Fox. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be with you, really wall-to-wall coverage right now for the foreseeable future after 3 U.S. Marines have been confirmed to be injured in the blast. Now, we're hoping that at this point that they are just injuries, because if there are casualties, then the situation, unfortunately, gets elevated so much more here. And, this was a tense situation to begin with. That was what the Pentagon was saying from the very beginning. But something happened within the last 36 hours that really started to intensify in and around this airport. Some fresh updates here from Lucas Tomlinson reporting that 5,200 U.S. troops remain at the airport. 600 have recently been departed. So that's a fresh update there. Lucas Tomlinson, Pentagon reporter for Fox News Channel, putting that out. Earlier today, John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary, saying we can confirm that the explosion near the Abbey gate of the airport has resulted in an unknown number of casualties. We will continue to update right here. Then about 15 minutes ago, he also did add that we can confirm that the explosion at the Abbey Gate was the result of a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties. We can also confirm at least one other explosion at or near the hotel a short distance from Abbey Gate. We will continue to update. So this is where we're at right now. If you're just joining us here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox, a very sad update that has been really intensifying within the last 36 hours here of 3 U.S. Marines have been injured in a suicide explosion there. Also, there was a gunfight that happened immediately after. And we continue to look here for more updates right here on Live Now from Fox. The former National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, said on Fox News just moments ago that we now have a new epicenter of jihadist terrorism that will be a threat to the world. The situation is going to get much worse. We defeat it ourselves. That was from the former National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, telling Fox News just a little bit ago. We got some more images that are coming in right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to show this to you. It's going to take off the live here, but this is from a tweet there just moments after this bombing, and you can see just the unfortunate situation there, that someone being helped up there with blood all over their outfit right there. So that is something that we are seeing right now coming through as people right there on the ground are giving live updates. You got to remember, not a lot of media right there now in Afghanistan after people have been now leaving the country because of the Taliban takeover and because of this August 31st deadline that is just days away here. What will now the situation be like in Afghanistan? Will there even be a passage for Americans to leave now? We heard yesterday from the State Department that there were 1,500 Americans still stranded in Afghanistan. What is going to happen to them? Obviously, right now at the airport, there are no departures happening because of this situation. So what is the next steps for Americans? Imagine that you are an American or an Afghan refugee. You see what is happening, you hear what is happening, and now you see the total unrest in that country. What are you thinking? Who do you want to hear from? Those are the things that could be going on in their minds, because, and then you hear the situation that the State Department and Pentagon saying, do not go to the airport. Now that was going to be your supposed lifeline to get out of there. Now the storyline has unfortunately changed. What will happen to those 1,500 Americans that are still in Afghanistan, stranded right now at this moment? Live Now from Fox does continue. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here as we continue to give you live updates right here on this very fluid situation happening in Afghanistan. A gunfight followed a suicide vest explosion outside of the airport here, and we continue to wait for more live updates as they are happening. But right now, we wait and see when the Pentagon, the State Department will be giving their briefings right here. Also, from the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan, putting this out, because of security threats outside the gates of the airport, we are advising U.S. citizens to avoid traveling to the airport and to avoid airport gates at this time unless you receive individual instructions from a U.S. government representative to do so. U.S. citizens who are at the Abbey Gate, East Gate, or North Gate should leave immediately. So this is the whiplash effect that we are seeing that is happening with this attack here, that now, you know, you wanted to go there, you can't go there. Where do you go? Where is it safe to be right now in Afghanistan as the terrorist Taliban have taken over the country? So when you hear reports like that, where do you go in this country? Where is it safe now at this moment? We are getting some fresh updates right here in video. Let's play this out right here. All right, so this is a map here just showing you the area of where this airport is right here, where a witness says several people have been killed. We don't have a number right now or a report of that right now, but Pentagon's saying that multiple casualties being reported. Here's the picture that we just showed you of somebody that was right near that explosion. Unfortunately, another shot of that individual with blood dripping off of them, and trying to get taken to safety and taken for help here. Here's another look here of what it looks like right outside of the airport there. You see our U.S. soldiers there that continue to try to give the best defense and best security that the world has ever seen. But at this point here, we have been attacked, and now we don't know what the future will be for these 1,500 people that are stranded right now in Afghanistan, and the thousands and thousands of Afghan refugees that continue to wait to try to get out of the country as well. We heard earlier reporting today from Fox News that 240,000 Afghan refugees still in the country looking for a way out there. And with those numbers, obviously, there is no way to get that many people out by August 31st there. So that was a math problem to begin with for the U.S. that had to deal with this situation. Now it is much different, obviously, and we just don't know what this timetable now will do because of these explosions that have happened in and around the airport here. So Pentagon continues to say at least 3 U.S. troops wounded in the explosion here. And I continue to wait for more updates here from FoxNews.com that continues to give some really fresh updates in real time as it is happening. And okay, this another update here. Another witness describes mayhem right now outside of the airport. Bill, a witness, we just have a first name. His name is Bill. A witness in Afghanistan describes the situation at the Kabul airport following the explosion there. We'll try to get that video for you in just a little bit on LiveNOW from Fox here. But we have witnesses now saying mayhem is happening at this airport and around it. We now know multiple explosions happening because of suicide bombers. We have 3 U.S. Marines that have been wounded in the explosion. We don't know the extent of those injuries at this moment here, but we are back out now live on LiveNOW from Fox as we continue to give you the updates here that are happening now in real time, everybody. Thank you again for joining us here today on this. It's going to be a fast-paced day, and it's something that we were hoping that we would never have to report on, but now we are talking about 3 U.S. Marines that have been, unfortunately, attacked in this explosion. And we continue to wait for more updates from the White House, from the State Department, and the Pentagon. We are getting close to almost an hour late here. Obviously, from the Pentagon, they are trying to get the latest numbers from the ground in real time. So when they give us this update, we could get some news coming out of it. Department of Defense says evacuations continue after the attacks here. So somehow, some way, these evacuations are continuing, and this is a dire need now. A huge humanitarian crisis is happening, and we continue to wait for more updates that are happening right now. Live Now from Fox does continue, everybody. We appreciate everyone continuing to stay with us during this very fluid and breaking news story here of multiple explosions happening in and around the Kabul airport. And right now, we can tell you that 3 U.S. Marines have been attacked and have been injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries right now, but the Pentagon confirming that the explosion at the Abbey Gate was the result of a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties. We can also confirm at least 1 other explosion at or near the Baron Hotel, a short distance from Abbey Gate. We will continue to update right there. Another update here. More than 600 U.S. troops have departed Afghanistan. That is from the Pentagon. A total of 5,200 U.S. troops remain at the airport, down from a peak of 5,800 a few days ago. The U.S. military mission is likely to end in the next 3 or 4 days, but obviously that now is, that could be a very fluid situation. Evacuation flights are also beginning to slow down. More than 13,000 evacuated yesterday, but that is down from 6,000 the day before, according to the latest Pentagon stats. Earlier today, the Taliban was using tear gas outside of the airport. Hundreds are still trying to escape Afghanistan, despite U.S. advising people to leave the airport immediately over imminent terror bomb threats here. So that was happening earlier this morning, and they were getting confirmed terror bomb threats, and then it did happen there right outside of the airport. That's why they were putting out those warnings. The State Department, the Pentagon saying, do not come to the airport. It is not safe right now. And that is when, unfortunately, they were having problems there. We continue to look here. Live Now from Fox is showing you just where this airport is situated. A witness claims that he saw several people killed, and we wait for a Pentagon update to give us what the latest on the ground is right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just a little bit, everybody, we will be getting an update and really trying to give us some context about everything that is happening. Also giving us just really the context of the tensions in the Middle East. How did we get here? What was the withdrawal process supposed to look like? And now it has changed forever, unfortunately. And what will the future be for the 1,500 people that Americans that are stuck right now in Afghanistan after they learned of the devastating news of 3 U.S. Marines that have been injured in this attack? We continue to wait for more live updates right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Okay, we are getting some other news right here, updates, preliminary info right now from the Associated Press. Russia's foreign ministry is also confirming a second explosion that has gone off outside of the airport. Again, these reports are from the AP. They are saying the twin suicide attacks killed at least 13 people and wounded another 15. U.S. officials said that the American personnel were wounded in the blast without elaborating. They spoke on a condition of anonymity to discuss ongoing operations. Again, what we have confirmed with Fox television stations that 3 U.S. troops have been injured there. So we will continue to wait for more updates right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Department of Defense also putting out the evacuations continue after these attacks at the airport, in and around the airport right now. Obviously a very fluid situation. Those numbers that we just reported could change at any time, and we continue to wait for the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. This is now coming up on 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 out on the West Coast. You are watching continuous live coverage here of multiple explosions in Afghanistan right now. We are seeing some pictures there of people being escorted away from the site of the explosion outside of Kabul's airport, and another witness describing mayhem right now that continues outside of the airport. But we are getting those news reports, updates from the Department of Defense saying that the evacuations continue right now. So some information that continues to really trickle down. It's obviously a very fluid situation, and we'll try our best to report on the numbers, but the numbers are very going to be changing in a rapid way as more updates will continue to follow. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you again for joining us. You can get all of our streaming coverage on really the device and streaming service that you like at LiveNowFox.com. Check it out, and you can see just all the other options you have to get our live streaming news service right here, continuing in real time right now as we continue to wait for more updates from the Pentagon and the State Department and also the White House. We know that President Biden has been briefed on this situation, and a little bit later he was expected to talk with the governors around the country, talking about Afghan refugees that were coming to the states that the governors were allowing refugees to come, but that might be pushed back or canceled altogether. We just don't know at this moment as we wait for more guidance coming from the White House, everyone. Here's some fast facts right now. If you're just joining us here and wanting to know a little bit more of the situation right now, suicide bombing outside of the Abbey Gate at Kabul's airport in Afghanistan injured at least 3 Marines. A U.S. official indicated that the attack set off a firefight at Abbey Gate, where last night there were 5,000 Afghans and potentially some Americans seeking access to the airport. And what we have been hearing about is this whiplash effect of people being told to come to the airport, and then at a moment's notice, as more intel is coming to the CIA and other U.S. Embassies, saying, now is not the time to come to the airport. Do not come to the airport. So you're getting that whiplash effect for the people that are trying to leave. 5,200 troops at the airport right now. We are learning that Afghans right now are still on the tarmac. That's according to Fox News Channel, just putting up that update just moments ago. So that is a fresh update here as they have planes right now on the tarmac getting ready to leave and get them out of there, as now the situation has turned dire. It has turned a rapid, unfortunate decline there. In the days before this, the U.S. was trying to work with the Taliban in some sort of way to allow passage of Americans and Afghan refugees to come to the airport and get out of there. For the most part, things were operating okay. And I say okay because there were reports there from the Taliban taking passports, beating up on people, beating up on women. And those were the reports that we were hearing the last couple of days. Now this has turned very, very much different. And unfortunately, it has turned, from what some reporting from the AP, it has turned deadly. So this is a whole new situation. It's a whole new ball game right now, and it's something that we as a country never wanted to face. We knew this threat was very possible. That is what we have been hearing from the State Department, from the Pentagon, giving us these updates daily, sometimes twice daily, about what was happening there on the ground. But within the last 24 hours, things have gotten really, really dicey there. And unfortunately, now we are seeing the ramifications of that right now. We have witnesses there on the ground saying, telling Fox News that there is mayhem right now outside of the airport. And we continue to wait for more of those updates coming through. It's a very fluid situation, so we appreciate everyone joining us here on this breaking news day here on Live Now from Fox, giving us really the context that we continue to look forward to with these updates right now. The latest update there is the 3 U.S. Marines have been injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries at all. We're hoping for the very best, obviously, for our troops, but for everybody that was involved in this blast. Multiple explosions were reported there, and that has been confirmed there by the Pentagon saying that there was an explosion right outside of the airport and then right outside of a hotel. Then a gunfire ensued right after that, and that is where we are left now, hanging on to, we're holding out hope for those Marines and other people that were involved in the blast. But this is where we are at right now. You could almost feel the tension that was rising through the last 36 to 48 hours when we were getting these updates from the Pentagon and the State Department, how things were rapidly changing in and around the airport. We were hearing those reports that the Taliban was taking some people's passports. They were beating up people, roughing them up, trying to intimidate them. And now we are in just a whole different situation that we are facing right now. 5,200 troops still at the airport right now. That's on the U.S. side. Afghans are still on the tarmac, being reported out there by Fox News Channel at this moment. Thanks again for all our viewers from around the country and around the world as we continue to wait for some more updates right here on this really fluid news story. And it's something that we wish we didn't have to report. It's something that we wish never happened. But these were the real threats that were happening and that continue to happen there in Afghanistan. A lot of people were wondering just how much give would the Taliban give? And they were wondering, how do you do negotiations with a terrorist organization? That's a whole nother ballgame, and something that a lot of people were saying, why are we even entering into that? When you start negotiations with a terrorist organization, you legitimize them. And now we're in something that is totally in a new, unfortunate dynamic right here, and we continue for those updates right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. If you're just joining us here, everyone, I'm just going to just do some updates here of just little tidbits that we continue to get right now. Second explosion was reported and confirmed by the Pentagon outside of an hotel as well. An Afghan witness to the airport explosion says a baby girl died in his arms. Smoke was seen rising from an explosion outside of the airport earlier today as well. Let's just show you some more video and really full screens of this dynamic situation that is happening, of this explosion right now. We have U.S. soldiers that are unfortunately injured in this attack. We have countless others that are injured as well. We're talking about Afghan refugees all in the mix there, trying to get out of the country that the Taliban has now taken and unfortunately controlled. This is the worst case nightmare for so many Afghans. For 20 years, for nearly 20 years, they were looking forward to some sort of democracy, some sort of normalcy, something that they never really had in their life. And now it is in shatters. Now it is all taken away from them because the Taliban have took over so fast. Just a little bit, we will be getting some context of everything that is happening in a live interview. We'll be bringing that to you in just moments. on Live Now from Fox, everyone. In the meantime, stay right here with us. More updates to follow. Evacuations do continue after the attacks at the airport. Republicans slam Biden after the suicide attack at the airport. Blood on his hands. Republicans are slamming the Biden administration handling of Afghanistan after multiple explosions outside of the airport, injuring at least 3 U.S. Marines here. Representative Dan Crenshaw tweeting out a response to the violence saying, "Mr. President, fix the mess you created. Stop running from it." That is from Representative Dan Crenshaw, just putting that statement out as well. 3 U.S. Marines have been injured in this attack. Unclear how many injured or killed in this attack. And we continue right now on Live Now from Fox, trying to get the very latest updates. Here is what we are awaiting right now. Obviously, the Pentagon continues to be in a holding pattern for this update right now. And we want to join in. We have a special guest on the phone here. This is a former senior intelligence officer, Lieutenant Colonel Hal Kempfer, retired here, and thank you again for joining us and for giving us some context of everything that is happening right now in Afghanistan. We appreciate you joining us here.
You bet, Mike. Obviously it's a very fluid situation. This is something that they've anticipated. This was war gamed. It was basically, they basically come out and said they tabletop exercise this. I can tell you, having looked at a lot of contingencies, that this is not something that wasn't expected. You don't want it to happen. You try to take precautions against it as best you can. But obviously with the situation on the ground there, this is not a surprise. It's tragic, but it's not a surprise.
And can you just give us some sense here of the ongoing threats that were happening and really the whiplash effect that we were seeing being put out there by the State Department? At about 48 hours ago, the Afghan refugees and U.S. citizens were told to go to the airport. And then, as early of this morning, they're putting out statements saying, please do not go to the airport because of these terror threats. So when they have that information, they must have known something was very imminent at that point, right?
Mike, what they probably had was what we call indications of warning that there was a threat. It's not just the Taliban on the ground. There's other groups there. The Haqqani network is there. Also, IS, the Islamic State fighters are there. So, and of course Al Qaeda as well. It's a threat soup, if you will. There's a lot of things out there. Even though the Taliban are technically in control of the city, these other actors are obviously moving freely around it. They probably picked up, I could only venture to guess as to what the source of intelligence was, whether it was a human source or something like that, or maybe some other technical means. But they picked up that there was a threat, probably a plan or a plot to do some sort of attack like this. And so they put out that warning. And these things do change quickly. Their mission is to get people out of there. On the other hand, when they see a threat like this, they do have to, do a quick 180 and tell people, stay away because they know there's a threat to their lives if they come to the airport.
Yes. How true is that? Now, let's also talk about, at this moment, we don't know who these bad actors were. Could it be part of the Taliban? Could it be somebody in the Taliban that went rogue? Or could it be ISIS as well?
It sounds, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like there's starting to become a consensus opinion. It probably was ISIS. We don't know for sure. Also, sometimes it gets very confusing on the ground as to who's actually what. But probably ISIS. I don't think the Taliban government, for lack of a better term, themselves would do this. I would not rule out some sort of rogue element. There's certainly enough people there who would like to, make a statement against the United States. So you can't rule out some sort of rogue Taliban element, or somebody who was claiming to be Taliban but maybe had other motivations or allegiances. But it seems to be there's an emerging consensus that may have been some sort of IS operatives or Islamic State operatives. Islamic State of Khorasan is what I'm hearing, but more information on that is burbling up as we speak.
Yeah. We were talking about just how fluid this is, and I just want to read out to everybody and have you respond to this after this. We're getting some new updates here in reporting from Fox News saying that more attacks could come soon, sources warn. This is coming from congressional sources telling Fox News' Chad program that the multiple explosions could be a coordinated attack as part of an ongoing event, and more may be to come here. So that is the new warning that is out there right now on the ground. What are your thoughts?
I would not be surprised that it was limited to 2 bombings. It's a horrible event, but limited to 2 bombings kind of indicates to me that there'll probably be more stuff to come. Problem with this is when you have these terrorist attacks, if there are a number of operatives out there, a number of cells that want to do attack, this may have opened up, the floodgates, if you will. They may have seen a change in course here, and so a number of them could have plans on the shelf, if you will, things they're thinking about doing, and they're planning going in. On the other hand, this could be a much larger coordinated attack. This could be, for example, IS may have been planning this for some time and just waiting for the right opportunity, and now they feel the right opportunity is there. One thing they're going to have to look at, though, is they're looking for mass casualty opportunities. And if everybody stays away from the gate, if they stay away from mass gatherings, that limits the number of opportunities they would have to make a statement. So a lot of it's going to be, if you will, the defensive posture of those on the ground will kind of define whether there's a lot more attacks very soon. Because simply, if there aren't places to attack, then there probably won't be as many attacks right away. On the other hand, if there's a lot of people flooding the gate still, and they see an opportunity, they'll probably try and sneak someone in there to do another attack.
And another question that obviously now is on the minds there of the roughly 1,500 Americans that are still stranded in Afghanistan. What happens to them? We're coming to a deadline fast approaching there at the end of this month. What are they thinking at this very moment, being stuck there right now and hearing the reports and maybe even seeing what is happening there on the ground?
I think what they're trying to do, my guess would be that they're trying to maintain communication with everybody that they know that is across anywhere in Afghanistan. And keep in mind that not all 1,500 are necessarily in Kabul. They could, my understanding is a number of them are spread all over the country in other locations. So they weren't probably going to make their way to the Kabul airport simply because of geography. They couldn't physically get there. But there's a lot of communication with them. They're trying to figure out a lot of different ways that we can get them out of the country. I don't want to speculate too much, but I know that there's a lot of folks that really know how to do this well that are working very hard to get them out. And I am sure they're working through every possible way that they can get these people out of the country. They're very good at doing this. When you're planning this sort of stuff, they look at every contingency, and I know that they're working really hard. It's a tough situation, beyond the threat situation, the geography of Afghanistan is tough. It's mountainous terrain. In many cases, if you're looking at aviation, you got some pretty high altitudes you're having to deal with. Also, we don't have the number of ways to get in there that we used to have. We can come in from the north. We have some permissive areas in there, but Pakistan is kind of a question right now. They're letting us fly over. I don't know if we're allowed to launch anything out of Pakistan per se. So there's some extended distances. It's a huge country, and that's some of the challenges that they're working with. And of course, within those cities, those other cities, there's a threat situation unique on the ground to those cities. And what they're able to do in Kabul is not necessarily what they're going to be able to do in some of the other cities where the Americans might be located.
So true. And then can you also give us just some context and really just tell us just how dicey of a situation it is for the U.S. in the first place to even, negotiate with the Taliban? I mean, this is the same group that roughly 20 years ago harbored Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. And how much can you even trust them, even though that they were saying that they would allow safe passage? At what point can you really trust this group?
Well, I don't think anybody trusts them too far. Obviously, we have been in negotiations with them for some time. That's where the original agreement to withdraw by 1 May had come from. So there is a dialogue there. There are established communications paths. There are points of contact that we have. And as far as I can tell, those established connections are still there. It's a twofold problem. One is dealing with the Taliban, but the other one is dealing with the fact that the Taliban doesn't completely control the ground in and around Kabul airport. And I think that's what we're probably seeing right now. They can make guarantees. There's a lot of, overstatement, if you will, by the Taliban as far as what they control or what they can do. And they may be saying, safe passage, but the reality on the ground is they can't guarantee safe passage simply because they can't fully control what's going on there. And again, these could be IS elements that are doing these bombings. And IS and the Taliban have been at odds for quite some time. So that tells you that they don't actually have the military capability to control actually what's there, which makes it, again, a very dynamic, fluid situation.
And right now we continue to wait for the Pentagon update. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are talking on the phone right now with a former senior intelligence officer, Hal Kempfer, giving us just really the context and updates of what could possibly be happening on the ground right now as we await fresh updates from the Pentagon. Can you give us some insight of what the press secretary at the Pentagon is doing right now? Who's he in contact with? So when he gets to the podium, he has all these fresh numbers and updates for the media and people around the world.
What he's probably going to do, he's going through a tear line sheet of all the information that they can put out there. Admiral Kirby is probably getting briefed on a lot of things. One thing press secretaries, or I should say somebody in his position would have to do is he's going to know a lot of things that he can't publicly talk about. There's things that we have to do from an operational security standpoint. Even if we had, say, a rescue operation in town or something like that, he can't release those details because he could put those forces and those people at risk. So there's a lot of things he knows he can't talk about. I'm sure he's trying to anticipate the questions he's going to be asked and figure out exactly how he wants to address those. The other thing that he has to do is he has to make sure whatever he's saying is consistent with what State Department and the White House are saying as well. And that's a big challenge. We have seen, and you know this, that's just part of journalism 101, is when you find differences in what different official public information officers or press secretaries are saying, that's something you kind of key on because it shows that there's an inconsistency that needs to be brought to light. So he has to be very careful that he's not saying something different from what the White House is saying or something different from what the State Department is saying, because they're basically all trying to put out the same message. So he's coordinating that. And I think in this situation, that has been a major challenge for everybody involved. And there certainly have been inconsistencies, and those certainly have been highlighted.
And now we also look right now, a live look at the White House briefing room. It looks like a update will be happening there soon. We are being told that the president was briefed on the situation and continues to be briefed. Hal, can you give us some insight as to when do you think we will hear from President Biden? And do you think we should hear him maybe even before the Pentagon or the State Department issue their updates?
I don't know. I think they want to be a little sparing of when the president is speaking, and they want to have the message well established before he gets out there, and a lot of the questions already answered by others before he gets up there. As we've seen, the president has made some misstatements. For example, and some of it, was saying there's no Al Qaeda in Afghanistan or something like that. You can sit there and Monday morning quarterback and say, okay, I think I know what you were trying to say. But in a situation like this where you got lives in peril, our forces on the ground, we got Americans that are in danger that need to be evacuated. Little mistakes like that will definitely be cued upon. So I'm sure what they're trying to do is they're trying to establish a consistent, if you will, storyline, a consistent message that's going out there. This is all part of strategic communications. And then when the president comes out there, he would simply be addressing the nation as a commander-in-chief, but also reinforcing the previously established storyline. It's generally not a great idea for the president to go out there and throw out something that's a strategic surprise, if you will, within there. Presidents do it every once in a while, many times intentionally for effect. But I think in this situation, they definitely want to establish a consistent message of what's going on. With all that said, the situation on the ground changes whatever they can say. And frankly, as we like to say, the enemy has a say. In this case, the enemy, the terrorists on the ground doing these attacks, they have a big say. So that adjusts however we address it.
And Hal, before we wrap up here, I just have one final question. Do you think after this incident, and we're hoping that there are not more incidents, but the new reporting out there from Fox News saying that there could be more explosions coming there in Afghanistan, after this is all said and done, will we hear a stronger response from the U.S. and maybe a little bit more harder on the Taliban and really people that are trying to do us harm as we try to get Americans and Afghan refugees out?
I think what you're going to see is there's going to be a very tough dialogue with the Taliban on this. And basically, and one thing that does come from this is they're going to say to the Taliban, first off, did you do this? And my guess would be the Taliban say, no, we did not do this. And then the next one is, then you do not control the physical security outside the gates. You do not control the ground. And that puts the Taliban in a little bit of a difficult situation. And I don't know what they'll do, but I would imagine this would be a good time to see if they can push out that perimeter further, get it away from the gate itself, maybe provide a little bit better environment to pull people through multiple avenues. There's some techniques they can use, tactics, if you will, to make sure that people approaching the gate are not wearing suicide vests. Those have been employed all over the world. Israel employs those a lot, but I'm sure that they're looking at a lot of different ways that they can do this to ensure that threat actors are not coming up to do them harm. And I think that's what they'd want to do. I'm sure everyone there on the ground, and certainly those back in the Pentagon and U.S. Central Command and elsewhere, are working through. They're looking at the map intensively. They're trying to figure out what would be a more secure situation to bring people through so they can get as many people through and evacuate as quickly as possible, because there is something of a deadline on getting people out. Although with that said, if we have people trapped in Afghanistan, I would imagine that we're going to keep trying to get people out until we can get them out. That mission really never stops.
Yes, we're hoping that everybody that is willing will be able to get out there when this is all said and done. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Hal Kempfer, really giving us the context and insight of this ongoing situation in Afghanistan. We truly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time and your insight.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, take care. And it is now coming up on the top of the hour, everybody. Coming up on noon on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast. We will continue to provide you more coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going wall to wall right now at this time of this very, very dire situation now happening in Afghanistan. We want to update you on the very latest that we are hearing right now. This is coming from the Associated Press, saying that 2 suicide bombers and gunmen targeted crowds massing near the Kabul airport today in the waning days of a massive airlift that has drawn thousands of people seeking to flee the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. At least 13 people were killed and 15 wounded. That is coming from Russian officials. A U.S. official said the complex attack was definitely believed to have been carried out by the Islamic State group, whose affiliate in Afghanistan grew out of disaffected Taliban members who hold an even more extreme view of Islam. At least 13 people died and 15 were wounded, according to Russia's foreign ministry, which gave the first official casualty count. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby also confirmed the blast, saying one was near an airport entrance and another was a short distance away by a hotel. The U.S. official said members of the U.S. military were among the wounded. The official spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss ongoing operations. Even as the area was hit, the official said evacuation flights continue to take off from the airport, which Western governments earlier warned was a target. One explosion went off in a crowd of people waiting to enter the airport, according to Adam Khan, an Afghan waiting nearby. He said several people appeared to have been killed or wounded, including some who lost body parts there. So here is what we are looking forward to this hour coming up. We are in a holding pattern right now from the Pentagon to give us an update. Press Secretary John Kirby will be handling that one. Then we are also keeping an eye on the White House here for an update that was scheduled at this time. Obviously, everything is going to be pushed back here as more and more of the Biden administration is getting briefed on what is happening in Afghanistan at this very moment here. Department of Defense saying U.S. and civilian casualties have resulted from these explosions. We don't have a confirmed number. Obviously, those numbers that we were talking about was from Russia's foreign ministry. We wait for the Pentagon to give us maybe some updated numbers and some guidance from American officials. Let's continue to update you here on everything that continues to happen right now in real time, right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, stay with us here all afternoon and evening. We will continue to provide you the context, the insight that you can only find right here on Live Now from Fox. You could always check us out, livenowfox.com, for all of the streaming devices that you love. You could see where we are at any given time across the country and the world. The United States has fought against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and other insurgent groups in Afghanistan for the last 2 decades. But counterterrorism experts warn that the imminent threat ISIS-K poses could prove catastrophic. Following multiple attacks near the Kabul airport today, specific perpetrators were unclear, though ISIS-K was feared to have possibly played a role. State Department telling congressional staff to stop directing people to the airport. Fox News' Chad Pergram is told the State Department has reached out to congressional staff with an urgent message begging them to cease directing people to the airport in Kabul to evacuate. Fox News has been informed that Capitol Hill staff were still sending those messages to people trying to escape this morning. Part of the message sent by the State Department to Capitol Hill today: all staff engaging in this type of uncoordinated messaging to people on the ground must cease due to the security situation. As we mentioned earlier, congressional sources tell Fox News' Chad program that the multiple explosions in Kabul could be coordinated attack as part of an ongoing event, and more may be on the way. More Republicans are slamming Biden after this suicide attack, saying blood on his hands here. A Republican from New York tweeting out this, Elise Stefanik, saying that Joe Biden has blood on his hands. The buck stops with the President of the United States. This horrific national security and humanitarian disaster is solely the result of Joe Biden's weak and incompetent leadership. He is unfit to be commander-in-chief. Again, that is from Elise Stefanik, their Republican, as they continue to slam. They're on Twitter making those statements in public right now. Another witness describing mayhem right now outside of the airport. We show you these images that we have right now and continue to be updated in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Earlier, the Pentagon confirming U.S. and civilian casualties following these explosions. John Kirby tweeting out, we can confirm that the explosion at the Abbey Gate was the result of a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties. We can also confirm at least one other explosion at or near the hotel a short distance from Abbey Gate. We will continue to update there as well. Thanks to all our viewers from around the country and around the world continuing to join us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to get another interview here in just moments. Thank you again for joining us. Thanks again to all our viewers from around the country and around the world that are giving us these updates here in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting more updates right now from the Pentagon, as it looks like they're doing some mic checks right now that could indicate maybe that we are getting a little bit closer to these updates right here. This is a live look right now at the White House, awaiting that update here as well. All right, everybody, we are getting more updates here coming in real time. A source telling Fox News Taliban mostly letting Americans through right now, but the situation continues to be fluid, obviously, during this breaking news situation that continues to evolve in real time. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox, bring you the insights as they are happening in real time. And right now, we are going to get some more updates here. We are going to be joined now by an assistant professor at St. Thomas University for some more updates and guidance on everything that is happening. This is Dr. Abdi Javadzad with the very latest at St. Thomas University. Assistant professor. Professor, thank you so much for joining us. You are live now here on Live Now from Fox. First off, what are your thoughts here on hearing about these two explosions that happened today?
Well, hi. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'm pretty much not surprised that there's been explosions, and I probably foresee even some more conflict and probably violent conflict coming up, because I think this is one of the ways that the Taliban is trying to, unfortunately, is trying to establish power and sort of narrate what is going on in Afghanistan in relation to how much power they have. And I'm talking about social, political, economic power. even though I think many people in the world, possibly a good majority of the world, um, don't think the Taliban is of the caliber to really run a government, especially given all of the conflict that has persisted in the past 20, 25 years, possibly even since the 1980s when the Soviets were inside of Afghanistan.
All right, so you are saying what those other sources from Fox News are telling Fox News' Chad program, that you worry about.
Are we still connected?
Yes, we are. We are still. Can you hear me? Professor, can you hear me? All right, maybe we're just losing our connection here with the assistant professor there at St. Thomas University. We were just getting some insight from him, talking about what is happening there on the ground and how he fears that there may be more explosions coming, more attacks planned there because of the ongoing situation in Afghanistan. Can you hear us now?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you also just give us an idea of why the U.S. government should have been listening and really maybe even taking direction from the Taliban? I mean, this is the same Taliban who just a day ago in a news conference said that they didn't think bin Laden orchestrated 9/11.
Yes, I don't think particularly the U.S. government, our government, is really surprised at what the Taliban is doing right now and what they're claiming right now. I think what is amiss is the process of negotiation that we've gone through with the Taliban for the recent 4 or 5 years. You know, so it's sort of to transfer power onto them. And had we known about that process, and I'm not saying it's a secret, and I'm not saying no one knew, but there was a process of negotiation with the Taliban, even in avoiding the Afghani government at the time. And so I don't think that the U.S. government is particularly surprised that the Taliban is claiming what they're claiming. I think what's happening is this void of power that's going on in Afghanistan, and the Taliban is having to probably what I would call reestablish power, political power in Afghanistan. And I think this conflict, because this is how they usually resolve conflict, this conflict shows that the Taliban is trying to establish power again.
And now, what do you think? We were just days away from this deadline. Professor, what do you think happens now here with this withdrawal deadline, and what happens with the U.S. forces in Afghanistan? Will we send more over, or are we going to continue to try the withdrawal process?
I think I don't think that we will withdraw all of the troops. I think once the deadline gets here, we have probably withdrawn most of the troops, but we all know that even after the troops leave, there's going to be still another 2,500 troops left, plus a lot of contractors, American contractors, military or non-civilian contractors too, will remain in Afghanistan. And they are remaining in Afghanistan to help, this is going to be ironic, but to help the Taliban reestablish power. And so it's not a complete withdrawal of U.S. forces or U.S. private contractors. They're still going to remain there. And I should also add, a lot of the negotiation that took place with the Taliban was for the Taliban to sort of agree not to be so violent towards the civilian population and allow women to work and allow girls to go to school and so forth. So it's probably a phenomenon where we will see a different Taliban today compared to Taliban 20 or 25 years ago.
And now, as we look at these two explosions, are we thinking that this could be maybe a rogue member of the Taliban, or could this be a different terrorist organization coming through and trying to light, put some gas on the fire?
No, I seriously, I really don't have access to kind of information. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just the Taliban doing what they do in order to say that we want you people out of here and we don't like. This is particularly, I think, a message to Afghanis who used to work with the U.S. or other forces in Afghanistan. A message to them that we will not tolerate you and you can get out of Afghanistan as soon as you can, and this process needs to end. So I don't think it's a rogue organization within the Taliban. I really don't have that kind of information as you might imagine, but I think it's probably perpetrated by the Taliban. Therefore, I haven't read anywhere, maybe it's too early, but I haven't read anywhere that the Taliban has condemned the suicide bombings earlier today.
Oh yeah, that's true. I've not seen that at all either. So we'll wait and see if that will happen. Everyone that continues to watch with us here live now from Fox, we continue to wait from the Pentagon, the White House, and the State Department for briefings on what happened earlier today. And as Fox News sources continue to say that there could be, unfortunately, more attacks happening and will likely continue to today here. As we continue to talk here with the professor here at St. Thomas University, can you give us a little idea now of what will happen now going forward as far as if this deadline comes and goes? I mean, what's going to happen to the more than 1,000 Americans that are still stranded in Afghanistan?
Well, there are plans to withdraw them slowly. I think the estimates originally, when we started the process of evacuating everyone that needed to be evacuated, Americans and Afghanis who worked with Americans at the same time, was about 22,500. Just today, I read that it's up to 95,000, close to 100,000 people who will eventually be withdrawn. I don't think once the deadline comes, we won't be able to go back and still withdraw the people that we want to. But I think it would be more chaotic. And just speaking to the chaos, the Taliban is able to take advantage of chaos and chaotic situations, and I'm talking socially and politically, more than any other force can. So because of the chaos and the sort of the seeming disorganization that's taken place in Afghanistan, I think the Taliban, again, are able to have control over the social setting more than the US or any other forces. But I don't think once the deadline passes, as you asked me earlier, I don't think that once the deadline passes, we won't be able to withdraw more Americans or more of the Afghanis who want to come out or we have promised them to come out. So it'll still take place, but the deadline was mostly for the troops who have left. But again, like I said, we are supposed to still leave 2,500, 2,500 troops in Afghanistan. So it's not, so my point, in general is the relationship, even though bombings are going on, even though there's violence taking place on behalf of the Taliban, the relationship between the US and the Taliban right now, and I mean politically and probably diplomatically, is not as antagonistic as we think it is.
Okay, good insight right there as we continue to roll on right here. I have just one last question here. A lot of people are asking this one. When we're talking about the 1,500 or so Americans that are still in Afghanistan, who exactly are these people that are still in the country when, they've had these warnings and they've had this time to leave? Who are these people?
They're, like I said, I'm pretty sure from what I've read. So again, I'm not privy to any secret or underground information, but from what I've read, these are civilians mostly who are contractors, and they're contractors in goods and services, mostly services. So, it could be engineers, it could be consultants, could be all kinds of different professional positions who are still remaining in Afghanistan. Again, remaining in Afghanistan in accordance to what the Taliban and the US have agreed upon. So they're not being held hostage, nor are they being held against their will, nor is it that their life is in danger. I don't think necessarily. So they are remaining in Afghanistan to sort of help build Afghanistan, and whatever you want to interpret building means. So build it militarily, build it in infrastructure, build offices and schools and so forth. So they're there to sort of, which is ironic again, to sort of help rebuild Afghanistan, but this time not so much under the control of the Afghani government, but rather under the control of the Taliban. So again, I want to reiterate, this process of the Taliban taking over political power in Afghanistan has been negotiated. This is not an antagonistic process where abruptly the president decided to pull troops out of Afghanistan and abruptly the Taliban is taking over. I think the antagonism that exists, and I really believe this, the antagonism that exists, that is the animosity or the violence possibly that exists, is more towards the Afghani government or the previous government from the Taliban rather than the Taliban towards the US.
Very good information, and thank you so much for all your insight and knowledge into this Middle East crisis that we continue to see and unfortunately today play out in real time. Dr. Abdi Javadazad, Assistant Professor at St. Thomas University, thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox and sharing your knowledge with us and our audience.
Of course, thank you very much for inviting me. Have a nice day.
You have a great one. And we continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Live look here at the Pentagon, where we continue to wait for more updates on this revolving situation. 3 U.S. Marines have been injured. That's the latest report that we have from the Pentagon, and we've really been continuing to give you some updates and insight on everything that continues to happen in and around the airport right now. Let's get you some more updates coming off of FoxNews.com right now. This is how the White House is reacting to the explosions. President Biden has met with his national security team this morning, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley, and commanders on the ground. He will continue to be briefed on updates on the evolving situation throughout the day. The Office of the Vice President also says Kamala Harris appeared by video on a 9:15 a.m. Eastern Situation Room meeting at the White House with President Biden. She is currently heading back to the U.S. following a diplomatic trip to Singapore and Vietnam. A White House press briefing originally scheduled for noon has been delayed as changes to Biden's schedule is being made as the events in Kabul continue to unfold in real time right here. We thank all our viewers from around the country and around the world that are watching with us in real time as well. I'll continue to give you these updates as we get them from FoxNews.com and all of our reporting partners from around the world on this dire situation in Afghanistan. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, almost 12:30, coming up on the East Coast, 9:30 almost on the West Coast. We appreciate you joining us here today. The State Department is telling congressional staff to stop directing people to Kabul's airport. Fox News' Chad Pergram is told that the State Department has reached out to congressional staff with an urgent message begging them to cease directing people to the airport in Kabul to evacuate. Fox News has been informed that Capitol Hill staff were still sending those messages to people trying to escape this morning. Thanks again to all our viewers here watching us right now. This is still a very fluid situation. We have numbers, that were being reported by the Russian Foreign Ministry. Let's read that out once again right here on Live Now from Fox. 2 suicide bombers and gunmen targeted crowds massing near the Kabul airport today in the waning days of a massive airlift that has drawn thousands of people seeking to flee the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. At least 13 people were killed and 15 wounded. That is coming from Russian officials. A U.S. official said the complex attack was definitely believed to have been carried out by the Islamic State group, whose affiliate in Afghanistan grew out of a disaffected Taliban members who hold an even more extreme view of Islam. At least 13 people died and 15 people were wounded, according to Russia's foreign ministry, which gave the first official casualty count. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby also confirmed the blasts, saying one was near an airport entrance and another was a short distance away by a hotel. The U.S. official said members of the U.S. military were among the wounded, and those are the 3 Marines that we continue to be talked about right now. Hundreds of, this is coming from a source of Fox News, saying hundreds of ISIS-K in the vicinity in and around the airport there. So we'll be trying to break down exactly, we've heard of ISIS, but what is ISIS-K? We'll try to break that down for you coming up here today, and really all of our coverage on Live Now from Fox today. Check us out at livenowfox.com. Everybody, that is where you get to see where we are streaming with a lot of different partners and also having all of the information right there where you can catch us live anytime of the day. This is a statement just being put out by the RNC saying that today the Republican National Committee chairwoman Ronna McDaniel released the following statement on the attacks on Americans and civilians in Afghanistan. She said that the news coming out of Kabul is heartbreaking and confirms what we have known for weeks. There are very real and disastrous consequences to the way this withdrawal has been conducted. I join all Americans in praying for our brave servicemen and women at the airport, our fellow citizens and allies still in Afghanistan, and all those impacted by these terrorist attacks. Again, that was a statement from the RNC putting that out moments ago. We are continuing to wait for a Pentagon update, a White House update, State Department as well, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's again tell you what the Biden administration is up to at this very moment. This is coming from Fox News, saying that President Biden has met with his national security team this morning, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley, and commanders on the ground. He continues to be briefed on updates on this very evolving situation throughout the day. The office of the vice president also put out a statement saying Kamala Harris appeared by video on a 9:15 a.m. Eastern Situation Room meeting at the White House with President Biden. She is currently heading back to the White House following a diplomatic trip to Singapore and Vietnam. So we'll continue to wait for more updates from the White House. We're expecting a White House briefing as well. State Department to all Americans in Afghanistan is to leave and don't come to the Kabul airport after these terror, not only threats, but actions have been laid out right in front of us right here. So these are the situations that we know right now. 3 U.S. Marines have been injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries. The Russia Foreign Ministry is saying that 13 people have died. We're waiting on some U.S. sources on that, but that is what the AP is reporting that Russian officials are saying right now. We are getting some other updates on the movements of Vice President Kamala Harris. She is right now in Guam, waiting to head over to Hawaii, where she will be making some statements that were previously scheduled at the Pearl Harbor area. So that is what the vice president will be doing. We'll wait to see if we'll get any remarks from her on this very moving situation, but it continues to be very fluid at this time. Department of Defense confirming these two explosions happening. And here's the scary part, everyone, that Fox News sources continue to say. We even heard it from the people that we have been talking to, the experts in and around U.S. intelligence, as well as the Middle East, saying that there could be more explosions on the way right here. When we talked to that former intel officer for the U.S. saying that these terror groups look for packed areas to do the most damage. They want to try to kill as many people as they can in those tight, compact areas, and that is what a suicide bomber does. They try to get right in between and then, unfortunately, set that bomb off, and then casualties do ensue there. The United States has fought against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and other insurgent groups in Afghanistan for nearly the last 2 decades. But counterterrorism experts warn that the imminent threat ISIS-K poses could prove catastrophic. Following multiple attacks near the airport today, specific perpetrators were unclear, though ISIS-K was feared to have possibly played a role. And now we are at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 out on the West Coast. Here's just a little bit of what we know about ISIS-K here. The United States has fought against... Okay, so I read that. Let's go on to the next one here. The group that continues to call themselves ISIS-K is a branch of the Islamic State located in Afghanistan. The insurgent group, formed after a faction within the Taliban splintered and pledged allegiance to the leader of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria in October of 2014. By 2015, the offshoot ISIS-K became formally recognized as a terrorist organization. Catherine Zimmerman, a fellow in foreign and defense policy for the American Enterprise Institute, told Fox News. Zimmerman explained that the group has an even more hardline vision of its interpretation of Islam than the Taliban, and that has established an adversarial dynamic between the two terrorist organizations. They define their enemies differently, she said. The Islamic State sees anybody who does not accept its vision as an enemy. That includes the Taliban, that includes the Shia, that includes the West, Zimmerman added. Since the collapse of Afghanistan with the Taliban takeover, thousands have swarmed to the airport in desperate attempts to flee the country. The Taliban have taken to harsh beatings, firing weapons into the air, and even barring people from airport access in an attempt to control the massive groups of people forming outside the airport gates. But Zimmerman, a counter-terrorist specialist, argued that the greatest threat facing the thousands attempting to flee does not come from the Taliban, but rather from ISIS-K. The target of opportunity is there, Zimmerman said. What the Islamic State has been able to exploit in other situations like this are soft targets. Zimmerman said the real threat is the complexity facing intelligence and security personnel attempting to stop the threat of a suicide bomber walking into a crowd and detonating an explosive. But the defense specialist pointed out that it is not only the Afghan citizens who face an imminent risk. The Biden administration has repeatedly said that the U.S. mission in Afghanistan is to secure the airport, which means the first line of defense comes from the exterior Taliban checkpoints. This fundamentally means that the first point of security is when an individual walks up, manages to get through the crowd. And we will continue that thought, but we do have some breaking news. We want to go out to the United Nations. They are giving an update right now. We will listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
With them on several issues at different levels. Oh, and one other question. Have you received any letters about Afghanistan's representation?
No, as of yesterday, we had not. I will check. Nabil on the screen, then we'll go back to the room, and then we'll try to go to our guest.
Thank you, Stefan. A follow-up and then a question on Tigray. But on Afghanistan, I'm not sure that you mentioned accountability in your statement. Do you call for the perpetrators to be held accountable, and do you call on Taliban to hold them accountable?
Look, of course, we always call for accountability, and the authorities in place have a responsibility to keep people safe. They have a responsibility to ensure that there's accountability in line with international human rights and international law. Mr. Burkat, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes, sorry, Nabil, go ahead.
Is the SG, taking an initiative here or proposing a roadmap for Tigray, or can you tell us more in details, please, what he's doing on the political track?
I would encourage you to wait till you get his remarks. He will speak, and that'll be more interesting than when I speak. Alan.
Thank you, Stefan. The follow-up on today's developments in Kabul airport. Do you think that some adjustments in security mode or in evacuation from the Kabul airport should be made?
I mean, we're not. We have no authority or responsibility vis-a-vis the airport, right? But it is clear that it is the responsibility of those in charge to ensure for the safety of civilians and of the civilian infrastructure. Okay, thank you very much. Ramesh and Bruno, are you on?
I have put my name for a question.
Okay.
I put my name before either Nabil.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Abdelhamid, go ahead, please. Abdelhamid? All right. Rick, why don't you... Abdelhamid, I cannot...
I have a quick question.
I can't, Abdelhamid, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Rick?
Yeah, Michael.
Go ahead, Rick.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. My question is a follow-up on Afghanistan. Of the roughly 3,000 Afghan nationals who work for the United Nations in Afghanistan and are still there, are you continuing to pay them? And if so, how are you doing it?
Yeah, I mean,
paralysis in the banking system, and
they continue to be on the payroll, of course, working from home. The technicalities on how we're paying them, I would have to check. I did see reports that some banks were reopening. Obviously, the closure of the banks was an issue. I can try to get back to you on the logistics of it, but they of course remain on the payroll. Okay, let's go to Haiti, please. We have, if we could put Ramesh and Bruno up on the screen. Excellent. I'm sure they'll be up on the screen in a second. Can you hear, Ramesh and Bruno, can you hear us?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear us?
Perfectly. First of all, thank you very much for your patience. I think it is my answer to Stefano. We can actually are able as a system to focus on more than one crisis at a time. So we think it's very important to keep Haiti in the headlines. So I will turn, first of all, I think to you, Ramesh, who are down finishing up your visit, and then we'll turn to Bruno. Ramesh, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Stefan, also for keeping Haiti in the news amidst all these other crises.
All right, here. So they are going to go to some Haiti coverage right there from the United Nations. We will step away from that, continue to monitor the United Nations on that as we look forward to this update from the Pentagon. That should be happening soon here. Also, an update from the White House, also an update from the State Department. And we are expecting, hopefully, sometime today, hear from the president as well, all in the mix. Everything very fluid today. We thank all our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to watch with us right now as we are updating you all in real time. That continues right now. We're getting some other updates here from Fox News. I just want to read this out to everybody. As the two explosions outside the Kabul airport today injured at least 3 Marines and others, the U.S. attempts to continue its evacuations out of Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. The terrorist group ISIS-K is suspected to be responsible for the attacks. The extent of the injuries and deaths is not yet clear. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby confirmed that there have been U.S. and civilian casualties. One of the explosions occurred outside of a hotel. But why attack this hotel in addition to such a high-profile target as the airport here? So we're going to get some other updates here coming from Fox News, just updating you on these situations right now. So the Barron Hotel, what is it and where is it? The 160-room hotel, less than a mile away from the airport near Camp Sullivan. The hotel website says it provides safe, secure housing, lodging, and accommodation in Kabul, Afghanistan. The description touted the hotel's security as it sits within the buffer zone of security due to its proximity to the airport and the International Security Assistance Force. The hotel has served as a processing center for Afghan people hoping to flee the country as the Taliban take control. The hotel served as a gathering point for American citizens in the past for rescue and evacuation. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said yesterday that up to 1,500 Americans may still be in the country. The attack may have attempted to target a large number of American citizens. Last week, 169 Americans were rescued from a hotel by 3 helicopters. Fox News correspondent Jackie Heinrich reported last week here. I want to go into just a little bit more of what ISIS-K is. Fox News says they are suspected of coordinating these attacks here. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll read this one out for you next. The group referred to as ISIS-K is a branch of the Islamic State located in Afghanistan. The insurgent group, formed after a faction within the Taliban splintered and pledged allegiance to the leader of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria back in October of 2014. By 2015, the offshoot ISIS-K became formally recognized as a terrorist organization. Catherine Zimmerman, a fellow in foreign and defense policy for the American Enterprise Institute, told Fox News. Zimmerman explained that the group has an even more hardline vision of its interpretation of Islam than the Taliban, and that has established a dynamic between the two terrorist organizations. They define their enemies differently, she said. The Islamic State sees anybody who does not accept its vision as an enemy. That includes the Taliban, that includes the Shia, that includes the West, she said. Since the collapse of Afghanistan with the Taliban takeover, thousands have swarmed to the airport in desperate attempts to flee the country. The Taliban have taken to harsh beatings, firing weapons into the air, and even barring people from airport access in an attempt to control the massive groups of people forming outside the airport gates. But Zimmerman, a counter-terrorist specialist, argued that the greatest threat facing the thousands attempting to flee does not come from the Taliban, but rather from ISIS-K. The target of opportunity is there, Zimmerman said. What the Islamic State has been able to exploit in other situations like this are soft targets. And that crowd around the Kabul airport is certainly one that it could target, knowing that it is going to be able to get what it perceives to be legitimate victims. Afghans who are trying to flee to the United States or the West, who are not willing to live under Sharia law, who collaborated with the United States, she also added. Zimmerman said the real threat is complexity facing intelligence and security personnel attempting to stop the threat of a suicide bomber walking into a crowd and detonating an explosive. But the defense specialist pointed out that it is not only the Afghan citizens who face in imminent risk. The Biden administration has repeatedly said the U.S. mission in Afghanistan is to secure the airport, which means the first line of defense comes from the exterior Taliban checkpoints. This fundamentally means the first point of security is when an individual walks up, manages to get through the crowd, which we've seen so many images of, to a gate where there are U.S. soldiers posted, and the real challenge here is a suicide bomber. The potential for mass casualties has gone up significantly, she added. A former intelligence officer and senior fellow for the Hudson Institute, Michael Pregent, told Fox News that the threat emanating from the terrorist organizations in Afghanistan extends past the need to disperse the large airport crowds. The counterinsurgency specialist argued that the reports of the Taliban blocking access to the airport and exit from the country are a sign that thousands will be left behind. There's an estimated 7,000 to 11,000 Americans left right now, he said. We've got 4,400 out. He said we're going to leave Americans behind and worse off. Now, that was coming from a little bit ago. Just yesterday, the State Department says about 1,500 Americans remained there, but this is coming from a counterinsurgency specialist saying the numbers might be a little off. The former U.S. Central Command analyst said he has been communicating with contacts in Afghanistan who point to a far more sinister threat than blocking access to the points. The Taliban is not recognizing dual citizenship. If you're an Afghan American, you're an Afghan. You're a traitor, and you're not going to be allowed to go, he added. He also said that his greatest concern is that Americans and Afghan allies will not be able to be targeted by the Taliban and al-Qaeda, but by ISIS-K members who could make an example out of them. I think we're going to have an American wind up on their knees with an ISIS flag behind them on the video camera, he warned. Being an American in Afghanistan is a death sentence. Being an Afghan with a U.S. passport is a death sentence, he also added. So that is the situation that we are seeing right now. That is why we are saying that these Americans and American Afghans are trapped at this moment, even though that the Department of Defense says evacuations are still underway. And there could be some planes that are on the tarmac that are waiting to leave as well there. But how can the evacuations continue to be happening when they are being told, do not come to the airport right now? So that remains to be unseen. Maybe we could get some updates there from the White House. But at this moment, we have not heard from the White House, from a press secretary as of yet. No State Department, no Pentagon. If you're just joining us right now, I just wanted to let you know of those updates that we will soon be getting. But time, we don't know. There's no time associated with these news conferences, obviously, because of everything that is happening on the ground in Afghanistan. ISIS-K, the biggest threat in Afghanistan, as that former U.S. official saying that the ISIS-K is not the biggest threat building in Afghanistan. He said the biggest threat is the security risk posed by the culmination of terrorist organizations. The counterterrorism experts agreed that the Taliban's longstanding ties to al-Qaeda could mean that despite the Taliban's assurances to the international community, that relationship could prove difficult to sever. Thanks to all our viewers from across the country and around the world as we continue to wait for more updates right here. We're just getting a zoomed out shot right now from the Pentagon. It doesn't look like this is anywhere close to happening, as we just got one reporter there waiting. Obviously more will be coming, but that kind of gives you an indication of where we're at right now. And the timing, everything is fluid. All the times that were scheduled earlier today before this attack have been thrown out the window. So we will just be flying really right now as very fluidly as you could expect right here on Live Now from Fox. We haven't taken any breaks within the last upcoming 2 hours right here. We will not do so as we go wall-to-wall coverage of breaking news updates as they're coming in real time right now. We thank all our viewers for continuing to join us right now. Let's just give you some more updates as we continue to wait for some more guidance from the Pentagon here. 2 suicide bombers and gunmen targeted crowds massing near the Kabul airport today in the waning days of a massive airlift that has drawn thousands of people seeking to flee the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. At least 13 people were killed and 15 wounded. That's coming from Russian officials. U.S. officials said the complex attack was definitely believed to have been carried out by the Islamic State group, whose affiliate in Afghanistan grew out of disaffected Taliban members who hold an even more extreme view of Islam. At least 13 people died and 15 people were wounded, according to Russia's foreign ministry, which gave the first official casualty count. Now, that's coming from Russia. Right now, from our American government agencies, we don't have a number. The only number that they are putting out there, the 3 Marines were injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries. We would love to know. We're hoping and we're praying for the very best right now. Hey, here's some more updates coming in right now on Live Now from Fox. This is breaking news as the Taliban condemns the suicide bombing at the airport. The Taliban's spokesperson said in a tweet that the Islamic Emirate strongly condemns the bombing of civilians at Kabul airport, which took place in an area where U.S. forces are responsible for security. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is paying close attention to the security and protection of its people, and evil circle will be strictly stopped, the tweet also added. Should also be mentioned that you really can't trust the Taliban of what they say or the actions that they do. Just yesterday in a news conference, the Taliban spokesperson said that they believe that Osama bin Laden had nothing to do with 9/11. So add that as you take that statement in, as you could see, as they are trying to twist the narrative right now, saying which took place in the area where U.S. forces are responsible for security. So putting the blame right here on American citizens and American forces, as we are the ones that are trying to get the Afghan refugees out of this terror-filled country. But that is the statement being put out. We want to see what the White House response is going to be. We were talking to the former intelligence officer saying, what kind of messaging is going to come from the White House? What kind are we going to have a harsher stance right now after these attacks, not only on our troops, but Afghan refugees and civilians, all there trying to get out of the country because they know after this deadline, it's going to be really bad, really fast in Afghanistan. It already is right now, but can you imagine when that deadline does elapse there? We're just less than 5 days away from that as well. So we wanted to give you that update. Taliban says they condemn what happened earlier today. You got to take it with a grain of salt, as always, with them, because it's very hard to negotiate with someone that is a terror organization. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you again for joining us here as we continue to wait for more updates regarding the situation in Afghanistan. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Obviously, a very fluid situation, and we're getting these updates in real time, and we thank you for your patience as we continue to wait for more updates from the Pentagon, the State Department, the White House. We haven't heard from them yet, so if you're just coming on and seeing us, you haven't missed anything from our U.S. agencies. We are waiting for their statements as they continue to be briefed. The president continues to be briefed along Vice President Kamala Harris. She is in Guam awaiting to go to Pearl Harbor in Hawaii for a scheduled event there. We don't know if it'll be scrapped totally or if the dynamic will be changed with this ongoing situation in Afghanistan. But we want to hear from remarks from the vice president. We want to hear from remarks from the president a little bit later on everything that continues to happen and play out in real time in Afghanistan. Live look right now at the Pentagon as we do wait for more updates right now from them. The Department of Defense confirms that those two explosions happening at the airport. Now, the news and updates were coming pretty quickly from the Pentagon and the Department of Defense, but right now they have slowed up, and we haven't been getting some fresh updates from them in quite some time. Within the last hour, we have not heard any fresh updates from them, and we continue to wait and see what will happen with these updates as they come through right now. I want to continue to try to get the very latest from FoxNews.com as they continue to do just a great job of updating everything that is happening in real time. The German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, has canceled an upcoming trip to Israel where she was expected to join the Prime Minister for a cabinet meeting on Sunday. The trip was canceled due to the tense situation in Afghanistan, according to a government spokesperson. The British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, meanwhile, is set to chair an emergency security meeting with the Cabinet Office briefing rooms after he was updated on the explosions. So we'll be waiting to see if we could get any of that video out as well as we continue to talk about the ongoing crisis in Afghanistan. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up on 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock out on the West Coast in just 5 minutes. Thank you again to everyone joining us here on this really fluid day of news that continues to break from around the world right now. The Baron Hotel was also a terror threat and also a terror target that happened to unfold earlier today. The extent of the injuries and deaths is not yet clear. The Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby confirmed that there have been U.S. and civilian casualties there. It's a dark day in America and in Afghanistan as we are hearing that our 3 U.S. Marines have been injured in this attack against us, Afghan refugees and civilians. Some news also being updated. A Canadian general has announced today that his country has ended its efforts to evacuate people in Afghanistan after bringing about 3,700 people to safety. We stayed in Afghanistan for as long as we could. We were amongst the last to cease evacuation operations. We wish we could have stayed longer and rescued everyone who was so desperate to leave. That's according to General Wayne Eyre. Canada's acting chief of defense staff was quoted by the Associated Press as saying that we could not is truly heartbreaking, but the circumstances on the ground rapidly deteriorated. So Canada is ending its Afghan evacuation efforts there. The U.S. remains committed to trying to get as many people as they can out of the terror organization's way in Afghanistan. A source telling Fox News that attacks likely will continue, and that's what we were hearing from our experts being played out a little bit earlier today right here on Live Now from Fox as we were talking to them with the live interviews. We continue to wait and see if we'll get us some more interviews with to give us some insight with experts from around the country on the Middle East, on the military, as well as other updates as we are happening. Jackie Heinrich tweeting out earlier that a source briefed on the situation in Kabul tells me hundreds of ISIS-K is in the vicinity and attacks will likely continue. That's from Fox News' Jackie Heinrich, White House correspondent, and that continues to update her Twitter feed as well.
Hey, Chris, they're over that building right now on Ram 1.
I'm going to read out just a little bit more of what Chad Pergram, Fox News' Capitol Hill reporter, is tweeting out right now. And the Foreign Relations Committee chair saying this about the airport: I condemn in the strongest and most forceful of terms today attacks targeting U.S. citizens, personnel, and vulnerable Afghans trying to flee Afghanistan. Senator Menendez also saying this is a full-fledged humanitarian crisis and the U.S. government personnel already working under extreme circumstances must secure the airport and complete the massive evacuation of American citizens and vulnerable Afghans desperately trying to leave the country. Chad Pergram also reporting that State Department tells congressional staff to stop directing people to the airport, says this must cease due to the security situation and that it continues to deteriorate in Afghanistan. Fox is told that the State Department reached out to congressional staff with an urgent message begging congressional staff to cease directing people to the airport in Kabul to evacuate. Fox is told that Hill staff were still sending those messages to people trying to escape as early as this morning. We'll get some other reporting here from Chad Pergram in just a moment. Senate Intel Committee Chair Senator Warner saying we must do everything we can to stabilize the situation outside the airport so that we can resume evacuations of American citizens and the Afghans most in danger as possible. Sources telling Chad Pergram that attacks in Kabul could be a coordinated attack and may be an ongoing event with more to come. However, information is fragmentary. That's why information is so hard to come by on Capitol Hill, and lawmakers are unable to get detailed information. Moreover, since Congress is out of session right now, it's hard to brief members unless they get a local secured location. So those were the latest reports there from Fox News' Chad Pergram. We thank all our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to join us right here on Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour. It is a new update right here on Live Now from Fox. 1 o'clock on the East Coast, 10 o'clock on the West Coast. Thank you again for joining us here today. We continue to wait. Will this be the hour that we hear from the White House, the Pentagon, or the State Department? We are in that holding pattern and continue to wait for those updates right now in real time. But if you're just joining us here, thank you for being part of this wall-to-wall coverage that we are bringing you right here on Live Now from Fox and LiveNowFox.com. 2 suicide bombers and gunmen targeted crowds massing near the Kabul airport today in the waning days of a massive airlift that has drawn thousands of people seeking to flee the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. At least 13 people were killed and 15 wounded, Russian officials said. A U.S. official said the complex attack was definitely believed to have been carried out by the Islamic State group, whose affiliate in Afghanistan grew out of a disaffected Taliban members who hold an even more extreme view of Islam. At least 13 people died and 15 were wounded, according to Russia's foreign ministry, which gave the first official casualty count. Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby also confirmed the blast, saying one was near an airport entrance and another was a short distance away from a hotel. The U.S. officials said members of the U.S. military were among the wounded there. We're being told that 3 Marines were wounded in the attacks. Do not know the extent of those injuries. Getting some new updates here that I want to bring to you. Some satellite images I want to show you right here. Let's just have this. I'm going to show this to you and give you the updates here. Satellite images released by Maxar Technologies show the scenes at Kabul's airport in the days before 2 explosions hit today. So here's the satellite image. These images show crowds at Abbey Gate on August 23rd, 24th, and 25th. So I'll just play that out here for you. We can confirm that the explosion at the Abbey Gate was the result of a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties. That's according to John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary, who said on Twitter. We also can confirm at least one other explosion at or near the Barron Hotel, a short distance from Abbey Gate there. And we continue to wait for more updates from the press secretary here. But that was the latest update came some 2 hours ago from John Kirby here. So we want to hear more from the Pentagon, more from the State Department, more from the White House as they continue to be briefed on this ongoing situation. Thanks again to everyone continuing to be with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're just showing you these satellite images taking on August 23rd, 24th, and just yesterday, 25th, really just showing you the number of people that were right outside of the gate, and now the 2 explosions that have rocked Afghanistan. And we wait for more updates right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page, on this very sad day as we are learning that 3 U.S. Marines, at least 3 U.S. Marines have been injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries, but we continue to monitor the situation that continues to evolve there in Afghanistan. Obviously, a deteriorating situation, so much so that the State Department put out very early this morning that they were warning Americans and Afghan refugees do not come to the airport because there were terrorist threats happening in and around the airport. And unfortunately, those threats became a reality here. So that is what we are dealing with right now. Here is the podium. We are waiting for the Pentagon, State Department, and White House to be giving us an update.
They should put that on.
We continue to listen to the very latest updates from Fox News.
Another day of frantic evacuations at the Kabul airport, where thousands of Afghans and foreign nationals are waiting on flights out of Afghanistan. But time is running out. Thursday and Friday are the last days for airlifts to most NATO countries, with big allies like France and Germany claiming they'll no longer be able to safely continue after Friday night. Other countries, including Canada, Belgium, and Poland, announced the end of their rescue operations on Thursday.
The situation in Kabul was very chaotic and very dangerous. We all saw the images. At the airport and across Afghanistan, the situation is difficult and dramatic, and it gets worse every hour.
Here in the UK, officials say British troops will remain at the airport as long as necessary, with at least 11 more evacuation flights scheduled over the next 24 hours. But the British government won't say when those flights will end or how they plan to get other stranded citizens out of the country.
We're doing our best to look at what other alternative provisions we might be able to make, but obviously we won't be advertising those.
Meanwhile, some world leaders are making plans for a Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, claiming engagement, not isolation, is the best way to deal with the new government.
For now, we approach the messages from Taliban leaders with cautious optimism. The Taliban's actions and steps will determine the shape of the next stage.
Taliban leaders have already asked Turkey for, quote, technical assistance, but say that no Turkish troops will be allowed in Afghanistan. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right, Greg, thank you for that update. Unfortunately, we got a update that we didn't want to have to bring you here, but we are now learning of now 4 U.S. Marines have been killed in this airport attack there. We had the original reporting of 3 of them that were injured. Now it has been elevated, and now we are learning that 4 U.S. Marines have been killed at the airport there. So this is where we are at, a very sad day in America and in Afghanistan, as this is something that was a threat for a while, and you felt it building in the coming days and really the last 24 hours as it continued to deteriorate here. But that is unfortunately the new update that we are learning here at this moment. 4 U.S. Marines killed in this airport attack. You're looking at the Pentagon, and now you could kind of see why this delay from the Pentagon has happened for an update here, because this is the news that nobody wanted to hear. 4 U.S. Marines killed in this airport attack. Now we are in a totally different ball game than we were previous, just moments ago before this update here flashed. Now, what will the U.S. response be that now we have 4 Marines that will be coming back to America, not on a cargo plane, that they would be would be coming home after a mission. This is after coming, they will be in caskets. So this is something that has totally gone to a whole new dimension in this crisis, this humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. Now you see why we're getting these delays from the Pentagon and other situations as it continues right now. But that is the new update right there. 4 U.S. Marines killed in this airport attack. We wait for more information. We didn't really get anything from the Pentagon for the last 2 hours from John Kirby's Twitter account here. That still is the case right now, but this is what Fox News is continuing to update right now. 4 U.S. Marines killed, and we are learning that 3 are still wounded in this airport explosion. This is coming from FoxNews.com. The 4 U.S. Marines have been killed in the explosion outside of Kabul's airport, and 3 have been wounded. U.S. officials tell Fox News' Lucas Tomlinson and Jennifer Griffin that do great Pentagon work and great Pentagon reporting here, and she's giving an update on FNC as well. So that is what we are facing right now in this situation, that this was a mission to get American citizens, Americans out of Afghanistan, also Afghan refugees and Afghan refugees. But now we are in a total different ballgame right now. When will we hear from President Biden? When will we hear from the State Department, the Pentagon, as the hours continue to mount? We need to hear from the Biden administration, as we have now lost U.S. Marines, 4 of them, 3 injured. We need to hear a response now from the U.S., because we are just hearing these little trickle-down comments and messaging. If it hasn't been from the great reporting there from Jennifer Griffin, from Lucas, Fox News, when would we have learned of this? So we will continue to monitor everything that is happening. I'm your host, Mike Page, during this very sad day in America and really around the world, as this evacuation mission has now turned deadly on the American forces side. 4 Marines killed in this suicide attack. There was 2 explosions that happened from suicide bombers. Fox News sources saying that they fear that this could be all the makings of ISIS-K. We'll let you know a little bit more about this group that is ISIS-K. They are really just a fragment that is coming off of Taliban, who is supposed to be even more insurgent and in thinking in their ways. So we'll continue to follow that for you here on Live Now from Fox. But that is the big update right here. It's something that unfortunately we have to talk about now. At least now, 4 U.S. Marines are coming back home, but this time in caskets because of this withdrawal mission here. We are hearing some responses from Republicans at this very moment, saying that Republicans slammed Biden after the suicide attack at Kabul airport. This is from a Republican from New York, Elise Stefanik, saying the buck stops with the President of the United States. Joe Biden has blood on his hands. This horrific national security and humanitarian disaster is solely the result of Joe Biden's weak and incompetent leadership. He is unfit to be commander-in-chief. That is from Elise Stefanik, a Republican. And we continue to give you these updates as they trickle in right here on Live Now from Fox. Republicans continue to slam the Biden administration. This is from Representative Dan Crenshaw, who tweeted out a response to the violence. He said, "Mr. President, fix the mess you created. Stop running from it. We are still at war. You didn't end the war. You just gave the enemy new advantage. Go on offense, establish, and don't leave until all of our citizens and allies are safe." Thanks again for all our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. What we will do is take a quick 2-minute break right here as we wait for the Pentagon, the State Department, and the Biden administration to give us an update as 4 Marines have been killed, 3 injured in this terror attack in Afghanistan. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to update you on the terror attacks in Afghanistan and now losing American servicemen. Right now, U.S. officials are saying that 4 Marines killed, 3 injured. That's reporting there from the Wall Street Journal. Fox News sources also reporting that as well. Live look at the Pentagon, and we are just learning now that the State Department update that was scheduled has now been canceled here. So we will wait for other updates whenever they come. right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be bringing it to you in real time, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. John Kirby just put out a tweet and a statement saying that we can confirm that a number of U.S. service members were killed in today's complex attack at the airport. A number of other victims are being treated for wounds. We also know that a number of Afghans fell victim to this heinous attack. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones and teammates of all those killed and injured. Let's just show you and give you a little bit more insight of what is happening. And really, as it's happening in real time, we're on foxnews.com getting these updates and just providing them to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Some other updates from around the world. The German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, canceled an upcoming trip to Israel, where she was expected to join Prime Minister for a cabinet meeting on Sunday. That trip was canceled due to these tense situations in Afghanistan. The Taliban condemns the suicide bombing at the airport, saying, so according to the Taliban spokesperson in a tweet, says the Islamic Emirate strongly condemns the bombing of civilians at Kabul airport, which took place in an area where U.S. forces are responsible for security. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is paying close attention to the security and protection of its people, and evil circle will be strictly stopped there. So that's according to the Taliban putting out that statement. And you should also make note that they are trying to put the blame on the U.S., saying this is an area where U.S. forces are responsible for security here. But this rapid decline is all because of the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan. Let's not forget that very important part there, that now that there is a terror organization in control of the country, and this is really the context of why so many people were trying to flee the country, not knowing what the future would be. And frankly, let's just say it, it's a grim future, because you're going to have attacks like this play out really a lot for Afghanistan's future here. Let's give you a little bit more context on what Fox News sources believe is the source of these attacks. They're called ISIS-K. This is a new term that has been going on for years for people that have been in the intel community, but for the general public, we haven't learned too much about ISIS-K, so we want to learn a little bit more about them. This is from an interview that was done by FoxNews.com. As the United States has fought against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and insurgent groups in Afghanistan for the last 2 decades. But counterterrorism experts warn that the imminent threat ISIS-K poses could prove catastrophic. Following multiple attacks near the Kabul airport today, specific perpetrators were unclear, though ISIS-K was feared to have possibly played a role. The group, referred to as ISIS-K, is a branch of the Islamic State located in Afghanistan. The insurgent group, formed after a faction with the Taliban splintered and pledged allegiance to the leader of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria in October of 2014. By 2015, the offshoot ISIS-K became formally recognized as a terrorist organization. Catherine Zimmerman, a fellow in foreign and defense policy for the American Enterprise Institute, told Fox News. Zimmerman explained that the group has an even more hardline vision of its interpretation of Islam than the Taliban, and that has established an adversarial dynamic between the two terrorist organizations. They define their enemies differently, she said. The Islamic State sees anybody who does not accept its vision as an enemy. That includes the Taliban, that includes the Shia, that includes the West, Zimmerman added. Since the collapse of Afghanistan with the Taliban takeover, thousands have swarmed to the airport in desperate attempts to flee the country. The Taliban have taken to harsh beatings, firing weapons into the air, and even barring people from airport access in an attempt to control the massive groups of people forming outside the airport gates. But Zimmerman, a counter-terrorist specialist, argued that the greatest threat facing the thousands attempting to flee does not come from the Taliban, but rather from ISIS-K. The target of opportunity is there, Zimmerman said. What the Islamic State has been able to exploit in other situations like this are soft targets. And that crowd around the Kabul airport is certainly one that it could target, knowing that it is going to be able to get what it perceives to be legitimate victims. Afghans who are trying to flee to the United States or the West, who are not willing to live under Sharia law, who collaborated with the United States, she added. Zimmerman said the real threat is the complexity facing intelligence and security personnel attempting to stop the threat of a suicide bomber walking into a crowd and detonating an explosive. But the defense specialist pointed out that it is not only the Afghan citizens who face an imminent risk. The Biden administration has repeatedly said the U.S. mission in Afghanistan is to secure the airport, which means the first line of defense comes from the exterior Taliban checkpoints. This fundamentally means the first point of security is when an individual walks up, manages to get through the crowd, which we've seen so many images of, to a gate where there are U.S. soldiers posted, and the real challenge here is a suicide bomber. The potential for mass casualties has gone up significantly, and unfortunately, that is what we are seeing play out in real time. And now we do have 4 Marines that are killed, 3 injured. That is what Fox News is reporting. We wait and see for an update from the Pentagon or the White House at this moment. John Kirby, press secretary for the Pentagon, did tweet out confirming that there was multiple deaths associated with our U.S. forces, but would not say a number. Fox News putting out there U.S. officials saying 4 Marines killed, 3 injured. That's from the great reports from Lucas Tomlinson and Jennifer Griffin of Fox News for their Pentagon reporting, giving us those updates. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't know this. And so that is some great updates there. But a lot of people, especially on Twitter, are voicing out their concerns and talking about what is happening and wanting to hear more from the Biden administration, wanting to hear from really anybody in the U.S. government here at this time right now that continues to play out right now. I do want to show you that tweet that was put out by the press secretary there, John Kirby. Let me just drop everything there for you. We can confirm that a number of U.S. service members were killed in today's complex attack at Kabul airport. A number of others are being treated for wounds. We also know that a number of Afghans fell victim to this heinous attack. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones and teammates of those killed and injured. As we get close to the bottom of the hour, everybody, we are going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break as we continue to wait for the U.S. response to 4 Americans killed, 3 injured. What will happen next? You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, continuing to bring you the updates of this very sad day in America right now. 4 U.S. Marines killed, 3 injured in this terrorist attacks that happened. 2 explosions ringing out and blasting near the Kabul airport, as well as a hotel near the airport, as the U.S. trying to get Afghans out, as well as U.S. citizens out there as well. 1,500, that was the latest count from the State Department that says remain stranded in Afghanistan at this moment. We don't know what the new process will be to bringing them home. The deadline is fast approaching. We're 5 days away from that. What is all going to happen now from now until the deadline? Will more attacks be happening? That is what some sources are telling Fox News, that very well likely could happen even in the coming days, maybe in the coming hours here. But we continue to wait for these updates. Right now, we have the latest update from the Pentagon was announcing that there was American casualties associated with our armed services, but would not give a number. Fox News reporting out right now that 4 Marines killed, 3 injured. That was the latest update that came just about 5 minutes past this hour. So that is where we are at right now. We don't know how many Afghans were injured or killed as well. Those numbers will be coming out and trickling out throughout the day as our U.S. forces get in our intel community gets a better handle on the situation that is at hand in their Afghanistan. But any way you look at it, this is a very, very dark day in America and in Afghanistan, and really this whole withdrawal process as well will now be really looked under a even bigger microscope. Now that there will be investigations, there will be hearings about this, about how this was the plan for this withdrawal process. Everything now will be magnified because of these 4 poor U.S. Marines that were killed trying to get our American citizens and Afghan partners out of harm's way as the Taliban earlier this month took over control of Afghanistan. So that is the situation we are at right now. We give you a live look at the Pentagon. Still, it doesn't look like it's anywhere close from happening. You only got 1 reporter in there. It doesn't look like anything is happening right now. So we'll continue to wait on that. Just want to show you some aerials. So these are satellite images from the August 23rd, the 24th, and the 25th, which was just yesterday. And these are just the satellite images showing you the thousands of people that were in and around the airport trying to flee Afghanistan and get into other countries, get to the U.S. so that they could be safe. We're also getting some other new video in. Want to bring that to your attention right now of this is what it looked like earlier.
Kabul airport.
Is this a package or VO?
It's a VO.
Okay. And as you can see, this is what it looked like earlier, as these are just some of the Afghan refugees trying to come to the airport. This was the U.S. military there as well, and some of the flights taken off in the days leading up to this terrorist attack that happened. I'm going to re-rack that video to show you right off the top here as we just show you. Look at this, thousands and thousands. This is in the days leading up to these attacks, and you're just really just showing you how tight people were together. And this, unfortunately, is a terrorist dream right here to have these many people together. And you see our U.S. forces right there. So that was the target. And unfortunately, the terrorist once again came through. Remember, they only got to be right once. We got to be right all the time with our intelligence and the way that we look at these evolving situations that are happening there on the ground. Obviously, the whole situation now in Afghanistan has deteriorated to a point now that we're losing Marines. We're having Marines injured, and who knows what else is going to happen in the coming hours, minutes, you name it. But this is what we are looking at right now, unfortunately, there in Afghanistan. Those were just some of the flights there taken off. I want to show you again these satellite images as well. Shows you really a look from high up above of the thousands that were just outside of that airport, and really just shows you what a terrorist would love. They'd love to get right in there and blow themselves up. And that is unfortunately what we've had here today. So we're hearing about 2 explosions that happened in and around the airport here. Earlier, the Department of Defense was saying that evacuations were still happening. We haven't heard anything after that fact, but that is where we are at right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox Worldwide right here, providing you the context, the updates that are happening right here. Unfortunately, a very dark day that we continue to watch right now. Jennifer Griffin reporting. That was the big update here. Unfortunate update as the 4 U.S. Marines have been killed in the suicide attack outside of the airport, and 3 have been wounded. That's what U.S. officials are telling Fox News' Jennifer Griffin with the latest update. The Taliban spokesperson in a tweet says the Islamic Emirate strongly condemns the bombing of civilians at the airport, which took place in an area where U.S. forces are responsible for security. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is paying close attention to the security and protection of its people, and evil circle will be strictly stopped, that tweet added. Here's a little bit more updates on the Barron Hotel that was also a target for terrorists today. We're going to learn a little bit more about that right here on Live Now from Fox. 2 explosions outside of the airport today injured at least 3 U.S. Marines and have killed 4 as the U.S. attempts to continue its evacuations out of Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. The terrorist group ISIS-K is suspected to be responsible for the attacks. The extent of the injuries and deaths is not yet clear. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby confirmed that there have been U.S. casualties. Would not give a number, but Fox News' Jennifer Griffin reporting that 4 Marines killed, 3 wounded there. One of the explosions occurred outside the Barron Hotel. But why attack this hotel in addition to such a high-profile target as the airport? Let's learn a little bit more about this airport. It's a 160-room hotel, stands less than a mile from the airport near Camp Sullivan. The hotel's website says it provides safe, secure housing, lodging, and accommodation in Kabul. The description touted the hotel's security as it sits within the buffer zone of security due to its proximity to the airport and the International Security Assistance Force. The hotel has served as a processing center for Afghan people hoping to flee the country as the Taliban take control. The hotel served as a gathering point for American citizens in the past for rescue and evacuation. Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Wednesday said that up to 1,500 Americans may still be in the country. The attack may have attempted to target a large number of American citizens. Last week, 169 Americans were rescued from the hotel by 3 helicopters. Fox News correspondent Jackie Heinrich reported that out earlier last week. Here's some new bump shot that we have right now. Another shot here of the White House briefing room. More reporters are coming as we expect an update coming soon. We don't know everything that was slated earlier for time. We're just not even going to mention that because of the complex situation that is happening in Afghanistan. Obviously, everything has been moved, and as these briefings and U.S. personnel continue to be briefed on the matter, we will continue to wait for more updates. While we have this opportunity, let's take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Live now from Fox does continue. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you, but unfortunate we come together here at a very dark time in our country's history as we are learning that 4 U.S. Marines have been killed in these terror attacks that happened in Afghanistan earlier today. 3 others have been wounded. That is the reporting from Jennifer Griffin of Fox News as we continue to wait for more updates as they're happening. We await a White House briefing and a Pentagon. Obviously, those will be heavily in demand as soon as they happen. We'll bring it to you right here in real time. You won't miss a moment of it. You'll see it from beginning all the way until end, and we'll be giving you those updates throughout the day as well. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, bring you live coverage, news updates as it's happening in real time. Obviously, with today, we're going wall-to-wall coverage with the big news here of the day, and a very, very sad day for our armed forces and really veterans around the world that are hearing of this news of their brothers and sisters there in the fight against terrorism, and really a humanitarian effort that we have really never seen, trying to pull out Afghan refugees, American citizens, all in really the same mission. But now it is very much different that we are dealing with American soldier deaths, and now we wait for the White House response. And what will the response not only be on the situation there in Afghanistan, but the U.S. Marines that died, but going forward, what is these next 5 days, what are they going to look like in Afghanistan? And are we going to put a little bit more pressure on the Taliban? Are we going to be putting a little bit more pressure on these terrorist organizations that ultimately want to do us harm? Obviously, here's what they did. They lured us right in to this way. And this is what we're seeing right now play out in real time. Here's another shot of the Pentagon that we continue to wait on for these live updates. But let me just read out some other information, just in case you're joining us. I know we get a lot of people coming in and out throughout the day. We're all human. We got things to do. And you just want to get the very latest updates. So we thank you for choosing us at Live Now from Fox, everybody, with this very, very moving and fluid situation. When it was first reported out, there was reports there that there was 3 U.S. Marines that were injured. That then turned into, unfortunate, 3 U.S. that were wounded, but then 4 Marines were killed. So we got 7 total right now that we know of this moment that are involved in the suicide bombing terror attack outside the Abbey Gate at Kabul's airport in Afghanistan. U.S. official indicated that the attack set off a firefight at Abbey Gate, where last night there were 5,000 Afghans and potentially some Americans seeking access to the airport. And let me just show you again what that video looked like from in the past days, everyone. As you can see, just how really tightly packed everyone was trying to get to safety. Could you imagine that you're almost there, you see the airport, you're right outside of the gates, and then the worst thing happens, an explosion happens, and you see shrapnel, you see body parts flying everywhere, and now the worst case scenario inside your head is playing out. You're right there, you're almost at the finish line to get out of Afghanistan, and that is when the terrorists strike. And when you see these faces from the Afghan refugees, from American citizens, it really just shows we're not just Americans, we're not just Afghans, we're human beings at the end of the day, and we're just trying to get to safety. You know, when you go to bed at home, you really take it for granted because you're in a place of comfort, you're in a place of safety. Here, it's a much different attitude. It's a much different feeling that these people are trying to get out, that the Taliban-controlled terrorist organization, what will they do next? Obviously, we don't know exactly who did this. Taliban said they condemn these actions Fox News sources have pretty good intel claiming that they think it might be this group called ISIS-K. We'll get to that in a little bit, as well as we just keep just replaying some of the news updates that we are getting from our partners from around the world and our news sources that continue to trickle in here in real time here. But if you're just joining us, we have not heard yet from the White House or the Pentagon. The State Department was slated, but they since canceled their update. So we're in a holding pattern for all the other podium shots that we have been really showing you and seeing as it continues to play out right here on Live Now from Fox. We should also let you know of the statement that was put out by the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who we wait for. We confirmed that a number of U.S. service members were killed in today's complex attack at the airport. A number of others are being treated for wounds. We also know that a number of Afghans fell victim to this heinous attack. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones and teammates of all those killed and injured right here. Thanks again for all our viewers that continue to watch with us on LiveNowFox.com and all of our streaming partners around the country. We truly appreciate it, and we will continue to give you the updates that are trickling in real time. I continue to look on FoxNews.com for some more fresh updates as they continue to be updated in real time as well. Second explosion happened outside of the Barron Hotel, sources say, and this is really what is scaring a lot of intel sources as well as government agencies, as there could be more attacks possibly happening. And that is what is scaring some people. I should also mention that Chad Pergram, let's just show a little bit of his reports that have been coming out, and he's been doing, he always does a great job of tweeting. He's the Capitol Hill reporter for Fox News, and he is going into breaking news mode as well, as we all are as journalists, trying to get a handle on the situation that continues to unfold in real time. This is from Chad Pergram saying that the Foreign Relations Committee Chair, Senator Menendez, saying, "I condemn in the strongest and most forceful of terms today attacks targeting U.S. citizens, personnel, and vulnerable Afghans trying to flee Afghanistan." Menendez also says this is a full-fledged humanitarian crisis, and the U.S. government personnel already working under extreme circumstances must secure the airport and complete the massive evacuation of Americans, citizens, and vulnerable Afghans desperately trying to leave the country. State Department tells congressional staff to stop directing people to the airport, says this must cease due to the security situation that is playing out there as we speak right now. I do want to go to a tweet that Senator Ted Cruz put out about 2 hours ago, saying today's terrorist attacks in Afghanistan are horrible, and I condemn them in the strongest possible terms. Our troops in Afghanistan are heroes to whom we owe an immeasurable debt. We are all praying for the casualties of these attacks, for the wounded to recover swiftly, and for the safety of all Americans still trapped in Afghanistan. That was from Senator Ted Cruz, putting that out about 2 hours ago as well. I'm looking to see if Jennifer Griffin has any more updates via Twitter. She does not, but we continue to look here. Jackie Heinrich, I'm looking on her Twitter account for an update, and we've given you all those updates as well. Her latest one saying, Vice President Harris was on a video conference 9:15 a.m. Eastern via the Situation Room. It was a virtual one because she is in Guam right now, headed to Hawaii after her Vietnam trip earlier this week and over the weekend there. So we'll continue to monitor really all of the sources and the reporting partners at Fox News, showing you the strength there of our reporting team on Fox News Channel as well. Let's step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We continue to wait for more updates from the Biden administration, the Pentagon, and other government agencies. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to follow the situation in Afghanistan. After earlier today, 2 explosions rocked near the Kabul airport and a hotel right near there. We are learning that 4 U.S. Marines have been killed, 3 wounded. That's from reporting from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin, Pentagon reporter, as she continues to get the very latest on the ground there of what is happening. And we wait now for White House update. That could be happening any moment. We don't know any timing, but we just got to let you know that it is coming and could be happening. I just want to let you know how the White House has been reacting to these explosions today. So earlier today, President Biden met with his national security team this morning, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley, and commanders on the ground. He will continue to be briefed on updates on the evolving situation throughout the day. And we'll wait and see if we can hear from the president later today. Obviously, that is going to be somehow in the works, but we wait and see on the guidance from the White House and the additional updates that could be happening in real time. I mentioned his Twitter account earlier, but I just wanted to bring that to you now that you could actually see it as well. This is from Senator Ted Cruz, putting this out about 2 hours ago, saying today's terrorist attacks in Afghanistan are horrible, and I condemn them in the strongest, most possible terms. Our troops in Afghanistan are heroes to whom we owe an immeasurable debt there. So that was from Senator Ted Cruz. We'll continue to update you on other congressional members as they process what is happening in Afghanistan and the deaths of our 4 U.S. Marines that were killed and 3 wounded. And we don't know how many more Afghan refugees and other American citizens that could be part of this attack here. Multiple attacks, though, and just wanted to again show you this video that continues to really be shown. This just gives you an idea of just how many people were in and around the airport in the coming days, trying to get to safety, trying to get onto planes to other countries, to the U.S. as this crisis continued to play out in real time. And that just shows you just how tightly packed the groups were. You know, thousands and thousands and thousands of people were leaving. And this is what, unfortunately, a terrorist loves to see, a group of people together. They call it a soft target there, even though the U.S. forces were there and in control of the perimeter of this airport here. So that is just some of the video that we've been playing out earlier today, and really giving you these updates happening as they're happening, all laid out right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone joining us. I just want to give some other updates as well. Canada has ended its Afghanistan evacuation efforts. A Canadian general has announced today that his country has ended its efforts to evacuate people out of the airport after bringing home 3,700 people to safety. We stayed in Afghanistan for as long as we could. We are amongst the last to cease evacuation operations. We wish we could have stayed longer and rescued everyone who was so desperate to leave. That was from General Wayne Eyre, Canada's acting chief of defense staff, was quoted by the Associated Press as saying that "we could not" is truly heartbreaking, but the circumstances on the ground rapidly deteriorated. Let's get you some other updates here as it is continuing to evolve right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. 2 suicide bombings have happened and confirmed there by the Pentagon. 4 U.S. Marines have been killed. 3 have been injured. That's reporting from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin. And we wait for a little bit more updates as well. Obviously, there is going to be a lot of reaction involving all of this from congressional members, from people that are former military veterans. They're all going to have a say to this, and we're hoping really to talk to a broad range of people, not only experts in the field of counterterrorism, terrorism, but also experts in military function and experts in the Middle East as well. What's going to happen going forward? We all know of this deadline that continues to be fast approaching. Oh, I do got another update here. This is from Fox News. Nikki Haley and other Republicans are calling for Biden's resignation or impeachment after this attack right now. There's a long list right now of GOP politicians calling for President Biden to either be impeached or resign from office after the deadly attack that happened in Afghanistan. The former ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, is calling for Biden's resignation, but worried about leaving Vice President Kamala Harris in charge. Should Biden step down or be removed for his handling of Afghanistan? ? Yes, she tweeted, but that would leave us with Kamala Harris, which would be 10 times worse. God help us, she put there in a tweet, hashtagging "it didn't have to be this way," hashtag "God bless our troops," hashtag "Afghanistan disaster." If President Trump can be impeached over a phone call, then the time has come to impeach Biden for gross negligence in Afghanistan, said Representative Ronnie Jackson, a Republican from Texas, who also served as President Obama and President Trump's personal doctor at the White House. Americans deserve better. We deserve better than someone who willfully ignores the worst crisis in decades there. So these are just some of the reactions that continue to be poured on Twitter from Republicans reacting to the images and really reacting to the news of the day here that 4 U.S. Marines killed in this airport attack, 3 injured, and we wait to hear from more updates as they are going to be happening. Here's just a look, live look right now of the podium shots that we have available here to us, the White House and also the Pentagon, as we wait for those updates. And you won't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox. We don't play a soundbite. We don't play a couple of sound bites. When we get these live news conferences, we play it for you all in real time. And of course, from beginning until end. So you won't miss anything. Just stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. And you can also check us out, Live Now Fox, on our Twitter account as well, providing fresh updates as they're happening. We got a great team behind us, giving us and supporting us right now during this very fluid situation. Obviously, during a crisis like this, there is a lot of numbers that could change and will change. So we'll be giving you these updates as they happen. Let's update everyone at the crisis that is happening right now. It is now 2 o'clock out on the East Coast, 11 o'clock on the West Coast. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you these news reports here and updates regarding the terrorist attacks that happened in Afghanistan right outside of the Kabul airport today and outside of a hotel just about a mile away from that airport. So we are learning that 4 U.S. Marines have been killed, 3 have been injured. We don't know of any injuries or deaths associated with Afghan refugees or other U.S. American citizens that were trying to get out of the country. This has been a process now going on for a week and a half as the Taliban took over. Then it became a mission to get everyone out of Afghanistan that wanted to get out and that was willing to get out. So that is where we are at right now, and awaiting responses from the White House and Pentagon. There was supposed to be a State Department briefing happening in about 15 minutes. That was canceled. It wasn't even postponed, but canceled. So we will wait and see from other leaders here in our government to give an update as we are learning of the very sad news coming together that 4 U.S. Marines have been killed and 3 injured in this terrorist attack that happened right outside of the airport here. So here's some other video here that we have from earlier and in the previous days as the Taliban control right now Afghanistan and the deadline fast approaches. But let's give you some other updates here that is being provided by FoxNews.com on this very fluid situation that continues right now. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby says the U.S. can confirm that a number of U.S. service members were killed in today's complex attacks at Kabul airport. A number of others are being treated for wounds. He added, our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones and teammates of all those killed and injured. The Taliban condemns the suicide bombing at the airport, saying, from a Taliban spokesperson in a tweet says the Islamic Emirate strongly condemns the bombing of civilians at the airport, which took place in an area where U.S. forces are responsible for security. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is paying close attention to the security and protection of its people, and evil circle will be strictly stopped. Some of the movements here from President Biden within the White House today. President Biden has met with his national security team this morning, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley, and commanders that continue to update the president. He will continue to be briefed throughout the day on updates on the evolving situation throughout the day. Okay, everyone, we are learning some new updates, some new reporting being reported from Jennifer Griffin right now. At least 10 U.S. service members have been killed in Kabul. That is the latest right now from Jennifer Griffin reporting with Fox News, saying at least 10 U.S. service members killed in Afghanistan with these terror attacks. That is the newest update coming right now, and I'm going to update everybody here with this as we continue to get this news and updates right now. Right, so there is the update there. Jennifer Griffin, always doing a great job. She's the national security correspondent for Fox News and continues to get these updates and is trickled, giving us these updates that are continuing to be trickled down by her sources. And this, as the hours continue to go on, the numbers continue to get worse. And the storyline remains the same, unfortunately, that American troops were targeted, American citizens were targeted, as well as Afghan refugees trying for a way of freedom here. So that is the latest update there from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin. At least 10 U.S. service members have been killed here. So that is a substantial number. 1 is horrible. 10 is just, you know, it's now getting to the point of you're shell-shocked just learning of the information. And you got to wonder, what are the 1,500 Americans that are stuck right there, stranded in Afghanistan? What are they thinking at this moment? As you know, the situation will continue to deteriorate. And here's the latest update from Fox News. 10 U.S. Marines and soldiers have been killed in Afghanistan. The suicide bombing that happened earlier today outside of the Kabul airport, U.S. officials are telling Fox News here. So as the hours continue to pass, we get new updates on the casualties. But as the hours also pass, we are not hearing from any leaders there in D.C. at this moment. We are hearing, you know, tweets come out from officials like John Kirby from the Pentagon, but we have not seen anybody at a podium. And we have been following this story now really for the last 4.5 hours here on LiveNOW from Fox, giving you the updates as they're happening in real time, everybody. But this is the unfortunate part. As we get these news updates, we bring them to you now. 10 U.S. Marines and soldiers killed in Afghanistan suicide bombing. It was a double bombing. We learned from some Fox News reporting partners that there was a firefight after one of the bombing situations. Pelosi's first tweets after the Kabul bombings were about Women's Equality Day. That was being posted right there by FoxNews.com as well. So we know she is going to be making some statements coming up in about 45 minutes. That was expected. We don't know. That might be delayed as well. But we want to hear from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi as well. We want to hear really from a lot of congressional members. And we're hearing from some of them on Twitter as it continues right now. But yes, this is something that continues to play out. And I'm just going to start reading a little bit more. Kayleigh McEnany from Fox News now, the former White House spokesperson, saying 10 American troops have been killed in Afghanistan. Gut-wrenching and devastating. These heroes are America's best, and we forever will recognize their sacrifice. Pray for the families of these heroes. So now the situation has changed from really a rescue mission to now deadly attacks that have killed our service members, at least 10 right now. That is coming from Jennifer Griffin, the national security correspondent for Fox News, as these are just really, as Kayleigh said, gut-wrenching numbers. You feel for the families, you feel for the friends and families of these soldiers who risked their lives for trying to get U.S. citizens out, trying to rescue them, trying to get Afghan partners out, Afghan refugees to a better land, not only just in America, but other countries that were willing to accept these refugees. But this is now the crisis at hand that continues to play out right now. And we wait for an update here. The latest update from the Pentagon said a number of Americans were killed in the explosions. But Jennifer Griffin going a little step further, saying from her sources, at least 10 U.S. service members were killed in these twin terror attacks there that happened at the airport and at a hotel near the airport in Kabul. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us on this very, very sad day in America. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you these updates on the Afghanistan crisis and now American deaths associated with now at least 10 U.S. service members have been killed in these terror attacks. Thank you for joining us here today on really this very sad day. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to give you these updates that are happening. Some strong reaction is coming out on Twitter from former and current congressional members, as well as people that served in Trump's administration as well. Let's play that one out first for you right here on Live Now from Fox. This goes out to Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador, saying, "My heart goes out to the 4 families that lost a loved one in Afghanistan today." That was obviously when we first were saying that there was 4 deaths. Now there being at least 10 killed in Afghanistan. May God bless them and the families of every service member, family waiting for their loved ones to return. We got some other reaction here. Steve Scalise here, praying for all of our troops and citizens in Afghanistan right now. This is for Representative Ilhan Omar, saying, today's terrorist attack on Afghans and U.S. service members was horrific, yet another reminder of the terror the people of Afghanistan continue to face. Now is the time to redouble our evacuation efforts and do everything we can to get people out who are most at risk. Jim Himes putting this out, saying the service members we lost today in Afghanistan were the best of the best, dedicated to country and on a mission of mercy to protect vulnerable people in harm's way. I pray for them and their families. Lance Gooden putting this out, praying for our troops and all Americans stranded in Afghanistan. This is a tragic situation. And those are the updates there, and we'll continue to update that list here as more reaction continues to pour out there on Twitter and really across the internet right now. And the latest reporting there from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin. We brought that to you just moments ago. 10 U.S. Marines and soldiers killed in Afghanistan, suicide bombing. And that was all from earlier this morning here. The Pentagon has said just a number of casualties have been reported there, including Americans, but we have not had a strong number or any number from the Pentagon right now. The numbers that are being reported out right now coming from Jennifer Griffin as she continues to get updates from her sources that are on the ground and really intelligence agencies with the United States here. I want to give some updates here. We were talking a little bit about ISIS-K. You're going to hear that term, I think, a little bit more and more. And it has to do with a new group. Well, it's a group that has been known in the intel agencies, but maybe the general public doesn't know too much about ISIS-K. And it's probably going to be a big search term there as well. But we just wanted to give you just a little bit more updates here from FoxNews.com that was able to give us some great context of everything that is happening in Afghanistan, in and around the parts that the terror-controlled organization Taliban control right now. The United States has fought the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and insurgent groups in Afghanistan for the last 2 decades. But counterterrorism experts warn that the imminent threat ISIS-K poses could prove catastrophic. Following multiple attacks near the Kabul airport, specific perpetrators were unclear, though ISIS-K was feared to have possibly played a role. The group referred to as ISIS-K is a branch of the Islamic State located in Afghanistan. The insurgent group formed after a faction with the Taliban splintered and pledged allegiance to the leader of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria in October of 2014. By 2015, the offshoot ISIS-K became formally recognized as a terrorist organization. Catherine Zimmerman, a fellow in Foreign and Defense Policy for the American Enterprise Institute, told Fox News. Zimmerman explained that the group has an even more hardline vision of its interpretation of Islam than the Taliban, and that has established an adversarial dynamic between the two terrorist organizations. They define their enemies differently, she said. The Islamic State sees anybody who does not accept its vision as an enemy. That includes the Taliban, that includes the Shia, that includes the West, Zimmerman added. Since the collapse of Afghanistan with the Taliban takeover, thousands have swarmed to the airport in desperate attempts to flee the country. The Taliban have taken to harsh beatings, firing weapons into the air, and even barring people from airport access in an attempt to control the massive groups of people forming outside of the airport gates. But Zimmerman, a counter-terrorist specialist, argued that the greatest threat facing the thousands attempting to flee does not come from the Taliban, but rather from ISIS-K. The target of opportunity is there, Zimmerman said. What the Islamic State has been able to exploit in other situations like this are soft targets. And that crowd around the Kabul airport is certainly one that it could target, knowing that it is going to be able to get what it perceives to be legitimate victims. Afghans who are trying to flee to the United States or the West, who are not willing to live under Sharia law, who collaborated with the United States. Those are the real targets, she said. Zimmerman said that the real threat is the complexity facing intelligence and security personnel attempting to stop the threat of a suicide bomber walking into a crowd and detonating an explosive. But the defense specialist pointed out that it's not only the Afghan citizens who face an imminent risk. The Biden administration has repeatedly said the U.S. mission in Afghanistan is to secure the airport, which means the first line of defense comes from the exterior Taliban checkpoints. This fundamentally means the first point of security is when an individual walks up, manages to get through the crowd, which we have seen so many images of, to a gate where there are U.S. soldiers posted, and the real challenge here is a suicide bomber. The potential for mass casualties has gone up significantly, she added. a former intelligence officer and senior fellow for the Hudson Institute, told Fox News that the threat emanating from the terrorist organizations in Afghanistan extends past the need to disperse the large airport crowds. The counterinsurgency specialist argued that the reports of the Taliban blocking access to the airport and exit from the country are a sign that thousands will be left behind. The Taliban is not recognizing dual citizenship. If you're an Afghan American, you're an Afghan, you're a traitor, and you're not going to be allowed to go, he also said. He said the greatest concern is that Americans and Afghan allies will not only be targeted by the Taliban and al-Qaeda, but by ISIS-K members who could make an example out of them. I think we're going to have an American wind up on their knees with an ISIS flag behind them on the video camera, he said. Being an American in Afghanistan is a death sentence. Being an Afghan with a U.S. passport is a death sentence as well. What we will do right now is take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to continue to get some analysis and insight of this very evolving situation and sad day in America, as we have lost now at least 10 U.S. service members in these terrorist attacks. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you updates here on the very tragic situation that we continue to learn more updates as the hour continues to go on. We learn of new updates that continue to play out there in Afghanistan. 10 people, at least 10 U.S. service members have been killed in this terrorist attack that happened in 2 bombings earlier today. I now want to join here. We got a special guest here, Mark Lindquist, a former staff sergeant from the U.S. Air Force, Afghanistan war veteran as well. First off, thank you so much for your service there, Mark. And first off, what are your thoughts when you hear at least 10 service members killed?
When I woke up and heard the news today, it started that day for American service, and it makes you angry as well. Oh, that this is the other side of the planet, in a place where our talent and treasure is sent. I have a friend who's a military widow who asked herself if her husband, who had died because of serving in the war, if he had died in vain after the fall of Kabul and ending that the Taliban had taken over our bases there. It's a tragic moment for America.
Yes, it no doubt is, and it's just gut-wrenching too when you just hear about these new updates here. It sounded very horrible from the very beginning when we heard at least 3 were injured, and now this has definitely escalated. Mark, what can you served there in Afghanistan? Can you just give us just some really updates and just some really context of what it's like to be there in Afghanistan?
My service was outside there a couple times at Bagram Air Force Base and on the ground. But I was there as an entertainer in a Bob troops. I speak on behalf of friends who are out there fighting inside the White. It is it's tense even to land on the ground there at Bagram and inside. I think that's one thing that American people would do well to understand.
All right, Mark, if you could just hold your thought there for 1 second. We want you to actually call in. Our producers are going to get you a phone number to call in, just because the Zoom there was going a little bit in and out, and we want to make sure we get all of your audio. So what we'll do right now is just have you call in. And then we'll do this interview that way. That way, I hate to have it keep breaking in and out. And we'll hear from you in just a moment here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to talk about the really dark day here in America and really around the world, as we are learning that at least 10 U.S. service members have been killed in Afghanistan in this really horrible situation of these terrorist attacks here. We were talking a little bit ago to Mark Lindquist via Zoom, but we were having some problems with the audio. It was just glitching too bad. I didn't want to lose any of that, so we invited him to call us, and right now he is on the phone with us. He is a former staff sergeant with the U.S. Air Force and also served in Afghanistan. Thank you so much for calling in.
giving attention to this today. It's a sad day for America.
Yes, yeah, Mark. It's so gut wrenching, just as an American citizen. But I can't imagine somebody that you are learning that some of your brothers have passed away during this horrible terror attack. What were your thoughts when you heard of first the explosions and then the unfortunate part of the deaths?
You know, my friends and I, veteran friends and I, have been worried about this for many days now, of course, as the country follows along with the happenings in Afghanistan. You know, I think one thing we have to understand as the American people is that for all the might and wonder that the American military is, we have to understand this is still a war zone. And, you know, a lot of people have been critical of the administration and critical of the evacuation effort, but we have to understand this is still war. And it's tragic that we have to hear of news like this. I think the most tragic part for me is I have a dear friend of mine who's a military widow. Her husband died because of the wars, and she asked herself this last week after seeing the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban, she asked herself if her husband's death was in vain. And that is, to me, you know, the most tragic part of it is that there are service members now who are asking themselves if their service was worth it and the meaning of it after we have seen 20 years of investment of time, talent, and treasure, $12 million spent at the Pentagon since 9/11, and maybe for what is the question. So I woke up this morning when I heard that news. I was sad and angered and concerned for military action like this with, you know, possibly no win situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is coming on the days before that withdrawal deadline, and I got to ask you too. What were your thoughts as a veteran when we were doing negotiations with the Taliban, as we kept on hearing about more and more that they were going to be allowing safe passage for U.S. citizens as well as Afghan refugees? What did you think about that as even entering into the negotiations with the Taliban?
I am not a member of the State Department, and so I can only speak as a civilian who hears that news and says to himself, that doesn't make a lot of sense. They're a recognized terrorist organization. The fact that we hear that the Trump organization and Secretary Pompeo was negotiating with them some time ago, when we hear that the CIA director negotiated with the heads of the Taliban the other day, it's hard for me to trust that. But certainly I don't have the briefings and I don't have the day-to-day intelligence to know what the best moves are. But I think a lot of Americans have questioned that, whether that is the right move. But sometimes when you're backed into a corner, you don't have any other options. You know, you have to trust the decision makers in the room. And so I guess that's where I stand on it.
Absolutely. And Mark, can you just give us, as you served in Afghanistan, can you just give us a little bit better understanding of what it is like around this airport and what's around it? And they were talking about the hotel that is near there that were helping evacuees before going on planes.
I don't have any firsthand knowledge of Kabul. I was only at Bagram Air Force Base there in Afghanistan a couple times. You know, my service, I was an intelligence analyst, and I was there actually in Bagram Air Force Base doing a unique special duty, entertaining troops like a Bob Hope-style show. And so I was not outside the wire. I'm not a hardcore, heavy-duty warfighter like our Marines and our Army. I can only speak on their behalf. But you know, when I see the images of what's happening around that airport, I think the thing that we need to remind ourselves is that this is a war that we lost. This is a war that we have to remember, you know, is in a foreign country that the odds of us installing a democracy in Afghanistan were very low. And I think a lot of service members now are reflecting on their time in their service. And I think if you have a veteran friend out there, it's time to reach out to them and really be a listening ear. Because the VA sent all of us a message the other day, on the day that Kabul fell, and said a lot of veterans are asking themselves the meaning of their service. And I think that's what a lot of us are going through right now. We've seen 20 years of investment, and it took a day for the Taliban to take it all over again. And so be concerned about your veteran friends this week, and especially today.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to always reach out to the veterans there, especially in a time like this, and really the last week and a half, what we saw unfold. Mark, can you also just maybe talk about, so we were training these Afghan forces for decades, and why do you think they folded so quickly? I mean, they didn't even put up a fight.
Well, I think one of the missing components of the equation when we talk about Afghanistan is, you see, we Americans, we love America, right? We love our frame and style of government, and we uphold it as a shining light in the world. Now, we have to remember, in Afghanistan, as you do your research, as you learn about the culture that has spanned centuries, that this is a people that does not think of a strong central government in Kabul like we think of Washington, D.C. They are a tribal people who do not hold democracy as high as we do. And so as you understand these cultures and you understand where they're coming from, it's mighty arrogant of us to say that we could come into a country and install a democracy, hold up a government, and think that centuries and centuries of culture and life in Afghanistan is just going to all of a sudden think that our way of doing things is the best way for them. And so it doesn't, those of us that have studied Afghanistan, I was an intelligence troop, we know the background of these cultures and countries. It doesn't surprise us at all that folks didn't fight for it, because they don't see it like the revolutionaries of our country see it. And I think we'd all do well to do some more study and understand that not everybody in the world thinks that a strong central government is the way to go.
And Mark, as we are talking right now, we're learning of some more casualties on the U.S. side. Unfortunately, now at least 12 U.S. service members have been confirmed to be killed there in Afghanistan. That's the latest from Fox News's Chad program. That is from Jennifer Griffin, the national security correspondent. So, Mark, it just seems like every hour and every other update we're going to get is going to continue to get worse here.
I guess my reaction to that, of course, I do agree. I don't think it's going to get better there in the coming days, and I think we need to brace ourselves for that, because once again, it is a war zone where we do not control the territory any longer. I guess my question is, and on a larger, kind of a 30,000-foot view, if you will, is we need to really ask ourselves if military action like this is warranted and needed, and if we should be involved in conflicts like this in the future. Because don't be fooled by the $2.2 trillion figure that folks will give you about what we spent on the war in Afghanistan. Since 9/11, the Pentagon has spent $12 trillion in defense. And don't be fooled by the 7,061 number of troops and contractors that have perished over there. Remember, there were 69,000 national military from Afghanistan who perished in the last 20 years, 47,000 civilians, 51,000 opposition fighters, 3,800 contractors, 1,100 allies, and 150,000 military veterans who have died of suicide since that war began. There's over 320,000 people who have died since we began the war on terror in Afghanistan, and probably another 500,000 in Iraq. So we need to really look ourselves in the mirror as the American public, as our leaders in Washington, and say that this has got to stop. The American addiction to war and the continuation of the American military-industrial complex, it's days like today that we all have to ask ourselves, is this something that we can continue any longer?
And Mark,
I say no.
And Mark, how much does Not only Washington and the Pentagon play a role in the war on terror, but what about private contractors as well that wanted to obviously continue this fight here for monetary reasons?
That really scares me, though, the whole outsourcing of war to private contractors, because remember, the private contractors are not subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It really becomes a scary gray area of whether that is even ethical, because are they subject to the same rules of engagement the United States military are? I also really question, in the military, you know very well that once you get out of the military, you're making X dollars, but if you get out of the military, you can make 3 times that as a private contractor. And so, when you look at the trillions of dollars spent at the Pentagon in our OCO, the Overseas Contingency Budget, which is the war slush fund, a lot of that is going to high-paid military private contractors, and I stand against that. I don't think that that's something that we should be doing and continuing, because what Eisenhower warned us of 60 years ago has gotten out of control. The American military-industrial complex now includes private contractors that can carry out our bidding, and it does scare me that they're not subject to the same, like I said, the Uniform Code of Military Justice that we are. I don't think it's a good thing at all.
And then, Mark, can you just give us, this must be not only for you, but for every veteran that is watching this, but just because that you've lost service members that hearing about now 12, what does that do to someone that has not only served, but has been alongside people that have served as well?
Well, I think you can hear it. I think you can hear the pointed nature of my voice, the anger in my voice right now. That these are folks that, you think about the wonderful nature of a person that signs up to defend their country, and what a good person that has to be to want to defend freedom and lay their life down on the line for strangers that they will never meet. And now we've lost, was your latest update, 12 of our service members. And the sad thing is we don't hear about the civilians, the Afghanis that died in these blasts. Although our service members are very important, we also have to remember those individuals there who are just trying to live a life and just trying to get to the airport, to get the hell out of a country that is an absolute mess. And I'm not angry at the Biden administration for doing this. In fact, I think we have to hold President Biden and his administration up for having the guts to get out of there. These last few weeks, since I've heard this news of Afghanistan, I'm more angry at the Bush administration and the Obama administration for continuing it, and the Trump administration for leaving us there. Thank goodness we're getting out of there. Because here's the thing. People have been saying this last week that we've been messing up over in Afghanistan. Folks, we've been messing up over there for 20 years. We have 3.5 million members of our military and now veterans who a quarter of them are disabled. 11 to 20% of us suffer from PTSD. Folks, I think the American public sometimes forgets that this is not a video game. You see it on your televisions, but millions of service members have seen the horrors of war. They say that nobody hates war more than the soldier. I hate war, and we have to stop this addiction to it.
Mark Lindquist, that continues to really just pour his heart out here, because, this is a situation that continues to evolve there, and really talking about the last 20 years and everything that has led up to this moment. And, you're saying for what? What has this really done, not only for the Afghans, but for Americans? And now you're even thinking about what are the long-term effects of war? You mentioned their PTSD for our veterans across the country that deal with, just because we're winding down or hoping to wind down, these effects will be, unfortunately, for a lifetime. Now, Mark, my final question to you is, we are expecting, we're at least hoping to hear from President Biden later today on this situation. What would you like to hear from the president, and what would you like to hear in his tone about these last 5 days as we're expected with this withdrawal?
I think that we have come to expect from President Biden the same caring and kind nature and empathetic spirit that we know him to have. We know, since he has gone through such tragedy in his life, in his personal life. And by the way, remember, he had lost a son, Beau Biden, to this war due to an aggressive cancer that we believe is perpetrated by the burn pits, the trash burn pits over there in Afghanistan and Iraq. And so I would expect a very empathetic tone today, but also strong leadership. That's what I expect from his administration, to stay the course and get as many out as possible. 80,000 plus have been evacuated in the recent days, which is wonderful. And I hope that I hear that he's stepping on the gas before this deadline at the end of the month. And really, I think that from the American people, it's time for us to remember that he was the one that got us out of there, and 3 other presidents did not. And so let's remember that now is the time to turn our attention to the veterans who are returning home, and we need to take care of them in a big way for the next 5 and 10 years.
Yeah, you couldn't have said that any better. Mark Lindquist, thank you so much for coming on and really giving us some context of what it's like to be there in Afghanistan, but really just more importantly, what it's like as a veteran to hear these devastating news today of the explosions that rocked Afghanistan. And right now the number sits at least 12 U.S. service members. We don't know how many Afghan refugees, civilians have been killed here. But Mark, we appreciate you coming on and really giving us some insights about what it's like over there and why we got to get the hell out of there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
Mark.
your veteran friends, check on them.
Yes, absolutely. Can't say that any better there. And we're thinking about all our veterans and friends and families that are ones too during this very, very hard time. Here's some updated guidance that we are hearing. Expected maybe a 3 o'clock Eastern Pentagon update. That should be happening in about 13 minutes here. We'll wait and see and bring it to you, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, stay right here with us. We continue right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here. Just wanted to give you the update here. Unfortunately, it's another bad one there that we gave you about 5 minutes ago. But if you're just joining us here, thank you again. And Fox News reporting now that at least 12 U.S. service members have been killed in the terrorist attacks that happened earlier today in Afghanistan. We also want to mention we are going to be getting a live update expected at the top of the hour. And we, of course, will be bringing that to you in real time as soon as we see John Kirby, the press secretary, get up there. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But now joining me on the phone once again is a former senior intelligence officer, Lieutenant Colonel Hal Kempfer is joining us for some more context and really insight of what is happening. And Hal, as we come on here and talk about getting the update there, now at least 12 service members killed. What are your thoughts?
Mike, it's a horrible day. Obviously, it's for the unit or units involved. It's an absolutely devastating day. And my guess is for the Marines, they probably most of them were from the same unit. Would be my guess. But you can imagine this is a huge hit for the U.S. For the country. We've got to figure out what we're doing. This changes things a lot. It's just, these attacks like this, it's one thing when some Marines are wounded or some Americans are wounded, but when you see a devastating attack of this nature, it changes the whole way we assess the situation on the ground. And I would imagine there's a lot of discussion about whether we're going to bring in a lot more forces. There's a lot of options on the table, and I'm sure they're going through all of them right now.
Yeah, let's talk about what could possibly happen next, and maybe what are some of those next movements we could hear about. So how does the U.S. respond to something like this?
Well, what we do is, there's certain things that we do. We look at what the Taliban are doing. I would hope that somewhere we're doing a thing called red teaming, where we try to basically emulate what the Taliban are thinking. And we're looking for, what's the most dangerous course of action to us, what's the most probable course of action the Taliban might do. But with ISIS course on, we're also looking at what they're doing. And there is a conflict, a competition between the two groups. And obviously right now, the IS cells there have made a big strike. And I'm sure they're going to try and use that to some degree. We don't know if it is IS. Definitely, it could be some other group trying to do something for, literally to jockey for political position. But we've got to change our complete way we're looking at how we're doing things on the ground. I'm sure there's discussion of maybe setting up an alternate site. I don't know if we can go back to Bagram. I would imagine that's being explored right now. But that airport is in a tough area. It's surrounded by dense urban terrain, if you will, buildings. It's a difficult place to operate out of, and it doesn't give us, as you can see, a whole lot of standoff from a security standpoint. I was somewhat disappointed we pulled out of Bagram so fast, because that actually gave us standoff, and it would have given us the ability to do helicopter operations for evacuation out of Baghdad from a more secure location.
And Hal, can you give us also what we are learning more from the ground here? Tell us, how does that, from what they are seeing from our U.S. forces that are on the ground right now, how does that translate into coming back here to America, to getting the news and updates as it is trickling down? So what has to happen from somebody from the ground bringing us this information?
Well, you mean for the military unit or for the media, embedded media with the forces there?
Yes, with the media embedded.
The media embedded, right now, there's a public affairs officer or multiple public affairs officers, probably a public affairs cell, that's working with the media there on the ground. One of the things that the media that are embedded with the units agree to is that they have to observe certain operational security things. There's some things they can't report right now because of operational security considerations. We don't want to let the bad guys know what we're doing, and that's a kind of an agreement that we have with them, which is we give you special access, you get our protection, everything else. At the same time, you don't put all of us at risk by reporting something irresponsibly to get us killed. And so they're probably coordinating that right now to figure out what are the new rules of the road, recognizing that we're going to have to shift our, obviously we're dealing with this massive casualty incident, and we're trying to save lives. At the same time, I'm not sure if the full engagement is done yet. There's a lot of there's a lot of reports coming out that there may be follow-on attacks. It's not even clear if they've been able to, basically go through that area to find out if there were other possible suicide bombers that may have been trying to do something. Right now, it's a very confused situation, getting people evacuated, getting care to obviously to service members, but also any American citizens and anyone else that was out there. And they're trying to do that at the same time, push out the security to make sure they don't get a follow-on attack. And then they're also planning on what the next phase is, where they need to go. Obviously, they're probably looking at their current perimeter and wanting to get more room, more standoff, and a more secure way of screening people. And these are all the considerations. This is a very intensive planning cycle, and I imagine there's multiple operational planning teams, joint planning groups that are looking at this from a strategic perspective of where we need to position ourselves, working right down to the tactical operational perspective of how we need to physically array forces on the ground to deal with this. And part of that consideration is what is the story that we can let out to the world without putting our forces at risk.
And I also got to wonder, too, yesterday we learned from the State Department that there was roughly about 1,500 Americans that were still in Afghanistan. Now with the two explosions that happened earlier today, and then they're warning that there could be even more later on in the coming days or maybe even in the coming hours. Someone that is trying to get out of there, what does that do to them as far as their chances? How bad is their chances just from 24 hours looking now?
Well, I would believe that we are trying to figure out every possible way to get them out. What this has done is greatly complicate how they would get out. One of the options that they're probably not going to look at anytime soon is just going to the airport. We have told them to stay away from the airport. So now we're looking at other ways that we can get them to the airfield without going through the gate or something else. I'm sure we're going to be looking at various types of things. We've seen our coalition partners, the British and other NATO allies, have been sending forays into town, missions to extract personnel. We ourselves have done that. We did a rather famous helicopter extract some days back from in Kabul, and I'm sure that we're going to be looking at those types of operations if they can't physically come to the gate to come in, and that's going to be a problem. The other thing, though, is this is also an opportunity for us to really reset the dialogue with the Taliban. The Taliban have failed to maintain security at the gate, and that changes our posture involving them. And it certainly allows us to take measures that we previously may not have taken to ensure our own security, and to possibly force the Taliban to withdraw some of the personnel from areas, and that we take control of that terrain, if you will. So I'm sure that's a discussion that's going on in the background. I'm sure the Taliban aren't really amenable to having that discussion, but at the end of the day, we have to protect our American citizens and our personnel.
Absolutely, absolutely. And talking just about the Taliban, who put out a statement earlier today, putting blame pretty much on the U.S. Over this, saying, just in part of their statement, saying the Islamic Emirate strongly condemns the bombing of civilians at the airport, which took place in an area where U.S. forces are responsible for security. So that's how they kind of gave a little jab at us right there. What are your thoughts?
I think, well, first off, they're going to say whatever they say. You take everything with a enormous grain of salt. That's just propaganda on their end. The reality is going to be resetting the boundaries on the ground to areas that we do fully control. That was an access point. To say that we really completely controlled that is probably an overstatement. My guess is that probably there was, I don't know all the details, but it sounds like a suicide bombing.
Hal, thank you so much. We have to cut you off because we do have this update from the Pentagon happening right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody.
The general will have some brief opening remarks. He'll obviously address the events in Kabul today, as well as the evacuation mission and where we are and where we're going. Then we'll take questions. I will moderate the questions as we have done before. I will call on you. Please, before you ask your question, identify yourselves and your outlet so the general has an idea of who he's talking to. And just a reminder, we've got 30 minutes and we have a hard stop at 3:30. So with that, General McKenzie, over to you, sir.
John, thanks. It's a hard day today. As you know, 2 suicide bombers assessed to have been ISIS fighters detonated in the vicinity of the Abbey Gate at Hamad Karzai International Airport and in the vicinity of the Baron Hotel, which is immediately adjacent. The attack on the Abbey Gate was followed by a number of ISIS gunmen who opened fire on civilians and military forces. At this time, we know that 12 U.S. service members have been killed in the attack and 15 more service members have been injured. A number of Afghan civilians were also killed and injured in the attack. We are treating some of them aboard H-Kaya. Many other Afghan civilians have been taken out to hospitals in town. We're still working to calculate the total losses. We just don't know it, what that is right now. Their loss weighs heavily on us all, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through my prepared remarks. We continue to focus on the protection of our forces and the evacuees as the evacuation continues. Let me be clear, while we're saddened by the loss of life, both U.S. and Afghan, we're continuing to execute the mission. Our mission is to evacuate U.S. citizens, third country nationals, special immigrant visa holders, U.S. Embassy staff, and Afghans at risk. Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission. The evacuation at best speed, and as of today, we have approximately 5,000 evacuees on the ramp at H-Kaya awaiting airlift. Since August the 14th, we've evacuated more than 104,000 civilians from H-Kaya, over 66,000 by the United States, and over 37,000 by our allies and partners. And that includes bringing out about 5,000 Americans. As the Secretary of State said yesterday, we believe that there are about 1,000, probably a little more than 1,000 American citizens left in Afghanistan at this point. We're doing everything we can in concert with our Department of State partners to reach out to them and to help them leave, if they want to leave. And remember, not everybody wants to leave. Yesterday, we brought in over 500 American citizens. It would be difficult to overestimate the number of unusual challenges and competing demands that our forces on the ground have faced. The threat to our forces, particularly from ISIS-K, is very real, as we have seen today. I would also like to express the sense of profound pride I have in the creative, determined, and professional way that our forces have overcome those challenges and to deliver the results that we talked about in my opening portion of the remarks, the number of people that we've been able to extract from Afghanistan. It would also be remiss of me not to mention the tremendous contributions of our many coalition partners, and they stood with us on the ground at H-Kaya, and also the interagency and international partners who supported the evacuation. The many soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen who supported this operation downrange across the Central Command, the European Command, and the Northern Command areas of responsibility. Moreover, this evacuation could simply not have been done without the amazing flexibility of U.S. Transportation Command and the airlift provided by the United States Air Force. No other military in the world has anything like it. I'd also like to thank the host nations that have generously provided access to their facilities for the processing, the care, and the feeding of our evacuees. I also need to acknowledge the temporary suffering that some of our evacuees have had to endure. Please know that we continue to execute our number one mission, which is to get as many American citizens and other evacuees as possible out of Afghanistan. We also continue to expand the capacity at our intermediate facilities to ensure safe, sanitary, and humane conditions for our evacuees, while continuing to look for ultimate ways to expedite their processing and ultimate transfer to the United States or other destinations. I'd like to close out my remarks today by just taking a moment to describe the heroism that our Marines, soldiers, and sailors are exhibiting as they screen the people who are coming onto the airfield. This is close-up work is upon you. While we have Overwatch in place, we still have to touch the clothes of the person that's coming in. I think you all can appreciate the courage and the dedication that is necessary to do this job and to do it time after time. Please remember that we have screened over 104,000 people. Finally, I'd like to offer my profound condolences to the families of our servicemen and women and Afghan civilians who lost their lives today. We have put more than 5,000 U.S. service members at risk to save as many civilians as we can. It's a noble mission, and today we have seen firsthand how dangerous that mission is. ISIS will not deter us from accomplishing the mission, I can assure you of that. All Americans can and should be proud of the men and women of the armed forces who are facing these dangers head on, with their international partners and all our other friends that are with us. And we appreciate your thoughts and prayers for all our service members who are carrying on this mission today. John, I'm now ready to take questions.
Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita. Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita.
Thank you. General McKenzie, Lita Baldor with AP, thank you for taking the time to do this. Can you give us your assessment of the ISIS threat going forward? What are you seeing on the ground now? Does this cut the evacuation short, do you believe? And are people able to get onto the airport now? And then finally, the president has warned that any attacks against the U.S. would be answered. Will this attack be answered militarily by the U.S.?
So a number of questions there. Let me try to take them in order. So first of all, the threat from ISIS is extremely real. We've been talking about this for several days. We saw it actually manifest itself here in the last few hours with an actual attack. We believe it is their desire to continue those attacks, and we expect those attacks to continue. And we're doing everything we can to be prepared for those attacks. That includes reaching out to the Taliban, who are actually providing the outer security cordon around the airfield to make sure they know what we expect them to do to protect us. And we will continue to coordinate with them as they go forward. We are continuing to bring people onto the airfield. We just brought a number of buses aboard the airfield over the last couple of 3 hours. So we continue to process. We'll continue to flow people out. The plan is designed to operate while under stress and under attack, and very carefully to make sure that it's safe. Coordinate very carefully to make sure that it's safe for American citizens to come to the airfield. If it's not, we'll tell them to hold, and then we'll work other ways to try to get them to the airfield. But I think our mission remains. We're still committed to flowing people out up until we terminate operations at some point, towards the end of the month. But I think we have the ability actually to do all of those things as we go forward. Let me just going after ISIS. Yes, if we can find who's associated with this, we will go after them. We've been clear all along that we're going to retain the right to operate against ISIS in Afghanistan. And we are working very hard right now to determine attribution, to determine who is associated with this cowardly attack. And we're prepared to take action against them. 24/7, we are looking for them.
David.
General David Martin with CBS. 27 casualties is a terrible number. 12 dead. Could you explain the circumstances of these attacks which resulted in such high casualties for the U.S.?
Sure, David. So first of all, you will understand that we're still investigating the exact circumstances. But what I can tell you is this. The attack occurred at a gate. And at a gate, we have to check people before they get onto the airfield. We have to ensure they're not carrying a bomb or any other kind of weapon that could ultimately make its way onto an aircraft. So that requires physical screening. You can't do that with standoff. You ultimately have to get very close to that person. So while the air base itself is surrounded with T-walls, we're well bunkered in. We've done a variety of things to protect ourselves. At these interface points, these gates where people actually come on the airfield, there's no substitute for a young man or woman, a young United States man or woman, standing up there conducting a search of that person before we let them on. Now, the Taliban have conducted searches before they get to that point, and sometimes those searches have been good and sometimes not. I will simply note that before this attack, we had passed 104,000 people through. So this attack is one too many, but we'll evaluate what happened. We'll find ways to always get better. But the key thing is you don't want to let somebody on an airplane carrying a bomb, because that could result in even massive loss of life if an airplane were to be destroyed. So you got to do the searches. We work with our Afghan partners on the ground, the NSU elements, to conduct those searches. But ultimately, Americans have got to be in danger to do these searches. There's really no other way to do it. And again, I cannot tell you how impressed I am with the daily heroism of the men and women that are out there doing this work. Typically soldiers, sailors, and Marines that are doing that work. And they're right up close to thousands of people that are flowing through the airfield. You've all seen the images. And to be able to get up and do it day after day, it's remarkable. And this time, it looks like somebody got close to us. We'll find out why. We'll try to improve our procedures. It is 12 service members dying. Nobody feels that more closely, more directly than me and everyone else in the chain of command. And we recognize that we need to continue to evaluate our procedures as we go forward. At the same time, there's a tension there. We have to continue to let people own the airfield, because that is why we are there. We're not there to defend ourselves. We're there to defend ourselves while we process American citizens first, but also the other categories of people that I've mentioned, get them to a place where we can fly them out into a safer, better future.
So just to be clear, this suicide bomber was going through the gate, being searched, checked by U.S. service members when he detonated his vest?
David, that would be my working assumption. I know this: he did not get inside he did not get on the installation. It was at the interface point where they try to come in where this attack occurred, and we just don't know more right now. We're gathering that information. As you will understand, we're investigating that. But right now, our focus really, we have other active threat streams, extremely active threat streams against the airfield. We want to make sure that we've taken the steps we need to take to protect ourselves there. So our focus is on that. Over the next few hours and day or two, we'll learn a lot more about what happened here. And I'm sure we'll be able to share that with you. But right now, our focus is actually going forward, ensuring that another attack of this nature does not occur. Because as you know, typically the pattern is multiple attacks. And we want to be prepared and be ready to defend against that.
Courtney.
Can you, hey, General McKenzie, it's Courtney Cuby from NBC News. Can you tell us a little bit more about these extremely real additional threats from ISIS? Is it a concern about more suicide attacks? And also about some of the steps that you may be taking to mitigate future attacks? I mean, would it include putting U.S. troops or Marines outside the gates, or outside of the airport for additional perimeter security? And then finally, with all of this, is there any discussion about sending any additional U.S. troops to Kabul airport for additional security measures?
So let me actually answer the last part of your question first. We assess we have the forces we need to protect ourselves there. I'm always in a constant dialogue with the secretary. If I needed anything else, I'd be talking to him immediately, but I think we have what we need to protect ourselves. So let's talk a little bit about the threat streams. So very, very real threat streams, very, what we would call tactical. That means imminent, could occur at any moment. And they range from rocket attacks. We know that they would like to lob a rocket in there if they could. Now, we actually have pretty good protection against that. We have our anti-rocket and mortar system, the gun systems that those of you who've been out there are very familiar with, that are pretty effective against these kinds of attack. We are well positioned around the boundary of the airfield, and we feel that we will be in good shape should that kind of attack occur. We also know they aim to get a vehicle-borne suicide attack in if they can, from a small vehicle to a large vehicle. They're working all those options. And then we just seen their ability to deliver a walk-in, a vest-wearing suicide attacker. All of those things we look at. Now, the other thing we do is we share versions of this information with the Taliban so that they can actually do some searching out there for us. And we believe that some attacks have been thwarted by them. Again, we've been doing this we've been doing this since the 14th. This is an attack that's been carried out. We believe it's possible that others have been thwarted. We cut down the information we give the Taliban. They don't get the full range of information we have, but we give them enough to act in time and space to try to prevent these attacks. The other thing we try to do is we try to push out the boundary even further so that we don't get large crowds massing at the gate. Clearly, at Abbey Gate today, we had a larger crowd there than we would like, which goes to show you that the system is not perfect. but we have gained large elements of standoff at other gates, and we want to keep that kind of standoff in place. As you know, standoff for attacks like this is always the best defense. Unfortunately, we just don't have the opportunity, given the geography of the ground that we're on, to always gain that kind of standoff. So let me close up your question by saying, we take the threat of these attacks very seriously. We're working them very hard. We're doing a variety of things. We got, as you know, we have AH-64 attack helicopters on the ground that we're flying to take a look. They have very good thermal and optical imaging systems. We got aircraft overhead that also have very good imaging systems. We have unmanned aircraft, MQ-9s, that have the ability to look. All of these systems are being applied in defense of the airfield, all of them on a continual basis, all of them vectored by the intelligence that we receive, and then we also use the Taliban as a tool to protect us as much as possible.
I'm going to go to the phones. I haven't done that yet. Alex Horton, Washington Post. Alex, you there?
Yep, just unmuting. Hey, General, this is Alex Horton with the Washington Post. Thanks for doing this. Can you give us a sense of where you are in casualty notification for these folks on the ground? How long you expect it to take, given that it's a large number? And also, can you tell us a little bit about, how the forces have reacted? You said that you introduced a little, probably more standoff at this point, but what are other measures you're taking to increase security after the attack?
Sure. So I would actually defer you to the services for notification of casualties. That's a function that the services provide. And I believe that process is ongoing, but I do not have visibility on it. My visibility is fully forward against the day-to-day practical threat that we face in the theater. But there are other people who can probably then answer that question for you. I'm just not that person, Alex. So in terms of practical things that we're doing, okay, again, we've reached out to the Taliban. We've told them you need to continue to push out the security perimeter. We've identified some roads that we would like for them to close. They've identified that they will be willing to close those roads, because we assess the threat of a suicide-borne vehicle threat is high right now. So we want to reduce the possibility of one of those vehicles getting close. And so we're actually moving very aggressively to do that. We talked a little bit about the overwatch that we have in place, but I'll review it again. We have our unmanned aircraft, our MQ-9s, and other unmanned drone systems that have very good optical and other means of looking down. So we look at what's happening around the gate. We try to identify patterns, and we got highly trained people that take a look at that. We also have our aircraft that we fly locally, the AH-64s that I mentioned a few moments ago, as well as other manned aircraft that come off the USS, off the carrier that we have off the Makran coast, as well as U.S. Air Force aircraft that we bring up from out of Afghanistan. Everything ranging from F-15s to AC-130 gunships. And as you know, the AC-130 gunship has a very highly capable targeting system, and it's also a very visible platform. And we know from long experience that visible demonstration of these kinds of ISR tends to dissuade the attacker, because they know that if we can see them do it, we're going to strike them immediately. So we'll be prepared to do that should it become necessary to defend the base. We're looking very hard. We assess we are in a period of heightened warning right now, and we're working through that as aggressively as we can. Over.
Gordon.
Yeah, General, Gordon Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. Can you tell us if you think that your recommendation for staying potentially after August 31st would change because of this threat stream? Or are you concerned about the threat stream? And also, the U.S. military and the Taliban have been coordinating very closely on various things. Do you still trust the Taliban, and is it possible that they let this happen?
So as to whether or not they let it happen, I don't know. I don't think there's anything to convince me that they let it happen. As to whether or not I trust them, that's not necessarily that's a word I use very carefully. You've heard me say before, it's not what they say, it's what they do. They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's that they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose. As long as we've kept that common purpose aligned, they've been useful to work with. They've cut some of our security concerns down, and they've been useful to work with going forward. Now, long term, I don't know what that's going to be. I will tell you this: anytime you build a non-combatant evacuation plan like this, and you bring in forces, you expect to be attacked. So we expect, we thought this would happen sooner or later. It's tragic that it happened today. It's tragic there was this much loss of life. We are prepared to continue the mission. I've had a great opportunity to have dialogue with my chain of command on it, and I'm not going to be able to share with you what my advice has been, as you know and understand, Gordon. But I think we can continue to conduct our mission even while we're receiving attacks like this. Over.
Eric.
General Eric Schmidt with the New York Times. Even before today's attack, you were just 4 days or so from leaving. How soon will you have to start diminishing the evacuation flights, if indeed those can continue, to make space and time for the military retrograde, that is the withdrawal of the remaining troops there and their equipment?
So Eric, without getting into specifics, I would tell you that the plan is designed to maximize throughput of evacuees even as we begin to prepare to draw down the force on the ground. So we recognize there's a need to balance the two. So we're not going to get to a point where suddenly we turn off the spigot. It will draw down as we get closer to the end date. It's not useful for me to share that date with you right now when we will begin to draw down those flights, but we will do it at some point. At the same time, I want to emphasize again, the plan is designed to maximize pushing people out, even as we reconfigure the force, continue to defend ourselves, and get ready to bring out our own equipment and ultimately our own military personnel.
And General, if I could just follow up on that, will you have to also develop alternative routes beyond those that you already have to get the remaining Americans in Kabul who want to leave safely to the airport?
So I would tell you that we have worked over the last week. We have brought in hundreds of Americans by working alternate routes to get them in, by establishing contact with them, by directing them down a steady different ways to get to the airport. Our task force, our JSOC element, does that on the ground very effectively in coordination with Admiral Vaisley, who's the overall commander there. So we continue to do that. That's not something that we're beginning now. We've done that all along, and we will continue to do that up until the last moment.
Jennifer.
General McKenzie, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News. Can you say, was there one or two suicide bombers at the Abbey Gate? And can you say for certain that it was a male bomber? And can you give us any more details about the second explosion that occurred at Barron Hotel? Was that a VBID? Was that a car bomb? Or was that also a suicide bomber? Finally, there are State Department employees who are side by side with U.S. Marines at that gate. Were there any other U.S. citizens killed in the attack? And why were the Marines so close together that so many were killed in one strike?
So we think one suicide bomb at Abbey Gate. Don't know if it was male or female, just don't have that information. Don't know much about the second bomb, except one went off in the vicinity of the Barron Hotel, which, as you're aware, is a deeply bunkered structure. And as far as I know, there were no UK military casualties as a result of that. There may have been Afghan casualties, and I'm sure there were Afghan casualties. But it will take us a little bit of time to actually learn how many Afghans became casualties. We took some of them on board the installation. Many of them were taken to hospitals out in town. So what I see is what I get on open source reporting about the nature of those casualties. But we're trying to gather more information about it. So the last point, I would tell you, I don't know the size of the bomb, and the size of the bomb is directly related to how many people are going to be affected by the blast radius of the weapon. We are going to investigate that. As I've noted before, you're at the interface point there at these gates. Somebody's actually got to look someone else in the eyes and decide that they're ready to come in. And so we'll find out exactly what happened. But beyond that, I would not want to speculate at this time, Jennifer. Thank you.
Any other American citizens from the State Department who were killed?
None that I am aware of now.
Okay, I need to go back to the phones. Laura Seligman.
Hi, General. Thanks so much for doing this. A couple questions. First of all, can you tell me, we've heard reports of a third and possibly a fourth attack in Kabul today. Can you confirm those? And then also, can you tell us how exactly are you still conducting these evacuation flights? Are you concerned about manpads and other threats to the aircraft?
First of all, indications of other attacks in Kabul, but we have not been able to run that information down. So we see it. We get open source reporting on it, but I can't confirm that there have been other attacks in Kabul away from HKIA today. We continue to take a look at that very hard. I will tell you this: the safety of our aircraft coming in and out is of paramount importance. because obviously you have the opportunity there for 450 or more people to die if you have a significant mishap with the aircraft. We know that ISIS would like to get after those aircraft if they can. We don't believe they have a man pad capable of doing it. They have taken shots at our aircraft on occasion without effect. We think that's going to continue. And we will, but as you know, military aircraft have a variety of self-defense systems. What's more vulnerable actually are the charter aircraft and other aircraft that are coming in that do not have those systems. So with our ISR, we look very carefully at the approach pattern and the departure pattern off that runway to see to see if we see any sign of something that might pose a threat to aircraft. That's one of the things that we look at religiously throughout the day and throughout the night as we conduct operations. Because really, the aircraft, the only way we're going to get people out of there. So we are keenly sensitive threats to our aircraft.
Okay, we're going to take one more question. I'm sorry, guys, we got to keep moving. We're going to take one more question and then give the general a chance to close out. Idris?
Sure. General, I know it's still early, but at this moment in time, how do you believe the suicide bombers made it through several checkpoints, whether it was Taliban or Afghan forces, to the Marines? Do you believe it was a failure, or they were able to somehow evade them and make it to the Marines?
Well, clearly, if they were able to get up to the Marines at the screening at the entry point of the base, there's a failure somewhere. It was a failure by, the Taliban operate with varying degrees of competence. Some of those guys are very scrupulously good. Some of them are not. I just don't know the answer to that question. But we will. You can be assured we're going to continue to take a look at it and try to make all our practices better as we go forward.
Okay, General, sir, we're going to let the general close out. General, sir, for any closing thoughts you might have, sir.
Hey, John, thanks. Again, I would just like to say today's a hard day, but the thing I come back to is the remarkable professionalism that the force on the ground is showing. As I've noted before, ultimately at these screening points in particular, you've got to get very up close and personal to the people that you're bringing out. There's no way to do that safely from a distance. And we should all just bear in mind that we've been doing it for well over a week. We brought 104,000 people out. That's a tremendous number of contacts that every individual Marine, soldier, or sailor has had to have as we bring people aboard the airfield. It's a very heavy heart, that I do this conversation with you today. Nobody feels it more than me or the other members of the chain of command. We'll do everything we can to improve our practices there to make sure it's as safe as possible for our folks on the ground that are doing this dirty, dangerous work. John, thanks very much.
Thank you, General. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
John, will you take a couple questions?
No, that's going to be the end of the
All right, that is the update there from the Pentagon as they expect now more attacks could be happening and that car bombs could also be very likely as well, as you heard there from the official update. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for continuing to join us right here. We are going to continue our coverage like we have been all morning long, and then unfortunately that update that continues to get worse there. The 12 U.S. service members killed there in Afghanistan with the terror attacks here. Let's continue to get some more coverage right now. We are going to go out. Joining us via Zoom, Michael Pregent, a former U.S. intelligence officer and a fellow at the Hudson Institute. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I think that you're muted right now. If you could just unmute, and we'll be able to hear you and get some insight from you. Michael, thanks again for joining us here. And first off, what are some of your reactions just hearing from the Pentagon right here?
We just heard a defense of the Taliban. That's what I heard. And it's very disappointing to those of us that know the enemy, to those of us that served in Afghanistan and know the enemy, to hear a CENTCOM commander say that this was ISIS-K and ISIS-K alone. So let's break that down real quick. The Haqqani network, an al-Qaeda affiliate, has command and control of Kabul. The Taliban is manning all the checkpoints and conducting roving patrols. And we just had a suicide bomber attack 2 different locations. You can't do that without the Haqqani network knowing. You can't do that without passing Taliban checkpoints. Though our enemies may not like each other when we're not present, when we are present, we are the main focus. And I just heard a defense of the Taliban. And I also heard that they've evacuated They only have about 1,000 to 1,500 Americans left. It's not true. There's 4,000 to 7,000 Americans left in that country. And it's not because they chose to stay. It's because they couldn't get to the airport. And that's what I heard. I heard a defense of the Taliban, and I heard the defense of why we're going to end up leaving Americans behind.
And Michael, why do you feel like there has been this tiptoeing with the administration and the Pentagon with the Taliban almost really providing cover for the Taliban?
Well, if it was a Taliban attack, it embarrasses the administration. If it was an al-Qaeda attack, it embarrasses the administration. We have to remember, the administration says that they are deconflicting the battle space with the Taliban, and that the Taliban are letting, in most instances, that's what they say, letting Americans through. They are also saying that al-Qaeda has been defeated. The president said al-Qaeda is gone. If this is an al-Qaeda attack, if this is a Taliban attack, it embarrasses the administration. So there's this full push to say it's ISIS-K. And if it is ISIS-K, the Haqqani network, an al-Qaeda affiliate, the Taliban, an ally of al-Qaeda, facilitated the attack, allowed the attack to happen. Again, they will put aside their differences when they have a focus. And that focus is to make us bleed on the way out.
And now, Michael, can you just give us some insight? What do you think now is going to happen next here with this situation in Afghanistan? It's bad enough that we have the U.S. service members killed, but what will happen in these next coming days?
Well, we're likely to wake up to additional attacks or have them happen again tomorrow. This is just the first wave. You come in with the suicide bombers, you test U.S. resolve. Then the next phase will be you conduct an attack on the airfield, whether it be a mortar or a rocket attack or any attack, because the airfield sits in a bowl. You can literally hit the airfield with a sniper rifle, with a heavy machine gun from the high ground, whether it's a high rise, whether it's the high ground around the airport. So we're likely to see more attacks. We're also likely to see, unfortunately, Americans captured by these groups. Their mission is to go out and capture Americans. There are between 4,000 and 7,000 Americans left in Afghanistan. The reason I say that is because that's what the administration was saying, 48 hours ago. And then all of a sudden they said, we've evacuated a total of 4,800 and only 1,500 remain. And the math doesn't add up. They are getting ready to leave Americans behind. And those Americans, unfortunately, could be on their knees in front of terrorist flags on the 20-year anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. We just gave Afghanistan back to all of our enemies. And I've heard some people say that some people are saying that Afghanistan will become a safe haven for terrorism. It already is. It already is a safe haven for terrorism. And I just believe we're going to continue to send American sons and daughters back to Afghanistan to deal with these existential threats that we continue to allow to prosper because of really bad policy. And to not see Secretary Austin today, and to not see General Milley, the top general of the armed forces, was not present today. The Secretary of Defense was not present. And then for General McKenzie to say what he just said, I expected more from General McKenzie. And he said this: no one feels worse about this than I do. What about the parents of those Marines that were killed today? Those members of the 82nd Airborne Division? No, we're not hearing from our leaders. We're hearing a narrative that this was an ISIS attack and that the Americans that we leave behind chose to stay.
Well, some would say even, why haven't we heard from President Biden yet there? Obviously, he is still getting briefing and updates on the situation, but we haven't even seen a tweet put out by the POTUS account or Joe Biden. What is your thoughts on that, where some people are saying, where is President Biden during this very difficult time for America?
I think the Americans have pretty much given up faith in our commander-in-chief, but they expect more from our generals. General Milley has disappointed. We just heard General McKenzie disappoint. And we haven't heard from Secretary Austin since Sunday when he did a taped interview for CBS News. The president's going to come out and he'll probably talk about something completely unrelated to Afghanistan, whether it be COVID, vaccines, cybersecurity, the infrastructure program. We need a commander-in-chief that can have his mind changed by facts on the ground. A commander-in-chief that is willing to change his mind based on facts on the ground and the developing situation. And more importantly, we need generals to tell him, sir, you need to change your mind. This is a bad situation. We need to expand the cordon. They should have done this days ago. We can't go back in time to fix this, but we cannot find the leadership when it comes to Afghanistan right now from the White House, from the Pentagon, or from the State Department.
And with these thousands of Americans now that are, after they saw what happened, they heard the reports, maybe even they saw it unfold there in real time. Michael, what do you think these Americans that are stranded right now are ultimately thinking? I mean, they have to be thinking the absolute worst.
Well, we've been in contact with people on the ground that are in that situation, both Afghans and Americans alike. And it's keep your cell phones charged, stay in a safe place, move around with trusted people, and just wait. We're trying to get the administration to do the right thing, but there's this whole veteran community, special ops community, and former intel community ramping up operations to go get Americans because our government won't do it. We have heard there have been some CIA operations and special operators that have gone out to get Americans, but it's a handful. There are 4,000 to 7,000 Americans left that want to get out. And the argument the administration is making that those that we couldn't get out chose to stay. It's just not true. They couldn't get to the airport. They couldn't get there because it was too dangerous. They couldn't get there because the Americans did not expand the cordon. And when I say that, I'm not talking about the soldiers, Marines, sailors, and our military. I'm talking about the leaders. The leaders could not convince a disinterested commander-in-chief from doing the right thing and sending firemen to a fire. You ask the military what they would want to do, they'd want to go get every American in that country and they'd want to go kill bad guys. But we're hearing from military leadership that continue to say that all is well, that the evacuation is going as planned, and that we expected ISIS to conduct an attack like this, and that any American left behind chose to stay.
For those of you just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are talking via Zoom to Michael Pregent, a former U.S. intelligence officer. Michael, we're just getting a statement in from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. He put out this statement. I want to read it out, and then I want to get your reaction to this statement right here. It says, on behalf of the men and women of the Department of Defense, I express my deepest condolences to the loved ones and teammates of all those killed and wounded in Kabul today. Terrorists took their lives at the very moment these troops were trying to save the lives of others. We mourn their loss, we treat their wounds, and we will support their families in what will most assuredly be devastating grief. But we will not be dissuaded from the task at hand. To do anything less, especially now, would dishonor the purpose and sacrifice these men and women have rendered our country and the people of Afghanistan. I have to ask you, Michael, what say you?
That's pretty long statement from a Secretary of Defense that should be saying something completely different. That says, of course, the Secretary of Defense is right to say, all of the words about the loss of life today, but he removed himself from that decision making that led to that loss of life. Secretary of Defense is responsible for advising the Commander-in-Chief on the threats to Americans in Afghanistan and the threats to our force in Afghanistan. And no measures were taken to expand the cordon, to protect our force at the airfield, to expand the cordon, to get Americans in, and to basically make this a conditions-based withdrawal instead of a self-imposed deadline by a Commander-in-Chief who is listening to the Taliban dictate to us when we're supposed to leave and what we can and cannot do.
And Michael, lastly here, as a former U.S. intelligence officer, someone who represented our country, what are your, I mean, how do you feel today as you see the news, you see the headlines, and you woke up to the news? I mean, how do you feel as first as an American and then as a former intelligence officer?
I'm a veteran of 3 wars. I served in this war as well in the military, and I can just echo the statements of my fellow veteran community and my friends inside the active duty force. They are embarrassed of the lack of leadership from this administration. We lost 20 years because of bad strategies from politicians, not the members of the military on the ground. And we just gave back a country to our enemies, and we made them stronger than they were before 9/11, not because of soldiers, not because of Marines, not because of our military, not because of our intelligence community, but because of politicians. So I would honestly tell you, I'm ashamed of our leadership, and I'm not alone.
Michael Prejean, thank you so much, and really thank you for your service as well to our country here, and talking to us on a very dark day in America and really across the world as well. We appreciate your insight and talking with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. And we continue to bring you more live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to update you on the situation there in Afghanistan. You heard there from the former intelligence officer. They're mincing no words there and really taking the odds there. The Biden administration for what he is calling their lack of leadership involved in this crisis here. We will be hearing from the White House to see what they have to say about the situation. It's expected to happen pretty soon from the White House briefing room. We will be bringing that to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us as we enter a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Host Mike Page continuing to update you on the situation there in Afghanistan. If you're just joining us here, a very sad day in America and around the world as we are learning that 12 U.S. service members killed by terrorist attacks. Earlier this morning, there was 2 explosions near the Kabul airport, and we heard from the Pentagon earlier, just moments ago as well, a warning that there could be more attacks planned and imminent. So we will continue to wait and see and hope and pray for our service members across and around the world right now, and especially there in Afghanistan during this very, very difficult time, and the Afghan refugees and the U.S. citizens that seek shelter from the Taliban-controlled area right now. As these evacuations somehow continue right now, we do want to get an update just on how the progress there is happening and really just give you the context of these evacuations as a really, we're looking at a post-war Afghanistan. Greg Pelkett with the very latest from London.
Evacuations are still underway at the airport in Kabul despite multiple deadly suicide attacks just outside the gates. Thousands still trying to leave Afghanistan as the Taliban consolidate their control. In the capital, life is very slowly returning to normal despite lingering shortages of food, medical supplies, and cash. The big question at this point, will the Taliban reinstitute the strict Islamic law that was in place 20 years ago? So far, there seems to be a disconnect between what the militants are telling the world and what they're telling Afghans, leading to confusion, especially among young people who are too young to remember the first Taliban regime.
Women have been told not to go to work, but the Taliban have also said that women have the right to work and study.
The Taliban are also putting more restrictions on who is allowed to evacuate, cutting off exits for most Afghan citizens and harassing those who try to leave. A growing number of Western leaders now acknowledge they won't be able to complete operations by the August 31st deadline.
We hope very much that the Taliban will understand that there's got to be a reasonable approach to people who still want to leave Afghanistan.
But the fight isn't over yet. An anti-Taliban resistance is gathering strength in the northeast part of the country, vowing to fight back against the extremists.
They may have taken power by force. They may be in Afghanistan for some time, but it will be a very short time.
Resistance leaders say they want to hold talks with the Taliban, but they're also preparing for a major offensive in the coming days. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
We had lost 11 total.
Thank you so much, Greg, for that update as we continue to provide you with the latest updates from Afghanistan. And we are learning there that at some time today, there are reports out there that President Biden will be making a statement. And of course, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The timing right now is not clear, as it could move from time to time. But as soon as we get a solid time there, we'll give that update to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Looks like there's also a briefing that could be happening as well. Just don't know the timing. If the president does want to speak, obviously that would take precedence over this White House briefing there. So we will continue to try to give you always the very latest that is coming down the pipes there, and really across the board from Fox News Channel and so much more right here on Live Now from Fox. But as everyone continues to really try to make, it's hard to make sense over a terrorist attack there, but really coming to grips what we are dealing with as Americans. And look at where we're getting closer to the 20-year anniversary of 9/11, which really springboarded this all into existence, and why we're in Afghanistan right now and still in Afghanistan right now. But I just want to provide some context here that these numbers that we are seeing right now. So you got at least at this moment 12 U.S. service members that have been killed today. Let's just go by the numbers right now. In 2020, the total U.S. service members' deaths in Afghanistan was 11. That was last year, so that was 11. Today, just in one day, we are at now 12. So I wanted to bring that to your attention and just let you know just how one day could really change so much in the face of war. And let's face it, we are still at war. We are in a withdrawal process that has taken some time, and it will continue to be looked at in the growing days, weeks, months, and even years. It'll be talked about as we continue to bring you the latest on what is happening. Do want to continue to give you this update here. We mentioned it earlier, but we want to say it again. Statement by Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III on this horrible, horrible attack that happened to our U.S. soldiers, Afghan partners, and citizens as well. He says, on behalf of the men and women of the Department of Defense, I express my deepest condolences to the loved ones and teammates of all those killed and wounded in Kabul today. Terrorists took their lives at the very moment these troops were trying to save the lives of others. We mourn their loss, we will treat their wounds, and we will support their families and what will most assuredly be devastating grief. But we will not be dissuaded from the task at hand. To do anything less, especially now, would dishonor the purpose and sacrifice these men and women have rendered our country and the people of Afghanistan. As you can see, the statement there by the Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III. So we heard from the Pentagon earlier today, and we also are waiting to hear from the White House. But the Pentagon making that statement there and those updates saying that they fear that more attacks could happen there in Afghanistan as the days continue on, as we get closer to that deadline of the withdrawal of American troops as well of Afghan refugees as well. We continue to wait for more updates right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we get closer to the top of the hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We do have some new updates here that we wanted to get to you. Fox News now confirming that Biden will speak at 5 p.m. Eastern on the terror attacks, followed by a White House briefing. And let's just go through some of the top stories revolving all around this terrorist attack that happened earlier this morning. Unfortunately, 12 service members have died in this attack here. Let's also give some updates. State Department now confirms 500 Americans have been evacuated since yesterday. Most that remain want to leave. We have received confirmation that roughly 500 of the 1,500 Americans that we were tracking as potentially being in Afghanistan have been evacuated, a State Department spokesperson said. Over the past 24 hours, we heard from an additional roughly 500 people purporting to be Americans in Afghanistan who want to leave, the statement continued. We immediately began attempting to reach these individuals by phone, text, and email. Based on our experiences, many of these will not turn out to be U.S. citizens in need of our assistance. Earlier at the Pentagon briefing, the General McKenzie saying U.S. aircraft flying in and out of Kabul are getting shot at on occasion. He said while acknowledging it's a tough day, the general says the plans that he has to evacuate Afghans and Americans is designed to operate under stress. General McKenzie just said since August 14th, the U.S. military has been sharing information with the Taliban to prevent attacks since August 14th. Lucas Tomlinson reported there from the U.S. general saying that 2 ISIS suicide bombers carried out the attack today at the airport. One struck Abbey Gate, another detonated outside of the Barron Hotel near a gate. 12 U.S. military were killed in action, 15 wounded, but no American civilians or diplomats killed or hurt as of right now. We are hearing about. Vice President Kamala Harris was supposed to be in California tomorrow for a campaign event with Governor Gavin Newsom. She will return to D.C. That event has been canceled because of the growing tension and situation in Afghanistan. A Taliban leader said that music will be banned in Afghanistan and women will need a male chaperone if they travel alone for a handful of days, while noting that the Taliban is looking to, quote, build the future. If they go to school, the office, university, or the hospital, they don't need a chaperone. The Taliban spokesperson has said in an interview with the New York Times, explaining that women need a chaperone during journeys of 3 days or longer. So these are just some of the top stories that are coming from FoxNews.com as we continue to update you on the growing crisis as the deadliest day for U.S. troops in a decade. We should mention that. We told you about that a little bit ago, but once again, wanted to say that to you. The deadliest day for U.S. troops in a decade comes on this day, a very, very dark day in America and really around the world right here. Worst case scenario right now is, of course, leaving Americans behind. A source briefed on the situation in Kabul told Fox News that some Americans stranded in Afghanistan will likely be left behind after Thursday's bombings. The source told Fox News that hundreds of ISIS-K fighters remain in the vicinity of the Kabul airport and that the attacks are, quote, likely to continue. Military continues to retrograde and depart the airport, the source told Fox News, almost a certainty that Americans will be left behind. The source also noted that Americans left behind in the country will, quote, have to be extracted after the fact through either Taliban negotiation or unconventional means. Additionally, Fox News was told that the Taliban has essentially completely stopped letting Afghans through, but is mostly letting Americans through. Although Americans are all staying away now because of ISIS-K, the source said. At least 12 U.S. Service personnel have been killed as of today. As the news unfolded, the president held meetings with Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Mark Milley and ground commanders. We are learning that President Biden will address the country coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern, so just about an hour from now. We are also, Fox News just reporting here from reports, Kabul residents are hearing a large blast near the airport here. So let's continue to wait on some more information coming from that. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at the White House. A rainy day here, and kind of speaks to the mood that has been going on here as we continue to learn more on these terrorist attacks that have been taking place in Kabul. Now, we do know President Biden is set to speak at 5 p.m. Eastern time about these attacks. So for everyone with us on the West Coast, that's going to be at 2 p.m. Pacific time. And right after, we are also supposed to hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She's expected to give her White House press briefing at 2:45 p.m. That's Pacific time, so 5:45 p.m. Eastern time. So before, when we've had President Biden come out, speak to these attacks and the crisis and the ongoing situations, evacuations, all taking place in Afghanistan, he's not been taking very many questions, and if so, it's been very select list of a few reporters, media outlets, and so if you can only imagine now on a day when tensions are high, feelings are definitely very raw as we continue to cover this crisis happening. I'm going to expect President Biden not to answer very many questions, if he takes any questions at all after his remarks. But once again, I do want to say thank you to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We continue to have you fully covered right here on all the news coming out of Afghanistan. So let's just go back and start from the beginning of what we do know at this time, as what's been going on over at the Kabul airport in Afghanistan as well. So we do know at this time there's been at least 12 U.S. troops, U.S. service members who have been killed in a pair of suicide attacks outside the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. This includes 11 Marines and 1 Navy medic. 2 U.S. officials had told this to the Associated Press. We just heard from the Pentagon, who gave their update as well. And we do say also there's a number of service members who have been wounded and warned that the toll could continue to grow. Now, we also heard that there's more than 140 Afghans who have been wounded. This is according to Afghan officials. And we just heard from our Pentagon update that numbers still not confirmed at this time. So they're only going to be still calculating the loss, is what our Pentagon officials have been saying. But a number of U.S. military troops wounded in this attack. And Western nations have been warning and have been warned earlier in the day of a possible attack at the airport in the waning days here in this massive airlift. As U.S. officials said, the suicide attacks were believed to have been carried out by the Islamic State group, the ISIS affiliate in Afghanistan. It's far more radical than the Taliban, who recently did take control of the country, but in a lightning blitz and condemned attack. This is all according to the Associated Press. Now, earlier, Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby did confirm that there had been a number of U.S. service members who had been killed, and there were others being treated for their wounds. And he said in one of the blasts outside of Kabul's airport, an international airport, was at the Abbey Gate. It was a complex attack, and another was just a short distance away by a hotel. So later this day, we've been sharing with you, Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin had released a statement sharing his condolences to loved ones and teammates of all those who were killed and wounded here today, saying that they mourn the loss, and they're going to, of course, treat their wounds, show their supports to these family members, and of course, continue to deal with this devastating grief. Now, this area was, even as this area was hit, officials did say evacuation flights did continue to take off from Kabul airport. Adam Khan was waiting nearby when he saw the first explosion outside what's known as Abbey Gate. Said several people appear to have been killed or wounded, including some who were maimed. Now, the second blast was at or near Barron Hotel, where many people, including Afghans, Britons, and Americans, were told to gather in recent days before heading to the airport for evacuation. And there was a former Royal Marine who runs an animal shelter in Afghanistan, saying that his staff were caught up in the aftermath of the blast near the airport, saying all of a sudden we heard gunshots and our vehicle was targeted. Had our driver not turned around, he would have been shot in the head by a man with an AK-47. This is according to Paul Penfarthing. He's been saying this to the Britain Press Association news agency. And there's been several countries who have been urging people to avoid the airport earlier in the day, with one saying there was a threat of a suicide bombing, but just days or even hours for some nations before evacuation efforts, and few had appeared to heed to that call. So again, White House says President Biden is being briefed on this attack, and we are expecting to hear his remarks here a little bit later. So we are just less than an hour away from that scheduled briefing with President Biden, as he is supposed to make some remarks again on this crisis that continues to unfold in Afghanistan. And already some countries have started to end their evacuations, begun to withdraw their soldiers and diplomats, which is signaling the beginning of an end of one of history's largest airlifts. Now, the Taliban has pledged not to attack Western forces during the evacuation, but insists the foreign troops must be out by America's self-imposed deadline of August 31st. It's a date that we continue to have coming closer and closer here in these days. It's already just 5 days away here. And shortly before the attack, the acting U.S. ambassador to Kabul, Ross Wilson, had said the security threat at the airport overnight was, quote, clearly regarded as credible, as imminent, as compelling. He said this in an interview with ABC News, and he would not give any more details. Now, late on Wednesday, the U.S. Embassy had warned citizens at 3 airport gates to leave immediately due to an unspecified security threat. Australia, Britain, and New Zealand also advised their citizens on Thursday not to go to the airport. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson condemned the barbaric bomb attack, but that the UK evacuation operation in Afghanistan will continue for a bit longer. We did have a Taliban spokesperson also saying that they had denied that any attack was imminent at the airport, where the group's fighters have deployed and occasionally used heavy-handed tactics to try to control the crowds. And after the attack, he appeared to shrink blame, noting that the airport is controlled by U.S. troops. Just before the blast, the Taliban had sprayed a water cannon at those gathered at one airport gate to try to drive that crowd away, as someone had launched tear gas canisters elsewhere. And we did also have some Sunni extremists of IS, who is linked with the group's more well-known affiliate in Syria and Iraq, have carried out a series of brutal attacks, mainly targeting Afghanistan's Muslim minority, including a 2020 assault on a maternity hospital in Kabul where they had killed women and infants. Now, the Taliban has fought back and fought against Islamic State militants in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have wrested back control for nearly 20 years after they were ousted in a U.S.-led invasion. Americans went in following those 9/11 attacks, which al-Qaeda orchestrated while being sheltered by the group. Again, we're coming up on that 20-year anniversary of those 9/11 attacks, so that's still in the minds of many people, as we now have also another date that's going to be in many people's memories, August 26th, here today, as we had, again, these terrorist attacks take place. Now, amid these warnings and the pending American withdrawal, Canada did end its evacuations, and European nations halted or prepared to stop their own operations. We did have Canadian General Wayne Erie say the reality on the ground is the perimeter of the airport is closed. The Taliban have tightened the noose. It's very, very difficult for anybody to get through at this point. Now, with that being said, of course, we did have these 2 suicide bombers, and these 2 individuals, these people, make their way through some of those security checkpoints to get near enough to the airport and these areas to make these attacks. So once again, just want to reiterate, we are going to be on top of President Biden as he is set to make those statements here coming up at the top of the next hour. So at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific time, we are supposed to hear from President Biden. And following his remarks on these attacks at Kabul, hopefully we'll hear also plans moving forward as we continue to get closer to that August 31st date. After President Biden, we do have White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who is set to give a White House briefing. A lot of information will probably be focused on Afghanistan as we continue to have troops on the grounds. Many Americans there still in Afghanistan. As we know, there's still a number who have not been able to make their way to the airport. Her remarks are set to take place at 5:45 Eastern Time. That's 2:45 Pacific Time. We're going to have you fully covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to send some of our viewers off into a 2-minute break as we continue to have full coverage of the crisis in Afghanistan. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here's a look. Markets closed about 15 minutes ago. You can see our stock market did take a hit here today, ending nearly down 200 points. As again, we do have a very devastating day for many Americans and for all of our U.S. forces. Again, having that attack happen here today also took a hit here on our stocks. Just wanted to bring that up here quickly for all of our viewers with us. But we continue to have you covered on all of the situations going on in Afghanistan. So once again, President Biden set to be making some remarks here in about 45 more minutes. He has been briefed, obviously, on this situation, but he's not been the only one who has been speaking or will be speaking out. We've heard a lot from some of our politicians and former presidents as well. So former President Donald Trump did issue a statement here on today offering condolences to the families of U.S. service members who died in this explosion at Kabul's airport. Now, he said, quote, "Melania and I send our deepest condolences to the families of our brilliant service members whose duty to the USA meant so much to them. Our thoughts are also with the families of the innocent civilians who died today in the savage Kabul attack. This tragedy should have never been allowed to happen, which makes our grief even deeper and more difficult to understand." Trump continued with, "May God bless the USA." Again, a lot of people have been pouring out their condolences as we have had many Americans who have still been trying to make their way over to the airport to be evacuated. And State Department did cancel today their briefing that was supposed to take place. So they didn't reschedule it. They canceled it completely, saying, "We have received confirmation that roughly 500 of the 1,500 Americans that we were tracking as potentially being in Afghanistan have been evacuated. Over the past 24 hours, we heard from an additional roughly 500 people saying to be Americans in Afghanistan who want to leave." Now, the statement did continue saying, "We immediately began attempting to reach these individuals by phone, text, and email. And based on all of this," saying, "based on our experience, many of these will not turn out to be U.S. citizens in need of our assistance," but they do continue those efforts. We did have General McKenzie saying that evacuation flights are going to continue, acknowledging that it has been a tough day, says that the plans he has to evacuate Afghans and Americans is designed to operate under stress. And stress is just such a light term to use on what's been happening here today. Again, we do have multiple casualties as far as it goes for Afghans who had been in the area trying to also make their way onto the airport base to get out of the country. General McKenzie said since August 14th, the U.S. military has been sharing information with the Taliban to prevent attacks like we saw here today. And he says that the U.S. aircraft flying in and out of Kabul are getting shot at on occasion. So there's been multiple times when you know flights have been trying to get out of the country, help spread these Afghan refugees into other countries, even bringing some back here to the United States. And unfortunately, U.S. aircrafts flying in and out of Kabul are also being shot at on occasion. So we do have Vice President Kamala Harris, who had to cancel her scheduled campaign event with Gavin Newsom. Obviously, this takes precedence, and we don't want a scene like that where they're trying to get someone out of the recall election. But we do know Harris was scheduled to appear at a rally with Governor Newsom on Friday. Instead, though, she's going to be returning to the nation's capital after her visit to the Joint Base Pearl Harbor-Hickam on Thursday afternoon. So the head of U.S. forces over in the Middle East and Afghanistan does say 12 U.S. service members were killed in the suicide attack outside of the airport. They do at this time say that 15 have been injured. Of course, though, that number even larger for the Afghans who have been in that area and killed. So not only did the explosions happen, but then an open fire did also happen. Marine General McKenzie, head of the U.S. Central Command, says 2 suicide bombers had carried out at the complex attack, which he had attributed to ISIS. Now, Mackenzie does say that they had opened that gunfire. So, once again, top 3 points to take away from this: a suicide bombing outside of Abbey Gate at Kabul's airport in Afghanistan Thursday. It has killed, again, 12 service members, 15 injured after this attack. U.S. officials have indicated that the attack did set off a firefight at Abbey Gate, where last night there were 5,000 Afghans and potentially some Americans trying to seek access to the airport. And that second explosion did happen outside the Barron Hotel. This is all according to our sources. So, again, a lot of pictures and video and messages continue to pour in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, and that's what we continue to do, is just stay on top of this story as it develops even further. And once more, we're getting closer to the next hour where we're supposed to hear from President Biden. 5 p.m. Eastern time, we're supposed to hear from President Biden making some remarks on what is going to happen moving forward. Obviously sharing his condolences, but a lot of people not only want to hear the condolences, they want to know what plan is going to be in place as we try to get Americans out. So let's go ahead, take another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with our coverage as we stay in full on the crisis in Afghanistan. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to have you fully covered here on our stream as we continue to give you all the latest developments as we, again, are continuing the coverage with the crisis over in Afghanistan. Just want to remind everyone we are going to be keeping our eyes out in the next hour for President Biden because once again, he is expected to make remarks. They have scheduled it for 5 p.m. Eastern time and hopefully he is on time here today as he's been briefed already on the ongoing situation, the crisis over in Afghanistan. And of course, as soon as he does step out, we'll be in full on that. But at this time, what we want to do is bring us back to some of those remarks that were given earlier here today. We just had heard from the Pentagon as, again, we have this situation continuing to unfold in Afghanistan. The Pentagon stepping out in front of the cameras here this afternoon, giving us an update on what they know at this time. Now, again, they did say that they continue to calculate the tolls after this explosion and open fire took place outside of the Kabul airport. And so we're going to jump into that briefing, but of course, going to continue to keep an eye out for President Biden. Look for that shot of the podium as, again, he's expected to give remarks a little bit later here. So we're just, again, about 35 minutes away from hearing from President Biden. So until that time, let's go back out to the Pentagon here, the latest in the briefing that they had just moments ago.
Members have been killed in the attack, and 15 more service members have been injured. A number of Afghan civilians were also killed and injured in the attack. We are treating some of them aboard H-Kaya. Many other Afghan civilians have been taken out to hospitals in town. We're still working to calculate the total losses. We just don't know what that is right now. Their loss weighs heavily on us all, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through my prepared remarks. We continue to focus on the protection of our forces and the evacuees as the evacuation continues. Let me be clear, while we're saddened by the loss of life, both U.S. and Afghan, we're continuing to execute the mission. Our mission is to evacuate U.S. citizens, third country nationals, special immigrant visa holders, U.S. Embassy staff, and Afghans at risk. Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission. The evacuation at best speed, and as of today, we have approximately 5,000 evacuees on the ramp at H-Kaya awaiting airlift. Since August the 14th, we've evacuated more than 104,000 civilians from H-Kaya, over 66,000 by the United States, and over 37,000 by our allies and partners. And that includes bringing out about 5,000 Americans. As the Secretary of State said yesterday, we believe that there are about 1,000, probably a little more than 1,000 American citizens left in Afghanistan at this point. We're doing everything we can in concert with our Department of State partners to reach out to them and to help them leave, if they want to leave. And remember, not everybody wants to leave. Yesterday, we brought in over 500 American citizens. It would be difficult to overestimate the number of unusual challenges and competing demands that our forces on the ground have faced. The threat to our forces, particularly from ISIS-K, is very real, as we have seen today. I would also like to express the sense of profound pride I have in the creative, determined, and professional way that our forces have overcome those challenges and to deliver the results that we talked about in my opening portion of the remarks, the number of people that we've been able to extract from Afghanistan. It would also be remiss of me not to mention the tremendous contributions of our many coalition partners, and they stood with us on the ground at H-Kaya, and also the interagency and international partners who supported the evacuation. The many soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen who supported this operation downrange across the Central Command, the European Command, and the Northern Command areas of responsibility. Moreover, this evacuation could simply not have been done without the amazing flexibility of U.S. Transportation Command and the airlift provided by the United States Air Force. No other military in the world has anything like it. I'd also like to thank the host nations that have generously provided access to their facilities for the processing, the care, and the feeding of our evacuees. I also need to acknowledge the temporary suffering that some of our evacuees have had to endure. Please know that we continue to execute our number one mission, which is to get as many American citizens and other evacuees as possible out of Afghanistan. We also continue to expand the capacity at our intermediate facilities to ensure safe, sanitary, and humane conditions for our evacuees, while continuing to look for ultimate ways to expedite their processing and ultimate transfer to the United States or other destinations. I'd like to close out my remarks today by just taking a moment to describe the heroism that our Marines, soldiers, and sailors are exhibiting as they screen the people who are coming onto the airfield. This is close-up work. The breath of the person you are searching is upon you. While we have Overwatch in place, we still have to touch the clothes of the person that's coming in. I think you all can appreciate the courage and the dedication that is necessary to do this job and to do it time after time. Please remember that we have screened over 104,000 people. Finally, I'd like to offer my profound condolences to the families of our servicemen and women and Afghan civilians who lost their lives today. We have put more than 5,000 U.S. service members at risk to save as many civilians as we can. It's a noble mission, and today we have seen firsthand how dangerous that mission is. ISIS will not deter us from accomplishing the mission, I can assure you of that. All Americans can and should be proud of the men and women of the armed forces who are facing these dangers head on, with their international partners and all our other friends that are with us. And we appreciate your thoughts and prayers for all our service members who are carrying on this mission today. John, I'm now ready to take questions.
Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita.
Thank you. General McKenzie, Lita Baldor with AP, thank you for taking the time to do this. Can you give us your assessment of the ISIS threat going forward? What are you seeing on the ground now? Does this cut the evacuation short, do you believe? And are people able to get onto the airport now? And then finally, the president has warned that any attacks against the U.S. would be answered. Will this attack be answered militarily by the U.S.?
So a number of questions there. Let me try to take them in order. So first of all, the threat from ISIS is extremely real. We've been talking about this for several days. We saw it actually manifest itself here in the last few hours with an actual attack. We believe it is their desire to continue those attacks, and we expect those attacks to continue. And we're doing everything we can to be prepared for those attacks. That includes reaching out to the Taliban, who are actually providing the outer security cordon around the airfield to make sure they know what we expect them to do to protect us. And we will continue to coordinate with them as they go forward. We are continuing to bring people onto the airfield. We just brought a number of buses aboard the airfield over the last couple of 3 hours. So we continue to process. We'll continue to flow people out. The plan is designed to operate while under stress and under attack, and we will continue to do that. We will coordinate very carefully to make sure that it's safe for American citizens to come to the airfield. If it's not, we'll tell them to hold, and then we'll work other ways to try to get them to the airfield. But I think our mission remains. We're still committed to flowing people out up until we terminate operations at some point, towards the end of the month. But I think we have the ability actually to do all of those things as we go forward. Let me just come back one moment. And you talked about going after ISIS. Yes, if we can find who's associated with this, we will go after them. We've been clear all along that we're going to retain the right to operate against ISIS in Afghanistan. And we are working very hard right now to determine attribution, to determine who is associated with this cowardly attack. And we're prepared to take action against them. 24/7, we are looking for them.
David.
General David Martin with CBS. 27 casualties is a terrible number. 12 dead. Could you explain the circumstances of these attacks which resulted in such high casualties for the U.S.?
Sure, David. So first of all, you will understand that we're still investigating the exact circumstances. But what I can tell you is this. The attack occurred at a gate. And at a gate, we have to check people before they get onto the airfield. We have to ensure they're not carrying a bomb or any other kind of weapon that could ultimately make its way onto an aircraft. So that requires physical screening. You can't do that with standoff. You ultimately have to get very close to that person. So while the airbase itself is surrounded with T-walls, we're well bunkered in. We've done a variety of things to protect ourselves. At these interface points, these gates where people actually come on the airfield, there's no substitute for a young man or woman, a young United States man or woman, standing up there conducting a search of that person before we let them on. Now, the Taliban have conducted searches before they get to that point, and sometimes those searches have been good and sometimes not. I will simply note that before this attack, we had passed 104,000 people through. So this attack is one too many, but we'll evaluate what happened. We'll find ways to always get better. But the key thing is you don't want to let somebody on an airplane carrying a bomb, because that could result in even massive loss of life if an airplane were to be destroyed. So you got to do the searches. We work with our Afghan partners on the ground, the NSU elements, to conduct those searches. But ultimately, Americans have got to be in danger to do these searches. There's really no other way to do it. And again, I cannot tell you how impressed I am with the daily heroism of the men and women that are out there doing this work. typically soldiers, sailors, and Marines that are doing that work. And they're right up close to thousands of people that are flowing through the airfield. You've all seen the images. And to be able to get up and do it day after day, it's remarkable. And this time, it looks like somebody got close to us. We'll find out why. We'll try to improve our procedures. It is 12 service members dying. Nobody feels that more closely, more directly than me and everyone else in the chain of command. And we recognize that we need to continue to evaluate our procedures as we go forward. At the same time, there's a tension there. We have to continue to let people own the airfield because that is why we are there. We're not there to defend ourselves. We're there to defend ourselves while we process American citizens first, but also the other categories of people that I've mentioned, get them to a place where we can fly them out into a safer, better future.
So just to be clear, this suicide bomber was going through the gate, being searched, checked by U.S. service members when he detonated his vest?
David, that would be my working assumption. I know this, he did not get he did not get on the installation. It was at the interface point where they try to come in where this attack occurred. And we just don't know more right now. We're gathering that information. As you will understand, we're investigating that. But right now, our focus really, we have other active threat streams, extremely active threat streams against the airfield. We want to make sure that we've taken the steps we need to take to protect ourselves there. So our focus is on that. Over the next few hours and a day or two, we'll learn a lot more about what happened here. And I'm sure we'll be able to share that with you. But right now, our focus is actually going forward, ensuring that another attack of this nature does not occur. Because as you know, typically the pattern is multiple attacks. And we want to be prepared and be ready to defend against that.
Courtney.
Can you, hey, General McKenzie, it's Courtney QB from NBC News. Can you tell us a little bit more about these extremely real additional threats from ISIS? Is it a concern about more suicide attacks? And also about some of the steps that you may be taking to mitigate future attacks? I mean, would it include putting U.S. troops or Marines outside the gates or outside of the airport for additional perimeter security? And then finally, with all of this, is there any discussion about sending any additional U.S. troops to Kabul airport for additional security measures?
So let me actually answer the last part of your question first. We assess we have the forces we need to protect ourselves there. I'm always in a constant dialogue with the secretary. If I needed anything else, I'd be talking to him immediately, but I think we have what we need to protect ourselves. So let's talk a little bit about the threat streams. So very, very real threat streams, very, what we would call tactical. That means imminent, could occur at any moment. And they range from rocket attacks. We know that they would like to lob a rocket in there if they could. Now, we actually have pretty good protection against that. We have our anti-rocket and mortar system, the gun systems that those of you who've been out there are very familiar with, that are pretty effective against these kinds of attack. We are well positioned around the boundary of the airfield, and we feel that we would be in good shape should that kind of attack occur. We also know they aim to get a vehicle-borne suicide attack in if they can, from a small vehicle to a large vehicle. They're working all those options. And then we just seen their ability to deliver a walk-in, a vest-wearing suicide attacker. All of those things we look at. Now, the other thing we do is we share versions of this information with the Taliban so that they can actually do some searching out there for us. And we believe that some attacks have been thwarted by them. Again, we've been doing this we've been doing this since the 14th. This is an attack that's been carried out. We believe it's possible that others have been thwarted. We cut down the information we give the Taliban. They don't get the full range of information we have, but we give them enough to act in time and space to try to prevent these attacks. The other thing we try to do is we try to push out the boundary even further so that we don't get large crowds massing at the gate. Clearly at Abbey Gate today, we had a larger crowd there than we would like, which goes to show you that the system is not perfect. But we have gained large elements of standoff at other gates, and we want to keep that kind of standoff in place. As you know, standoff for attacks like this is always the best defense. Unfortunately, we just don't have the opportunity, given the geography of the ground that we're on, to always gain that kind of standoff. So let me close up your question by saying, we take the threat of these attacks very seriously. We're working them very hard. We're doing a variety of things. We got, as you know, we have AH-64 attack helicopters on the ground that we're flying to take a look. They have very good thermal and optical imaging systems. We got aircraft overhead that also have very good imaging systems. We have unmanned aircraft, MQ-9s, that have the ability to look. All of these systems are being applied in defense of the airfield, all of them on a continual basis, all of them vectored by the intelligence that we receive. and then we also use the Taliban as a tool to protect us as much as possible. We've been clear all along that we're going to retain the right to operate against ISIS in Afghanistan, and we are working very hard.
All right, guys, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening into the Pentagon's latest update. Do want to just remind people coming up here in about 20 more minutes is when President Biden has been scheduled to give a briefing. Again, some remarks on what is the deadliest day for U.S. troops in a decade. So we do continue to have you fully covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, and just kind of reiterate what we do know at this time. Then we'll get back out to the Pentagon briefing. We have about 10 minutes left in that briefing that I do want to continue to play out. But I do want to just, for some of our viewers who just joined us, let you know what we do have coming in here to our desk at this time. So once again, we do have 12 U.S. service members who have been killed in this Kabul airport explosion, and Americans now are likely to be stranded in Afghanistan. So a source briefed on the situation in Kabul did tell Fox News that some Americans stranded in Afghanistan will likely be left behind after today's bombings. Now, a source had told Fox News that hundreds of ISIS-K fighters do remain in the vicinity of the Kabul airport and that the attacks are likely to continue. Military continues to retrograde the depart the airport. This is what the source told Fox News, and going on to say almost a certainty that Americans will be left behind. Now, this coming after many of our leaders have been speaking out. We did have recently more remarks being put out by some of our leaders across the country. Leader Mitch McConnell sharing some thoughts on this incident that took place. Him saying, and I'm going to read it to all of our viewers here with us, saying, "It is sickening and enraging to hear that at least 12 United States service members have been killed and more have been injured at the hands of terrorists in Kabul. Americans' hearts are breaking for our service members and diplomats. They are doing heroic work to rescue American citizens and Afghan partners in the predictably chaotic wake of the president's decision to withdraw. I'm praying for the families of these fallen Americans, for their injured comrades, and for all our personnel in harm's way." McConnell going on to say, "Our sympathies are also with the families of the innocent Afghans whom the terrorists killed today, and all the vulnerable Afghans who are risking everything in desperate efforts to escape the Taliban's impending rule. Our partners in a long fight against terror deserve better than the dark fate that will await them after the last military aircraft has departed." And finally, Mitch McConnell's remarks ending with this: "Terrible things happen when terrorists are allowed to operate freely. This murderous attack offers the clearest possible reminder that terrorists will not stop fighting the United States just because our politicians grow tired of fighting them. I remain concerned that terrorists worldwide will be emboldened by our threat, by our retreat, by this attack, and by the establishment of a radical Islamic terror state in Afghanistan. We need to redouble our global efforts to confront these bipartisan enemies who want to kill Americans and attack our homeland." Again, that was Senator Mitch McConnell, who would put out this statement earlier here today. We also had heard from former President Donald Trump. He issued a statement here on Thursday offering his condolences to the families of U.S. service members who did die with this explosion that took place at Kabul's airport, saying, "Melania and I send our deepest condolences to the families of our brilliant service members whose duty to the USA meant so much to them. Our thoughts are also with the families of the innocent civilians who died today in the savage Kabul attack. This tragedy should have never been allowed to happen, which makes our grief even deeper and more difficult to understand. May God bless the USA." Again, that was President Trump who had put that statement out. Let's go ahead and pull up a statement that was also put out earlier here today by Defense Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III. He said, "On behalf of the men and women of the Department of Defense, I express my deepest condolences to the loved ones and teammates of all those killed and wounded in Kabul today. Terrorists took their lives at the very moment these troops were trying to save the lives of others. We mourn their loss, we will treat their wounds, and we will support their families in what will most assuredly be devastating grief. But We will not be dissuaded from the task at hand. To do anything less, especially now, would dishonor the purpose and sacrifice these men and women have rendered our country and the people of Afghanistan. So once more, pictures, videos continue to pour in after these attacks. And what we're going to do is continue things along, giving you some more of that Pentagon press briefing that happened just earlier here today. We had been listening in as we not only had this John Kirby, but we also had General McKenzie also giving us some brief statements. We're going to jump back into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
And I believe that process is ongoing, but I do not have visibility on it. My visibility is fully forward against the day-to-day practical threat that we face in the theater. But there are other people who can probably then answer that question for you. I'm just not that person, Alex. So in terms of practical things that we're doing, okay, again, we've reached out to the Taliban. We've told them you need to continue to push out the security perimeter. We've identified some roads that we would like for them to close. They've identified that they will be willing to close those roads because we assess the threat of a suicide-borne vehicle threat is high right now. So we want to reduce the possibility of one of those vehicles getting close. And so we're actually moving very aggressively to do that. We talked a little bit about the overwatch that we have in place, but I'll review it again. We have our unmanned aircraft, our MQ-9s, and other unmanned drone systems that have very good optical and other means of looking down. So we look at what's happening around the gate. We try to identify patterns, and we got highly trained people that take a look at that. We also have our aircraft that we fly locally, the AH-64s that I mentioned a few moments ago, as well as other manned aircraft that come off the USS, off the carrier that we have off the Makran coast, as well as U.S. Air Force aircraft that we bring up from out of Afghanistan. Everything ranging from F-15s to AC-130 gunships. And as you know, the AC-130 gunship has a very highly capable targeting system, and it's also a very visible platform. And we know from long experience that visible demonstration of these kinds of ISR tends to dissuade the attacker because they know that if we can see them do it, we're going to strike them immediately. So we'll be prepared to do that should it become necessary to defend the base. We're looking very hard. We assess we are in a period of heightened warning right now, and we're working through that as aggressively as we can. Over.
Gordon.
Yeah, General, Gordon Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. Can you tell us if you think that your recommendation for staying potentially after August 31st would change because of this threat stream? Or are you concerned about the threat stream? And also, you know, the U.S. military and the Taliban have been coordinating very closely on various things. Do you still trust the Taliban, and is it possible that they let this happen?
So as to whether or not they let it happen, I don't know. I don't think there's anything to convince me that they let it happen. As to whether or not I trust them, that's not necessarily that's a word I use very carefully. You've heard me say before, it's not what they say, it's what they do. They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's that they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose. As long as we've kept that common purpose aligned, they've been useful to work with. They've cut some of our security concerns down, and they've been useful to work with going forward. Now, long term, I don't know what that's going to be. I will tell you this: anytime you build a non-combatant evacuation plan like this, and you bring in forces, you expect to be attacked. So we expect, we thought this would happen sooner or later. It's tragic that it happened today. It's tragic there was this much loss of life. We are prepared to continue the mission. I've had a great opportunity to have dialogue with my chain of command on it, and I'm not going to be able to share with you what my advice has been, as you know and understand, Gordon. But I think we can continue to conduct our mission even while we're receiving attacks like this. Over.
Eric.
General Eric Schmidt with the New York Times. Even before today's attack, you were just 4 days or so from leaving. How soon will you have to start diminishing the evacuation flights, if indeed those can continue, to make space and time for the military retrograde, that is the withdrawal of the remaining troops there and their equipment?
So Eric, without getting into specifics, I would tell you that the plan is designed to maximize throughput of evacuees even as we begin to prepare to draw down the force on the ground. So we recognize there's a need to balance the two. So we're not going to get to a point where suddenly we turn off the spigot. It will draw down as we get closer to the end date. It's not useful for me to share that date with you right now when we will begin to draw down those flights, but we will do it at some point. At the same time, I want to emphasize again, the plan is designed to maximize pushing people out, even as we reconfigure the force, continue to defend ourselves, and get ready to bring out our own equipment and ultimately our own military personnel.
And General, if I could just follow up on that, will you have to also develop alternative routes beyond those that you already have to get the remaining Americans in Kabul who want to leave safely to the airport?
So I would tell you that we have worked over the last week. We have brought in hundreds of Americans by working alternate routes to get them in, by establishing contact with them, by directing them down a steady different ways to get to the airport. Our task force, our JSOC element, does that on the ground very effectively in coordination with Admiral Vaisley, who's the overall commander there. So we continue to do that. That's not something that we're beginning now. We've done that all along, and we will continue to do that up until the last moment.
Jennifer.
General McKenzie, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News. Can you say, was there one or two suicide bombers at the Abbey Gate? And can you say for certain that it was a male bomber? And can you give us any more details about the second explosion that occurred at Barron Hotel? Was that a VBID? Was that a car bomb? Or was that also a suicide bomber? Finally, there are State Department employees who are side by side with U.S. Marines at that gate. Were there any other U.S. citizens killed in the attack? And why were the Marines so close together that so many were killed in one strike?
So we think one suicide bomb at Abbey Gate. Don't know if it was male or female, just don't have that information. Don't know much about the second bomb, except one went off in the vicinity of the Barron Hotel, which, as you're aware, is a deeply bunkered structure. And as far as I know, there were no UK military casualties as a result of that. There may have been Afghan casualties, and I'm sure there were Afghan casualties. But it will take us a little bit of time to actually learn how many Afghans became casualties. We took some of them on board the installation. Many of them were taken to hospitals out in town. So what I see is what I get on open source reporting about the nature of those casualties. But we're trying to gather more information about it. So the last point, I would tell you, I don't know the size of the bomb, and the size of the bomb is directly related to how many people are going to be affected by the blast radius of the weapon. We are going to investigate that. As I've noted before, you're at the interface point there at these gates. Somebody's actually got to look someone else in the eyes and decide that they're ready to come in. And so we'll find out exactly what happened. But beyond that, I would not want to speculate at this time, Jennifer. Thank you.
Any other American citizens from the State Department who were killed?
None that I am aware of now.
Okay, I need to go back to the phones. Laura Seligman.
Hi, General. Thanks so much for doing this. A couple questions. First of all, can you tell me, we've heard reports of a third and possibly a fourth attack in Kabul today. Can you confirm those? And then also, can you tell us how exactly are you still conducting these evacuation flights? Are you concerned about manpads and other threats to the aircraft?
First of all, indications of other attacks in Kabul, but we have not been able to run that information down. So we see it. We get open source reporting on it, but I can't confirm that there have been other attacks in Kabul away from HKIA today. We continue to take a look at that very hard. I will tell you this: the safety of our aircraft coming in and out is of paramount importance, because obviously you have the opportunity there for 450 or more people to die if you have a significant mishap with the aircraft. We know that ISIS would like to get after those aircraft if they can. We don't believe they have a manpad capable of doing it. They have taken shots at our aircraft on occasion without effect. We think that's going to continue. And we will, but as you know, military aircraft have a variety of self-defense systems. What's more vulnerable actually are the charter aircraft and other aircraft that are coming in that do not have those systems. So with our ISR, we look very carefully at the approach pattern and the departure pattern off that runway to see to see if we see any sign of something that might pose a threat to aircraft. That's one of the things that we look at religiously throughout the day and throughout the night as we conduct operations. Because really, the aircraft, the only way we're going to get people out of there. So we are keenly sensitive threats to our aircraft.
Okay, we're going to take
And
one
then
more
if I could
question.
just
and
follow-
give-
if I could-
I'm sorry, guys, we got to keep moving. We're going to take one more question and then give the general a chance to close out. Idris?
Sure. General, I know it's still early, but at this moment in time, how do you believe the suicide bombers made it through several checkpoints, whether it was Taliban or Afghan forces, to the Marines? Do you believe it was a failure, or they were able to somehow evade them and make it to the Marines?
Well, clearly, if they were able to get up to the Marines at the screening at the entry point of the base, there's a failure somewhere. It was a failure by, the Taliban operate with varying degrees of competence. Some of those guys are very scrupulously good. Some of them are not. I just don't know the answer to that question. But we will. You can be assured we're going to continue to take a look at it and try to make all our practices better as we go forward.
Okay, General, sir, we're going to let the general close out. General, sir, for any closing thoughts you might have, sir.
Hey, John, thanks. Again, I would just like to say today's a hard day. But the thing I come back to is the remarkable professionalism that the force on the ground is showing. As I've noted before, ultimately at these screening points in particular, you got to get very up close and personal to the people that you're bringing out. There's no way to do that safely from a distance. And we should all just bear in mind that we've been doing it for well over a week. We brought 104,000 people out. That's a tremendous number of contacts that every individual Marine, soldier, or sailor has had to have as we bring people aboard the airfield. It's a very heavy heart, that I do this conversation with you today. Nobody feels it more than me or the other members of the chain of command. We'll do everything we can to improve our practices there to make sure it's as safe as possible for our folks on the ground that are doing this dirty, dangerous work. John, thanks very much.
Thank you, General. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
John, will you take a couple questions?
Once again, that was the latest that we had coming in from the Pentagon. Their remarks happened just a little earlier here this afternoon. And of course, we are waiting to see if President Biden is going to be stepping out to this his briefing room, giving some remarks. He is scheduled to be giving them here at the top of the hour. Again, he's scheduled to be making remarks on this attack that happened at the Kabul airport at 5 p.m. Eastern. So we are just a few minutes away from that happening. So let's just go back to what we do know has happened at this time. We just had that briefing from the Pentagon, but I do want to continue to reiterate what we do know about these attacks. So at least 12 U.S. service members were killed in a pair of suicide attacks outside the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. That included 11 Marines and 1 Navy medic. Now, this is all according to U.S. officials. We also heard just from the Pentagon as well. Now, they say another 12 service members, 15 service members were wounded. They had warned that that toll could continue to grow. And we do have at this time being reported at least 140 Afghans wounded. That's according to Afghan officials. So a number of U.S. military troops wounded in this attack, and Western nations had warned in earlier days of a possible attack at the airport in the waning days of a massive airlift. Now, U.S. officials said the suicide attacks were believed to have been carried out by the Islamic State group. The IS affiliate in Afghanistan is far more radical than the Taliban, who recently took control of the country in the lightning blitz and condemned the attack. This is all according to the Associated Press. Pentagon saying they're going to continue with their mission of withdrawals. And we heard from spokesperson John Kirby, who had confirmed that this attack had happened, saying that it was at the Abbey Gate, and there was another one that was just a short distance away at a hotel. We do also have our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. He had said in his statement that he expresses his condolences to all the loved ones and teammates of those who were killed and wounded in Kabul today. And again, their loss is being mourned by everyone. Adam Khan was waiting nearby when he saw the first explosion outside what's known as Abbey Gate. And he said several people appeared to have been killed or wounded, including some outside there. And the second blast then was near the Barron Hotel, where many people, including Afghans, Britons, and Americans, were all told to gather in recent days before heading to the airport for evacuation. We also had a former Royal Marine who runs an animal shelter in Afghanistan saying he and his staff were caught up in the aftermath of the blast near the airport, saying all of a sudden we heard gunshots and our vehicle was targeted. Had our driver not turned around, he would have been shot in the head with a man with an AK-47. This is according to Paul Penn Farthing. He told this to the Britain's Press Association news agency. Now, there's been several countries who have been urging people to avoid the airport earlier in the day, with one saying there was a threat of suicide bombing. We've heard from the Pentagon that there continues to be these active threats, and they are saying that car bombs could be likely. And this is also at a time when the nation is seeing some of our other allies ending their evacuation efforts. And so the White House saying President Biden has been briefed on the attack. We're expecting his remarks again in less than a minute as we count down towards that 5 p.m. Eastern time. We're less than a minute away. As you can see, we don't have that podium shot from inside of the White House quite yet. Usually when they do bring that here to us on our Live Now from Fox desk, that means we're about 2 minutes away from hearing from the president. So hopefully we will be able to get that here very shortly with all of our viewers. I'm not going to go into a break just in case they don't give us a 2-minute warning and he all of a sudden pops up on camera. But you can see we do have that shot ready to go in that small lower right-hand box. Now, over the last week, the airport has been the scene of some of the most searing images of this chaotic end of America's longest war and the Taliban's takeover as flights took off around the clock. Again, we heard just the other day, flights were taking off nearly every 39 minutes. So a lot of flights going in and out of Kabul. Pentagon officials were saying that they have had aircrafts occasionally shot at as well. And it's just been a very chaotic day for all of those who are still in Afghanistan. So U.S. officials have indicated that the attack did set off a firefight at the Abbey Gate, where last night there were about 5,000 Afghans and potentially some Americans who were seeking access to the airport. And already some countries have ended their evacuations, begun to withdraw their soldiers, withdraw their diplomats, and it's been a signal that the beginning of the end of one of the history's largest airlifts. Now, the Taliban has pledged not to attack Western forces during the evacuation, but they continue to insist foreign troops must be out by America's self-imposed deadline of August 31st. And overnight warnings emerged from Western capitals about a threat from IS, which has been seen in its ranks, boosted by the Taliban's freeing of prisoners during its advance through Afghanistan. And all of these images and pictures continue to pour in here to our desk as we are waiting for President Biden to make those remarks. Again, he was scheduled to make some remarks about 2 minutes ago, but unfortunately, President running a bit behind here on this Thursday afternoon, early evening for some of our viewers with us on the East Coast. Now, late on Wednesday, the U.S. Embassy did warn citizens at 3 airport gates to leave immediately due to an unspecified security threat. Australia, Britain, and New Zealand had also advised their citizens on Thursday not to go to the airport. So, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson condemned the barbaric bomb attack, but in the UK evacuation operation in Afghanistan will continue for a bit longer. We also had heard from a Taliban spokesperson saying that they denied any attack was imminent at the airport, where the groups of fighters have deployed and occasionally use heavy-handed tactics to control the crowds. After the attack, he did appear to shrink that blame, noting that the airport is controlled by U.S. troops. Now, just before the blast, the Taliban had sprayed a water cannon at those gathered at the at one's airport gate, trying to drive that crowd away as someone had launched tear gas canisters elsewhere. And the Sunni extremists of IS were with links to the group's more well-known affiliate in Syria and Iraq, have carried out a series of brutal attacks, mainly targeting Afghanistan's Muslim minority, including 2020 assault on a maternity hospital in Kabul, in which they had killed women and infants. Now, the Taliban has fought against Islamic State militants in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have wrestled back control for nearly 20 years after they were ousted in a U.S.-led invasion. The Americans went in following the 9/11 attacks, which al-Qaeda orchestrated while being sheltered by the group. So we continue to keep you covered here as we wait for President Biden to speak again after 12 service members have been killed in Afghanistan, a number of wounded. And of course, our thoughts and prayers not only going out to all of the U.S. military members, service members who have been affected by this, but also all of the Afghans who have also been injured and killed in this explosion and open attack as well. Now, once again, we do continue to have sources updating us on this situation in Kabul. Fox News being told that some Americans may be left behind, unfortunately, saying that the sources were telling Fox News that hundreds of ISIS-K fighters do remain in the vicinity of the Kabul airport and that the attacks are likely to continue. Military continues to retrograde and depart airport, is what the source told Fox News, saying almost a certainty that Americans will be left behind. And we did have just a few moments ago, former Vice President Mike Pence send out a tweet saying, "Karen and I are shocked and saddened by the loss of 11 Marines and Navy corpsmen in the terrorist attack at Kabul airport. Our prayers are with the families of the fallen and also with the service members injured in the attack. God bless our troops." So a lot of leaders across the country and around the world pouring in their condolences, speaking